Hey, how you doing? This is John, and welcome to John's Long Box. It's clobbering time, and as you may or may not know, it's clobbering time. It's just supposed to be a bunch of comic book guys sitting around the comic book store talking about who wins, Spider-Man, Batman, like we used to do when we were kids, but we are separated by geographical distances, and we have responsibilities. And we have friends. This is my friend Marcus over here. How you doing?
Oh, I'm somebody's friend. Fantastic.
Yeah. Don't go around telling people.
Well, I mean to you in your own chat. Like, you have a lot of homework to do. I saw those books you have to read now. 1,800 pages. Yeah, you got time for that.
Yeah. Well, I like I said, I listen. For those of you who don't know what we're talking about, I just had Blackwell Games on my channel. He's talking about role-playing games. And then we just started nerding out of history. And he recommended a few books that really sound fascinating. And I get Audible books.
They do sound fascinating.
I've been getting into listening to books. It's not reading books when you listen to them, ladies and gentlemen. It's different activities. Listening to a story is not the same as reading a book. But at work, we do a lot of repetitious things. Like I have a splice box today that I have to go back and forth to test, and it's going to take me a couple of days to do it. I'll listen to an audiobook while doing it. And now I got to sneeze. Go ahead, talk, Marcus.
It doesn't sink in as much when you're reading an audiobook.
Right. It's different. Usually I only buy Audible books of books that I've actually read to help me remember. But this book, I'm not going to read an 1,800-page book. I just, sorry, I don't have the time anymore. But it sounds like perfect to listen. But anyway, that's what I'm going to be doing. So for those of you who are watching the show, this is an invite. Anybody's allowed to come in. Anybody's allowed to talk. It's supposed to be
encouraged to keep people.
Yeah, it's encouraged to come in. Disagree with us. Who cares? It's a lot of fun. Last week with the Horseman and the Punisher, Eric July commented on it. And,
I heard about that. A
couple of people bought my comic because of it. So you never know. That's pretty cool.
I heard about that. Yeah, we were nice. I mean, why would I beat on anybody for liking a comic?
So this is going to be a fun one, says Eric the Guapo.
Except for Eric the Guapo. I'm always going to be mad at him.
I'm guessing this is how comical of a beating the metal men will get. You never know. What's up from Joe Dog? I don't know. I love George Perez's artwork, and when I see his Teen Titans work, it just brings a smile to my face.
Yeah, it's good. I have the Teen Titans trades.
Are you okay with you getting a problem? You were drawing all day, or you were splicing?
No, I was working, but I was inking, and now my wrist hurts. This is what happens. Like when I told you a lot of stories about smashing my wrist into pieces, and it hurts. I could still draw. I'll show you what I was drawing if you want to see. I was inking.
Always like to see what you're drawing.
So we did vampires. We did the James D. Lee's book characters. So, that's his character is the vampire. I made up the blonde boob chick. Yeah.
What's the name of his vampire?
This is the Steins. I don't know what the name of his vampire is. I forget. It's something vampire-y. He's pretty pedantic. James. It's really interesting. He's written 3 novels. I'm like, wow.
Yeah. I was surprised to see that he still has a regular blue collar job. I figured. When I hear somebody has multiple novels, I just picture that they sit home and count their money.
Yeah. So
anyway, you could go to Fund My Comics, get Heroic Tales. It's still available. A little bit of housekeeping. Renzo today promised that the cover will be done. I'll send it to Daniel to color. Mary Sue. Oscar is coloring the last page today, and then I go over, once the story's done, I take out the script and then check out the art and the coloring. Just, sometimes Renzo draws stuff differently. That's just the way it translates. And I'm like, okay, I'll change this dialogue. So I'll give a dialogue overhaul, a writing overhaul, send it to Bill, and get that done. And that's. I say 40% of the comic will be done.
Well, you're way ahead. That's fantastic.
You know what I mean? So I was, I tried to learn. So I'm seeing other people are launching comics right now, and they're not doing as well as they did, 6-7 months ago. So I might hold off till like February before I launch my comic.
Yeah, January's a tough time. Vaughn was going on about how, he wanted to launch it anyway, but people telling him that January nobody has money yet,
right?
And then they get their taxes back and all. But his comics, this one is not very expensive,
so that's I'll probably launch in February. So as soon as Renzo has like 5 or 6 pages of the Patriarch done, and Daniel has them colored, I already talked with Kyle Prometheus. He's going to make a trailer for me. Once I get that trailer, we'll launch the campaign.
I didn't know Kyle made trailers.
Yeah, he's the one that made that jazzy.
Oh, the jazzy one. Now I remember. Yeah.
Okay. Phantasmagoria Girl, you made the other trailer that I used at the closing.
Right.
But Kyle made the one that I use at the opening. That it just reminds me of the Incredibles, and it's just so
right.
I freaking love it. So I reached out to him. I said, I really like the trailer that you made. He made it for me. He just gave it to me one day, So I was like, I'll pay you. You know what I mean? He's like, So we'll see how that works out. So there you go. That's the news. The other news. So Heroic Tales #2 is in the work. I been promising Oscar to get him the script to Eddie is Doomed. I'm trying to get that to him by Sunday night, and then we'll get that working at the same time.
I wanted to apologize to you too.
Why? What did you do?
Because you did your show. I didn't get an alert of your show that was on yesterday. I watched a rerun though. Your new comic show.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
I had to
just check. Make sure you still. Yeah, I'm so terrible about this, guys. Make sure that you subscribe. Make sure you hit the bell for notifications. I hate saying that kind of stuff.
Well, I was going to stay overnight last night, but the weather was bad. It's going to be bad. It's supposed to be bad. So I wanted to beat it. So I was driving all the way 9:30 at night. I was dying.
Oh,
and it's nice to, that would have been, I would have listened to you. I would have listened to you while I was driving. So I listened to you later.
That's okay. I can't get upset.
Yeah, but and I feel responsible sometimes to go and to beat a mod and all.
I drove to my brother's house last Saturday. That's why I wasn't on the studio. It was the first time, that my sister died last year, but there's 6 of us now, and we haven't got together since before COVID. So this was nice that we were all in the same house, having dinner together for the first time in a long, long time. And I was driving home, and I gotta say, I turned into such a wuss since the car accident. I was getting like nervous and scared. I was blasting music. I made sure that I had a cup of coffee. And I was like
3 hours, and I never get used to it. There's always a point where's the rest area? I'm gonna rest. I'm not only have to go to the bathroom. I'm gonna rest my eyes for 10 minutes, and then I keep going. I never drive straight through.
Well, the thing that scares me is this just happened out of the blue. Like it wasn't.
Oh, I know. Yeah.
So I was like, this could happen. I get scared. And I guess I shouldn't be admitting it because I'm a man. But my partner today at work, this guy Greg, older than me, he it's funny because he said, I'm going to be retiring soon. So everybody at work was like, soon. It became 2 weeks. He's talking about 2 years. Soon is one of those words that, there's that. If you watch The Chosen, that was like one of the things. Soon. Jesus keeps saying soon. And people are like, when is soon? And Jesus goes, that's the thing about soon, is everybody gets to define it. But anyway, he's an older, heavy-set guy with sleep apnea, and he lives in South Jersey, and he has to drive from South Jersey to
sleep
the
apnea.
airport.
Good.
And he says every morning he's just terrified. Like he says, because sometimes he closes his eyes, he wakes up and he goes, John, he goes, I'm going to end up like you. So
that's really scary. That's really scary. You realize that you've gone, thank God my car goes straight, So I try to.
He says he has some sort of thing in the car that in case you fall asleep while driving it. He was explaining to me. I never heard of it before, but some sort of safety mechanism. But so he actually got laid off today. Well, he asked for it.
Oh, okay.
He said I can't. He's hoping, because in my job, when you get laid off, your name goes on the list and you get rehired by another. He's hoping he's going to Manhattan. He says because he can drive and then just take.
Yeah, he can just take the
mass transit.
On mass transit.
But he says, poor guy. I understand. He says going home, he's like, sometimes he's in the car for 3 hours. He's like, I go home, I eat dinner, I go to bed. So
Well, I drink a
give
lot
him
of
his
coffee.
spring. I borrowed a screwdriver, and then he never came back from lunch, so I got to mail him his screwdriver. It always happens.
Well, tomorrow and I'll talk about this at the end too. Tomorrow we're drawing Judge Dredd.
Oh, cool.
Dredd. The guys, I don't think really like to draw faces all that much.
Oh, there you go. So you got.
I love it. Like I'm the only one who drew a chick. I mean, even if it's not the most successful thing, you know what I mean? Like I'm always going to try to do something like that or have somebody in action.
Oh, at Jamaica, I wait at Jamaica train station every day. I got like 20 minutes before the train, and I did something really stupid. I had a Yoo-hoo. I had a Yoo-hoo for first time in like 20 years, and I barely made it home before I kicked open the door to go to the bathroom. So if guys, Yoo-hoo is the drink that refreshes and irrigates you, and goes in brown, comes out same exact way.
Don't tell Yogi Berra.
Oh God. It was. I panicked. I was almost panicking. So there you go, guys.
Oh, that's bad.
A little too much information. All right, so let's get the show on the road. So it's clobbering time, and I really just wanted to talk about Magneto. So I kind of didn't care who Magneto was fighting, but the chat suggested the Metal Men. Wow. And it's not as straightforward as you think.
It's pretty straightforward.
So, Marcus, I know about the Metal Men, but I assume you know much more. Would you?
I'm a little. Well, the Metal Man was created by Robert Kaniger and Ross Andrew, the guy who drew Spider-Man.
And did Ross Andrew also? Am I wrong thinking he's one of the guys for the Doom Patrol also?
No, that's Bruno Premiani.
Okay, all right.
Ross Andrew was at that time he was drawing Wonder Woman. He had an 8-year run on Wonder Woman, and then Stan Lee hired him to do, some Marvel comics. I mean, those guys just knocked out pages,
Yeah.
But he did that Spider-Man in the 70s. He's the one that really established Mary Jane. He kind of took over after Gwen Stacy died. And he was in comics forever, like especially did a lot of war comics. And so there's 6 robots, and Eric's right. They're created by Dr. Will Magnus. And they had Gold. He was the leader. Iron Man was a strong Iron, not Iron Man. Iron. Lead, who was kind of slow, and they were able to change shapes. It's kind of like almost like a Plastic Man type of thing. There was Tin and Platinum, who was called Tina, who had a crush on Dr. Magnus. And what I remember about them mostly is that they really could do almost anything. They'd like build themselves up their own like contraption to defeat the thing. And Chemo was one of their he fought Superman.
I love Chemo. Yeah.
Is it pronounced Chemo or Chemo? Either or. I have no idea. And that was their big thing that they couldn't ever defeat. But it was a really quirky thing. It was much more about the personalities and the bickering between the Metal Men and Tina's crush on Dr. Magnus, who was not comfortable with it, that the comic was actually about. Yeah, Lead was the shield. Eric the Guapo, if you know much about it, you can come on in.
Come on in, Eric.
I know you don't have to show your face.
One of the things about the Metal Men is like Gold was brash, charismatic, like their personalities were determined by
He's like the superhero guy.
Right. You know what I mean? They're a chemical composition of their metal kind of determined their personality. So like Iron was kind of like resolute, and stubborn. Lead was like lethargic.
Yeah, and he was slow, kind of dim-witted.
Yeah, Tin was cowardly, timid. And Platinum, this beautiful metal, expensive. She was all like, for some reason, I always pictured Tina Louise's voice doing Platinum.
Yeah, exactly. Well, right. Yeah. And also there was Mercury, who had temper issues and thought he was better than everybody else.
And then if you remember in the maybe was it the 90s or the 2000s, they introduced copper. And then got rid of copper just as quick.
They've introduced a bunch of different metals like alloy and stuff, but they never lasted. That main core, and they had a pretty long run, 45 issues bi-monthly. It's not pretty bad, pretty good.
Right.
And then they came back in the 70s. Like the Walt Simons, they did a whole run of issues with them. I think
What year did they debut?
62, I think.
Oh, that
it was really.
I thought it was the 50s, but not.
It's 60. Yeah, they appeared in Showcase in 62.
Okay.
And they got their own title in 63, and then in the 70s, it's one of those things that got canceled in 1969. But we have another idea, and back then they didn't start everything out with a number 1, so they'd start out with here's number 45, and I think like Walt Simons did like 10 issues early. Walter Simons was really fantastic, and I remember a mini series by Dan Jurgens in the 90s of them, and then after that, I don't know. I know that Shane Davis drew one with the CEO of what's his name? I forget his name. It's going to be here somewhere. Dan Didio. He did it was one of Dan Didio's favorite characters with the Metal Men.
What year was that?
A lot. I think it was in the 2010s. It's like around the New 52.
Yeah, if it was New 52, then I didn't get it. That was like my jumping off point with DC.
Yeah, I think Shane and Dan Didio was one of Dan Didio's favorite characters. And DC guys would come up and say, "I want to do the Metal Men," and they go, "No, we're saving it." Like they were saving characters for Mark Millar to come back to. Mark Millar wasn't coming back to DC, and people were like, "Why can't I do a bit limited series?"
Chuck Dixon talks about that all the time.
right. Eric Kokoff was right. It was more like 2020. Right, you're right, Eric. Sorry.
DC has like sweetheart deals, like the Wraith, who's like the opposite Batman. That he says everybody pitching the story with the Wraith, and they never let him do it.
Mm-hmm.
Yes, Shane was still at work with. I remember that. I remember. Animation Overlord. Hope everyone's doing well.
Yeah, I don't think Shane and I don't think he was already officially canceled. I think he kind of just came to CG.
Yeah,
like canceled. It was going to happen regardless. But
how you doing, Ben? Good to see you. How's everyone? So what I remember most about the Metal Men is Will Magnus is like a super genius, and he invented the responsometer. And the responsometer was like this. Sometimes it's spherical, sometimes it's a disc, but it's magic science that exists in comic books, super science. If you follow the Venture Brothers, and what it is it's like an AI machine that was put into like these basically humanoid forms made out of metal. It caused, because let's face it, gold can't just morph and change and stretch to do all these things. You got to hammer out, but with the responsometer, it created a personality. It created like the metal was like liquid and changeable. So the responsometer is like the soul of the Metal Men. And that's just something I wanted to point out.
Well, the Metal Men were also unkillable. Every time they got destroyed, Dr. Magnus could bring them back.
Right, he just recovered the responsometer and put it into another body, So that they were almost like golems. One of my pet peeves is liquid metal.
Well, Mercury's really liquid metal.
Yeah, Mercury's the only one, but like lead, it takes a lot of effort to. Lead doesn't. It's not plastic.
I think iron and lead are the most useful metals. I think. Well, I'm against Magneto. That remains to be seen. But gold is really malleable. Like gold is like a really soft metal.
Yeah. That's why gold. We don't use gold to build with. We use gold for decorative purposes.
Yeah, you could eat gold leaf for gosh sakes.
Yep. I think Metal Men was the last title under Didio's reign.
That makes sense.
Probably. Hi, Ben and Overlord. Hello. I like when people start talking to each other. So let's talk. So we talked about the origins of the Metal Men. You said Chemo or Chemo, however you pronounce his name.
Chemo. That was to me. That's the one I remember most. It says here, Dr. Yes, Professor Bravo, the Chemical Monster, Chemo, Uranium Missile Men. But I remember Chemo because of the Walt Simonson issues mainly. And then Byrne brought him back during Superman when he kind of teamed him up Metal Man and Superman. I think that one in Action Comics. So I
Well, didn't
remember,
they-
and I think he was also in one of the cartoons. I don't remember which one, either Teen Titans or Superman. So
Are
I
there
remember that one the most.
any important Metal Men stories that you can recall?
I'm not as tight. Maybe Eric has an idea in the chat that would be an important, but I think they just kind of had personality stories, and they fought the villain of the week.
Right.
And usually they're saving the world, and every other month. Right.
Right. They dropped Chemo on or Chemo. I'm going to say Chemo because Chemo sounds.
Chemo sounds like
Yeah.
I just said that automatic. I really don't.
Chemo. Yeah, they dropped Chemo on Bloodhaven and like just made it into like a chemical wasteland.
Because they're so cheery in DC Comics, aren't they?
Well, part of I can't help but think that part of they destroyed everything Chuck Dixon did. He created Bloodhaven. They destroyed Blood. He created Spoiler. They got rid of Spoiler.
Spoiler, yeah.
Everything Chuck Dixon did, it's like DC went out of his way to, like Chuck Dixon said, he goes, I can't help but take it personally at this point.
Except for Bane.
Yeah, Bane's too
because they're making money on Bane.
The Metal Men showed up in the Gods and Monsters animation. I did not know that.
He must have really made somebody angry there, but I can't. He always said he wanted to get along. I don't quite understand it.
The thing about Chuck Dixon is he's a professional, and he's that guy that does his whole. You know, in class when the teacher's just like, "Okay, you got all summer to write your report." Chuck Dixon writes the report on the first day of summer break.
Yeah, I have a son like that. My older son.
I'm that guy that's the day before it's due.
Yeah,
up all night writing.
My younger son is like you, and my older son is like Chuck Dixon.
But Chuck Dixon said that he got fired from I can't remember the title. The new iteration of The Outsiders. He goes,
yes. I don't know.
He goes, you should have told me I was fired. I'm 6 scripts ahead. So he said
I know, he's always ahead.
They said that they paid him for 6 scripts and never used them.
So that's why he has 12 Levon Cade books, and I've read 2. Yeah. But it's been made in a movie called The Working Man. You can watch a trailer with Jason Statham.
And he also said that he hated having exclusive contracts because he worked so far ahead. You know, so he said he would write a year's worth of comics in 2 months. He goes, "What? Now I'm not going to work for 10 months?" He goes, "Give me
because nobody else does that."
Right. And then you got Dan Slott, who's like, "Christos Gage, can you help me finish my script?"
Well, you know who was the legendary late. There's a couple of legendary people that were late with their scripts. Steve Gerber and Steve Englehart.
Yes,
they were really late. Englehart tried to write 4 books at once, and he was so late that he had to go to DC. Marvel wanted to kick him out. And even though he was the best writer they had, they couldn't take it. All the books were late, and they were filling in with reprints. This is like years before Shooter. And they would just take work like
Deadline
these guys,
Doom, and then they would show like Tales from the Uncanny. Like, yeah, I remember that.
Yeah. And he was the greatest, maybe the best Avengers writer, unless you like Roy Thomas better. But he'd always be behind, and the artists are waiting, and then that's why Vin Colletta worked so much in the 70s. They didn't have time to give it to somebody who could really work on it.
Steve Gerber was a shame because.
Yeah, he was. Yeah,
but Steve Gerber also needed a strong editor because that guy could go off the rails.
Go way off the rails.
Yeah, read some of his Defenders. There was like, I was convinced that the Defenders just nobody cared about that book. It was just.
I had every Defender before something because that was a 1 series. I had every issue of the Defenders.
It was funny because it seemed like, as a kid, in my neighborhood anyway, it was like, oh, you like the Avengers? Over here, we like the Defenders. Like,
I just remember
weren't allowed to like
comics. I mean, the station they would. I think the 2 stores in town, especially station, they would really carry all the comics and a lot of the Treasury editions. I had a lot of the first edition of Wonder Woman, the first. When they had those first editions, somehow I had them. Like I don't remember.
Sometimes back then, if you had older brothers or.
Sometimes
my brothers had friends. They'd be like, "Hey, give this to John. He likes."
I was the oldest. I just think the fact that everything was like 25 cents. My mom and dad didn't go. Here's 25 cents. Go get a comic.
Yeah.
Like 20 cents. 20 started at the end of 20 cents, and it's 25 cents. And even back then, 25 cents wasn't a whole lot of money.
Yeah. I used to buy comics with my change for my lunch money. You know, my mother would give me $1 a day for lunch money, and I got a comic book and lunch every day.
I used to save when I was a teenager, I used to get some money. Oh, you're going to buy lunch this week, and I would save all that money to go to so I'd have $100 to go to the comic convention and buy back issues.
So, anyway, let's talk about Magneto now. So Magneto debuted. What's that?
Go ahead. You're going to talk about Magneto.
And Magneto debuted in Uncanny X-Men #1. Jack Kirby, Steve Ditko, and back then he was just a run-of-the-mill world conqueror. You know, he just happened to be a mutant, and he had the stupidest plan in the world. He was going to like take over missiles and threaten the world. He wasn't even asking for a ransom or anything like that. He was just a menace. You know, and he kind of was just a crazy person for a long time.
Well, that's right.
You know, he showed up in other comics, you know, and he was just a ranting madman with no personality for a really, really long time. I thought, I'm sorry?
All that retcon, you know, with the X-Men and
and all. Was it Len Wein or was it Chris Claremont? That really struck gold that turned him into what we consider Magneto.
Claremont.
It was
Wein only did Giant Size X-Men 1, and Claremont helped him with it. So Claremont really had a lot to do with Giant Size X-Men 1 too. And the turning point of Magneto was, you were right, Magneto was, when the X-Men went away, they showed up in the Avengers, and he trashed the Avengers because he's really powerful.
Right.
But in the Defenders, he got turned into a baby.
Right.
Remember that? They turned all the evil – he did have the Brotherhood of Evil Mutants, and they turned him to a baby. And Claremont used that to, one, keep him young and make him way more powerful. And then he delved into his background. Now, I agree with you. He probably should have never been a hero, but Claremont's X-Men.
Right. So his past really didn't matter for the longest time. He was literally a ranting madman for.
He was not much more than the Red Skull.
Yeah.
And Red Skull had more reason to be a ranting madman.
Right. And then, like you said, the Claremont run. I forgot that it was in the Defenders where he got. Was it Eric the Red?
I remember that. I remember those issues. Yeah.
And then he kind of
Claremont was around
focused personality.
He was that, like, the Defenders is like 1974, and then the new X-Men came out 1977 or 19. It wasn't that.
I forget the exact year.
Most of the Byrne Claremont run, Claremont, Cockrum, and Byrne was in the 70s. They didn't hit the 80s until like the very end, the very end of the run.
Then I think they struck gold with his character. They really transformed it. He was like no different than the Wrecker. What I mean.
The Wrecker, though.
Yeah, I like the Wrecker. I'm just saying he was just villain number 6. And then
they made him Professor X's Moriarty.
Right.
And that's probably what they thought. No, Claremont was in the offices. He worked for Marvel from the late 60s, working in the office. He wasn't always the writer, So he had the thought about this for a long time.
So he became what we know, like, he was it wasn't clear at first if he was Jewish and put into concentration camp because he was Jewish, and then found out that he was a mutant later. Then that got changed and he was put into a concentration camp because he was a mutant, which kind of fits. But either way, he was Jewish. The Nazis put him into a concentration camp. He lost his family, his first family. He rebelled against it, and it was just an awesome backstory. They made like the first sympathetic villain that you like. I get it.
And his reasoning was to take over so that stuff doesn't happen again.
Right. And he's the perfect example of
he was almost superior.
He's the perfect example of Nietzsche, like, battle not with monsters lest you become a monster.
Right. And the brilliant thing about it as a retcon for the character, if you go back and reread all the early issues, it adds to everything he did, even though he didn't tell us.
Right.
Why did he put the Brotherhood of Evil as well? It was because of this, because of his history in the Holocaust.
That's the kind of retcon that I love.
It really worked together. But those guys back then, Wolfman, Claremont, Wein, Byrne, Cockrum, they all did that. That's what they thought about these characters, and they really thought it through. It isn't just throw stuff on top. Well, Sam Wilson's going to be Captain America. Well, why? You know, the legacy character of Captain America is Bucky. Why wouldn't Bucky become Captain? I mean, if you wanted to have a new Captain America at all, it would be Bucky, like Flash and Kid Flash and all that stuff.
What I'd like, you know, you said it was a retcon, but to me it wasn't a retcon is when you change established continuity.
That's true. There was no established continuity.
Right. What they did was they filled in the details of that, and it, like you said, it worked, and it worked in such a way that when you look back at all of his past plans, it kind of shed a light on, oh, this is why he behaves like this. But that is the kind of comic book, like John Byrne is great with that. He'll add detail.
Well, he understands the whole history of the characters.
Right. And at the same time, Magneto became a very political character. You know, when they say comic books were always, but
comic books were always political. They weren't, but they were political in a different way. They weren't, here's my politics and you're stupid. Like there's that panel that's going around X with Rogue pointing her finger, yelling at Cyclops. It wasn't like that. It was like the Submariner's going to, and the Aquaman, like in the same month, are going to fight the dirty oceans, you know, the polluted ocean. It was kind of a little more general. Right. But they always had guys like that. They always had to read somebody. They want to be political. Read early 70s Captain America. The Red Skull was literally trying to have an uprising in Harlem against the white people. I mean, yeah, right, yeah.
Well,
but it wasn't. It
like
was
like Superman was going after wife beaters and bad landlords. To my response is, who's defending wife beaters and bad landlords?
Right, that's not right.
You're mixing partisan politics with populism. Like nobody likes the Nazis, you know. But the progressives want to hate the Nazis and then get patted on the back. You know, dude, everybody hates the Nazis.
You know, the most obvious one, the pre-cheat comic that's more like today is Green Lantern, Green Arrow.
Right, and that didn't sell as well as people. You know,
no, it didn't sell as well. No, it did not sell as well as people think. Although Neil Adams says that's not true, but it didn't sell as well as people think.
Well, there's a reason they changed it. If it sold as well as they did,
they canceled it. They didn't even change it. It got canceled.
I rest my case. You know what I mean?
And like the Captain America one, Englehart still wasn't putting his attitude. That was a Captain America story. What if Captain America got thrown into this whole thing? And then for us kids, he made it the whole Secret Empire instead of, which is true now, according to Paul Raboche. It's all the Secret Empire. Anyway, you know, so that we could I love that storyline. I loved it. I didn't think twice of it. It didn't make me a leftist, you know.
But don't forget, when that storyline ended, they brought in Jack Kirby.
Well, after Frank Robbins was on it for a year.
You know.
I don't know. I you know, they said Englehart said that it sold. He made Captain America sell. He did a whole ton of work, a year or two work before, you know, when he had the fascist Captain America from the 50s. I still like those comics. Because they had a way of doing it differently that you could enjoy the story regardless. You know. Yeah.
But so back to Magneto, he had this great story, and if you remember, they kind of drip released his past. I'm not even joking, over like a 5-year period, and it was a lot of fun to put the puzzle to a guy like me, who just loves all the continuity and everything like that. Like, I'll never forget there was an X-Men issue, and they talk about a Magneto's just sitting there. He's got bandages from a recent, and he's on asteroid M, and he's pushing buttons, and all of a sudden this woman comes on the screen, and he goes, "Magda, I almost forgot about you, my beautiful wife," and he goes, "Delete." And
I remember that. I don't even have to look it up.
You know, and then you're like, and then a couple of years later, in the Avengers, Scarlet Witch talks about her mother Magda, you know, and you're like, what? Scarlet Witch, that, and then you went back to your long boxes and you got that. No, I swear to God, it was in this X-Men issue, and then you found it. You're like, is Magneto? And then like astute comic book fans are like, Magneto is Scarlet Witch's. And then you didn't want to tell your friends because they didn't outright say it. You know how comic books could change. So like, and then you find out it was just so much fun to see all of this little nuances and continuity, and then they threw you for a curve with Django Reinhardt or whatever his name.
Oh
is,
yeah,
the puppeteer, and then you found out that he was the adopted parents, and you know what I mean. And then
right.
it was just so
Yeah, they were
much
born on
fun.
Wundagore. Magda went up to the Wundagore, and the cow
Right.
Bulba gave birth to them. This is why I read these things about the comics I read when I was a kid. Like Tom Brevoort has a blog, and am I the biggest fan of Tom Brevoort as editor of comics? No, but he's roughly our age, and he's writing about the comics I bought when I was a kid.
Right.
And there's another guy who has long screeds, and I try to keep up with that just because why do I remember stuff? Because I want to kind of relive those comics.
They're so much fun, and that's why I do the Sunday.
The comics, we're all trying to recreate that fun, and it's hard to do. Comics is hard.
I will say,
got to recreate it in one graphic.
If I may toot my own horn for a second, in issue 3 of Heroic Tales, I want to talk about I'm going to finally tell the origin of the patriarch, and there's one little Easter egg that I'm going to drop in there that you're not going to realize it's an Easter egg until around issue 5. And I really like Marcus. I don't want to tell you, but I just hope that you're going to go like, oh, you know what I mean? Like,
right.
A drip release Easter egg that this one I will not spoil. But anyway,
who's the bigger?
So Magneto became
this comic more, you or Vaughn Coleman?
I'm sorry.
Who spoils their comic book more, you or Vaughn?
Probably. I get so excited. I
know you both do. Yeah, I know.
So back to Magneto. So Magneto, he witnessed the horrors of discrimination and racism and stuff, like, to the point where you can't argue with it. Like, he is right, but it's the perfect example of the methods are wrong. So now he's gonna become that which he hates, and I just find that such a great villain. He's really one of Marvel's best villains. He's one of comic books' best villains. And I really hate that the X-Men just want humans to be treated like they want humans to be treated like everybody else, except when Magneto gets arrested and put on a trial for his crime.
What I find even worse than that, and that's kind of like a Claremont thing that he did, and you're right about it. But what they did is there was supposed to be a difference between Professor X and Cyclops, because Cyclops is like Professor X's hands and eyes and ears, right? And Magneto. And now they're all Magneto. All the X-Men are Magneto.
Right.
They all want to beat the crap out of every human. They want to live in Genosha. I don't think it's that much better under Gail Simone's run, although I haven't heard much great about it. And I think that's the biggest thing. And that started, the crossovers. It started in the middle of the 90s, really, with all the Fall of the Mutants and all the crossovers. And it was all incestuous to be they're only fighting mutants. They weren't going out and teaming with the Avengers too often.
If you remember the X-Men under Stan Lee, by around issue 11 or 12, they stopped with all the mutant stuff, and the X-Men they became like an attaché to the FBI. They had that guy, Agent Duncan, is that his name?
Yeah. The two comics that Lee did not have a handle on, well, were Hulk and X-Men. Hulk, nobody knew what the Hulk was doing for the first 6 issues.
Right.
Kirby thought he could fly. Lee thought he didn't fly. That's why you have Hulk running around in his arms or looking like Superman and stuff. And in the X-Men, they just didn't know what to do with them because they weren't that much different from the Avengers, at that point.
Right.
They weren't unique enough.
I mean, even the early Ghost Riders, his powers changed. He transformed at night. It was almost like the Hulk to me. They didn't know what to do with Ghost Riders for a long time.
If anybody says they don't like the X-Men, what they have to do, and this includes Graham Nolan and Aaron Lopresti, because
they don't like the X-Men.
No, they both don't like the X-Men.
I know Chuck Dixon doesn't like the X-Men either. He goes, bunch of whiners.
Yeah, but they have to go back and read the Cockrum Byrne issues up to about 150.
Right.
And then
X-Men 100 guys.
After that, they can say whatever they want about the X-Men. But they weren't whiners when Byrne was drawing them.
No, with the X-Men from 100 to 150, 50 issues of top quality.
100 was a fantastic, that cover with them facing each other. They took comics by storm. Part of the reason why they didn't like the X-Men because they were a little jealous.
But I gotta say, you could quit after about 200, and I know that's when they got super popular, and then like they just became like more soap opera and less superhero.
Well, as an artist, you always bought the X-Men because the best artists are always on the X-Men. After the Image guys and Jim Lee, then it was the Kubert brothers and Will Spartasio and it's Mark Silvestri, and you were always buying it no matter what. If you were really paying more attention to writing, I think they kind of lost it when they went to Australia.
Yep.
Yeah,
I quit.
That got really complicated.
I quit the X-Men at 204, and then I'm
That's
a crazy person. I think I bought up to
204 is a nice June Brigman issue. I know June Brigman.
Eric DeGuapo says if Nightcrawler ain't in it, I ain't reading.
Well, Cockrum liked Nightcrawler and Byrne hated Nightcrawler. And Cockrum hated
and then Byrne liked Wolverine.
Yeah.
So anyway,
there was a lot of infighting between the creators back then too, except it wasn't on social media.
Right. And
they did act it the same way as without being mean.
Unless you got like what was the name of the magazine that had like 12-page interviews? I'm trying to think of it now.
There was Comics Interview.
This Comic Kid, yeah, and then you'd hear like John Byrne talking crap about Jim Shooter. You're like, what? Yeah,
I have this book I got for Christmas, and I put it online. That Kevin Wolf put, and he goes, I wonder why Cockrum kept drawing the covers instead of Byrne when Byrne took over X-Men 108 because he had posted X-Men 107. And I looked I haven't read this book yet, but I kind of knew where it was going to be. I could tell. And I found it. Cockrum kept drawing the covers to piss Byrne off because Byrne came in wanting to do the X-Men so badly. And they knew Cockrum was going to handle the X-Men. And he could not do a monthly book. He could barely do the bi-monthly book. So he became the cover art designer for Marvel. So he kept doing it because Byrne would piss everybody off every time he came into the office. So he kept doing all those covers. And that takes money out of it. The comics were only 17 pages back then. So that took money out of Byrne's mouth. That's how bad they were to each other. And in the thing, it's like, ha, 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 that's just a joke. That's $65, $150 for a cover back then? Come on. It's just as bad as anything that we deal with.
Man, I wish I could pay $160 for a Byrne cover today. That would be awesome.
Well, I think
So let's get to the battle now. I don't think we need to come up with a crazy scenario why Magneto would be fighting the Metal Men. We could have early crazy madman Magneto just stealing missiles, or we could have
So my problem with it is that Magneto can do, by the end that I remember, Magneto could do almost anything. He pulled Wolverine's adamantium out of his body, and it looked like if you colored it red, it looked like Mercury, right? In the Metal Men. So how powerful is he? And we know not all metals are magnetic, but he can pretty much get the ions in the air. I mean, he became almost unbeatable by the end of when I stopped reading it. I don't know what he does now.
I knew even Stan Lee said, magnetism and electricity are basically the same thing. But Magneto is super intelligent enough that he could create a lightning bolt. He goes, but Electro is kind of a dummy. He's not
right. He's just Mac. Yeah, Mac Gargan, just a moron. Yeah. Well, that's good. That's how it should be. But so I know that when we're first reading him up into the 60s, even he was, he was really powerful, but it wasn't defined. It was like bolts. But Neil Adams, Roy Thomas, in their run, they depowered him. He had almost no power in that Savage Land. And then he became a baby and got repowered back up. And, he's flying. He's doing stuff he never did before. And I don't know how the Metal Men beat him. I don't know how anybody beats him. The X-Men used to lose to him on a regular basis, for God's sake.
I mean, to me, Like, yeah, like what is Magneto going to do to lead? You know what I mean? Like lightning doesn't affect it. Magnetism doesn't affect it. You know, like lead could just walk up to him and punch him in the face. Like if you want to get scientific about it.
Well, you have to get scientific about it.
But then Magneto could take iron and
wrap lead up.
You know, use them as a bludgeon and stuff like that. I remember back in the DC forums, this was like, you know, somebody would champion this guy. You know, there was this one guy's name was Timmy Tim, and Batman could beat anybody. He was so freaking annoying. But the next guy was Magneto. Everybody would lose to Magneto. Everybody would lose to Magneto. And I just said Captain Marvel, you know, Shazam beats, because that was my champion. And like Captain Marvel beats him easily. And they're like, how? I said, Captain Marvel just stands a half a mile away and throws a tennis ball at him at super speed. What is Magneto going to do? You know, tennis ball bypasses.
Well, that's how you beat. That's how. Yeah, that's it. That's how you'd have to beat Magneto. Is based on reaction time.
Right. You know what I mean? Like
how fast can he
like Magneto's attacking. Okay, Superman goes above the clouds, shoots him with heat vision. What is
from far away?
You can't do anything. You can't do anything to heat based on electromagnetism. You know what I mean?
But if you remember, like they got defeated and they were in the and they were stuck in the Savage Land because of it. And when they did beat Magneto that time in the Burn Run, they made it really humid and it sapped he's sweating.
Right.
And he got distracted, and then Colossus was able to punch him. You know, like
they really
had to play with him. They could not beat him one-on-one.
Like it really changed the way I look at superheroes when Mike Baron did The Flash, where the Flash needed to eat a lot of food to keep his calories.
Yeah, they got rid of that quick.
So I always thought about like all right, Superman's the exception. His powers come from solar, and but like Wolverine needs to eat a lot to regenerate. So like if you wanted to kill Wolverine, like I always just chain him underwater. You know what I mean? Like you have his hands spread out so he can't use. Like sooner or later he will drown and he can't regenerate.
Well, they overpowered Wolverine too, but you're absolutely right.
You know,
I mean, they had Wolverine come back from a blood god.
Yeah, but that was he was powered by some sort of magic science crystal thing.
You know what I mean?
Hi, Lord.
I'm that nuts about.
Oh, I brought this comment up, but I didn't read it. Eric the Guapo has an interesting. Gold, lead, platinum, mercury, and tin are non-magnetic. Non-ferrous.
Right.
Yeah, they're non-ferrous, meaning that you can't pick them up with a magnet and stuff like that. Iron and copper are. I see Magneto using those two against the rest. Yeah. So I'll get back to my thoughts on this fight, but I'm just, you know.
Okay, I have a question for you before you. Does Magneto have super strength?
I don't think so. I think he uses his magnetics the way my character, the Patriarch, uses his telekinesis.
Okay.
You know, like a lot of it is showing. Like the Patriarch doesn't want people to know that he's telekinetic, but in the he wants people to think that he's super strong and invulnerable. It's kind of like an image thing. Maybe it's an ego thing, whatever.
Right.
But ultimately, I don't want my bad guys to know exactly what I could do. And if you read Heroic Tales, he kind of messed up a little bit.
The guy figured it out. I saw that. Yeah, that's not good.
So, but I always I picture Magneto is probably stronger than the average bear. And again, I put everything in role playing terms. Like Magneto's got to be like in my Villains Vigilantes game. Magneto's got to be like a 20th level villain.
The thing about Magneto is, so the Marvel villains, top Marvel villains are. Yeah, there's the three Marvel villains. There's Doctor Doom, Magneto, and the Red Skull.
Right. These guys are 20th level villains. In my role playing game, 20th level is like legendary. Like Captain America is a 20th level superhero. So the way I think of it is he had 20 levels to train up. So Magneto, if he's not stronger than the average bodybuilder, that's on him. He had 20 levels to train. Right. That's just the way I think of it. So, no, does he have super strength? No, but he's probably, or at least should be, the peak of humanity. You know,
I'm finding out about Magneto. They've done so much with these X characters that it's hard to find out the true information.
This is funny. Yeah, that reminds me of Colossus was being thrown around by Magneto, and he just turns off his metal skin, walks up, and punches him in the face. Yeah. Yeah. So Magneto's taking hostages to get the other metal men to surrender. Yep. or I'll get back to the fight. Not hostages. The metal men can't let each other die and get rebuilt later. I was thinking of it as like Magneto ain't no dummy, and there's metal everywhere. There's iron everywhere. When I was teaching school, one of the things that we did is we all went out into the dirt with these powerful like magnets and rolled them around in the dirt to pull out iron filings. You know what I mean? You know those iron filings that you have that picture in the plastic and you draw on the guy. You know, we all got that, and that was just in the dirt in the back. So Magneto, just like if I was Magneto, like every day I think of this when I'm on the construction site. Look at all of this iron and steel just laying around. Like if I was Magneto, I would just be like, anywhere in New York, there's a construction site within Magneto's range of powers. He could fight gold just
force fields,
right? Just with stuff laying around, collateral stuff laying around,
cars.
You know what I mean? So like lead. Okay, so lead is not ferrous. Lead is not affected by magnetic fields and lightning and whatever Magneto could toss on, but he could throw cars at him. He could, So I do see that the metal men having a hard time, and like Dale A says, with the metal men, let the metal men die, and like you said, they die all the time and coming back. Here's the thing, yeah, and Eric says the same exact thing. They die and get rebuilt later. Now here's the thing, I can't help but think of this responsometer, whatever you want to call it, magic science, alchemy, whatever. I think of it as a computer. So is that vulnerable to magnetic field? Like, could Magneto theoretically destroy their souls? You know what I mean? Wipe that computer clean. So like, okay, so they get rebuilt, but now Gold has no memory of.
So what if to defeat Magneto, what if they melted down Mercury and like poured into Magneto's ear? And then Mercury reformed in Magneto's brain, like part of Mercury, because Mercury is sentient when he's liquid form.
Right.
And kind of just gave him brain damage or something. I mean, this is like the nastiest thing. Why do I think of that?
Well, yeah. I thought the metal men had souls contained in the metal. Like,
they all have responsibility. I think they have the separate that's on their arm, like right about here.
Yeah, I thought it was the responsometer, and the metal was just, matter, and they could take that responsometer and put it.
Let me see. I don't know if they say the responsibilities are metal. Let's see.
Unless I could be.
They appear in Kingdom Come.
That scene in the X-Men when he pulls iron out of the guard's body was pretty cool. Oh, in the movie, yeah. What? Beware of beautiful women you meet in bars. That was pretty clever. I love that they put him in a plastic jail. They had plastic chess pieces. Xavier had the plastic. That was pretty clever. I love logical ways to contain superpowers. If the responsibilities are magnetic, yeah. See, that's just it. Lead is blood, lead poisoning. Yeah.
Let's see. I'm trying to see.
What I know, Magneto is strong in the same way Batman is strong. Yeah, that's kind of what I was saying. At times he's shown some level super strength.
Well, but he also has a constant force field around him.
Right, and also
it's almost impossible to get through.
Also, Magneto wears chainmail. Like when John Byrne drew him, it was chain, and I always picture
chainmail. That's right.
He's controlling this chainmail to enhance his strength, like an exoskeleton, and to repulse Colossus punching him. The same with that helmet is you know what I mean? So and even without his costume, like could Magneto use the iron in his blood to like temporarily boost?
Well, that's what I was thinking. Right. What if he kills Magnus and then they can't get rebuilt?
John and Marcus salute just here in the background. Yeah.
That's good. Mark, hey, how you doing?
Lucas, what are the Lucas? Logic, one of these days you're going to surprise me and actually pop in. Which reminds me, I should put the invite in the chat.
Hey, I was right about metal. Huh? All right, let's see.
What were you right about?
That metal could melt down and get into small spaces. But it doesn't say anything about the responsometer being metal. Nobody said that. Assuming
right. So what
each responsometer is the same as the character. I would think like Gold has a gold responsometer and platinum or responsometer.
Yeah. To me, that's the win or lose scenario. If the responsometer could get like EMP'd, and
well,
I mean, like you said,
electromagnetic pulse. You know what? EMP, Magneto. There you go, Magneto.
Yeah.
And did you always pronounce it Magneto?
Yeah, I always said Magneto.
So did I, but I know people said Magneto for a long time. That's a big.
Some people say Magneto. It's chemo, Magneto, Magneto. Let's call the whole thing off.
Well, chemo is right because if you look at chemo, but for that character, it's chemo.
This is appropriate of nothing, but I always hate O villain, like superheroes with an O, like. But the exceptions being Magneto, Electro, and Mysterio.
Oh, at the end.
Those are the three O's. But like if you're gonna make like Lazo, or Strong O.
Well, that's what my little kids do.
Stretch O. Amazo. I hate Amazo. But Eric loves Amazo. I said
like the character, not be crazy
when I first saw the kid. But I remember I was in Albuquerque and I was driving by an old factory and it actually said Magneto. Like they had a Magneto like that.
It's like the real word, yeah.
Yeah, so Electro is a real word, Magneto is a real word, and Mysterio just fits like because he's supposed to be a showman. You know what I mean?
Well, we could go through a whole thing of that issue when Spider-Man punches Mysterio through the cloud. Ditko, like that's one of the best panels ever. And
then another one is Mesmero. I don't know.
Mesmero, yeah. Well, listen, there's a DC and D-list character. Mesmero became a big deal, but key character, but not at the beginning.
So, ladies and gentlemen, people watching, we got a bunch of people watching. I think that Metallo, I'm torn. Crypto's a good name for a dog.
Yeah, that's a dog's name. Also we forgot that the genius of Magneto's costume, that Kirby, it never was updated. He's always in his real costume, I think, to this day.
Except for that really bad purple costume with the M that he had.
That's that one. No, but they still go back to the regular because that's because they were trying to get rid of the helmet. Nobody knew how old or young Magneto was throughout the 60s and 70s because he never took off his helmet. It was almost like the Dr. Doom's mask situation. It's one of those costumes that stood the test of time. There you go. Now we don't know how old John is, except he's got a giant beard. Right, like you couldn't tell. Like who designs a costume?
I can't hear you. I can't hear anything. I should take this to work.
You should. Well, you'll put it.
I gotta wear a helmet. I got a helmet, like an Easy Rider.
I'm not so sure OSHA would like that helmet. Don't forget your.
I remember I showed this to my niece. My niece was 6 at the time. And she goes, "Oh, you should wear that helmet and wear your Superman cape or walk around town. You'd be the coolest guy." And I'm like, "Yeah." In the eyes of a 6-year-old niece, everybody else would be like, "Stay away from that man."
Your hood, or you put it on under your hood.
Amazo is so corny; it's hard to hate him.
Well, I when I was a kid and I was reading the Super Spectacular, bringing Amazo was unbeatable. I actually didn't like him that much. Like, he aped all of the Justice League's powers. It's like, well, they had to figure it out. It's one of the few characters that could defeat Superman, I suppose.
High Lords gold is very conductive. Matter of fact, gold wires are used for supercomputers. The only thing better than gold is platinum wires.
Platinum, gold, copper.
But gold isn't. It can't be picked up by magnets, but it's conductive. You know what I mean? So, like, yeah, there you go. But I think lead would be the ultimate weapon against lead and mercury would be the ultimate weapons. I don't know. Is mercury affected by magnetic fields? I don't think so. I don't think it's.
Yeah, but that character Mercury is so weak. Really, I mean, he's
in tin
certain situations.
I could see tin being the surprise weapon. You can't pick up a tin with a magnet. I could see like.
Well, iron could throw iron.
Iron is the worst one to fight against.
They could make tin into like a spear. Right. And iron could throw the spear at Magneto and then kill him.
Kind of like the mistletoe with Balder.
Mercury couldn't do it, but tin could be sharp enough and strong enough to to pierce a human body.
Yeah.
But they'd have to use a distraction so Magneto's force field would go down.
Yeah, but
Assuming he's using
would
it.
Tin be affected by Magneto's force field?
I don't know. That's a good point.
You know what I mean? Just like a tennis ball.
Yeah, I could do that. They usually are smart enough to do that type of thing.
And you think with Will's, with Will Magnus, like communicating with them, like I could see Lead running interference. I could see Iron like not even going into the fight. Will Magnus would be like, Iron, you're just gonna be a liability in this fight. Don't even go. So
yeah, they used to do that to Colossus all the time.
Like, yeah, like don't even go. Like, it depends. Is it a surprise? I hate prep time because either everybody gets prep time or nobody gets prep time, because whoever gets prep time wins. That's we'll call that the long box rule. Whoever gets prep time, I don't care. That's so I don't want to hear about
these fights don't have prep time.
Right. So like if Lead is there, I mean if Iron is there, Iron is a liability in this fight. No end if buts about it. That's like what the worst. But but I could definitely see like Lead running interference, Gold kind of like offering himself up as like a sacrifice kind of thing, because that's the kind of noble thing he would do. And I could see like maybe Platinum or what, just wielding Tin as the just throwing that thing right into Magneto's eye, because the eye slits are open, and it would bypass the magnetic fields, and there you go. We got to win. I mean, so I do at first everybody's like, oh man, the metal men are going to get shredded, but if you do, I want to say comic book realism. Like let's be realistic. Comic books aren't realistic, but I do see like cowardly Tin pulling off the victory. What do you guys think in the chat? Pure metals are not magnetic, only iron, but all steels are allies to Earth. Yep. Logic thinks something I said was funny. I'm curious.
His name is Logic.
Magneto can use other metals as a shield, so Tin would have to pierce iron, or they can attack the shield trying to make it open. But that's just it. I don't think Tin would be affected by like if we're talking about magnetism, you could throw a tin ball through a magnetic field. Then Iron tosses Tin at Magneto. Yeah. I got to skip a comment. Too many opponents for one Magneto to battle. I'm with John. I like how the weakest metal becomes the trump card. Yeah, I kind of like that too. It's kind of poetic, and I really like when the heroes come up with something clever to defeat. So,
well, they have to come up with something clever. Everybody has to come on something to defeat Magneto or Dr.
Doom. Logic's laughing at the long box rule. The long box rule is not that there's no prep time. It's just that any hero with prep time beats any hero without prep time, or any character with prep time beats any character without prep time. It's, you telling me Spider-Man can't come up with a scenario to beat Batman, a guy with no power?
Spider-Man's athletic ability. I mean, they have him beating the Fantastic Four, Amazing Spider-Man #1.
Right.
Like, I think what we forget about Spider-Man. Well, here we go. We're talking about Spider-Man. Is his speed and agility combined with his strength. That's a really rare in comics, and they can really just make him bounce around. It's the problem with all these things is that you think of it all logically, but a lot of it is they use their powers. Which he's weak during this one, so Frogman can beat him. But he's really strong, so he can fight Firelord in the next issue.
Right.
I mean, that's the extreme.
Well, they would. Yeah, I mean, yeah, the hero's got to fit the story, kind of thing. You know what I mean?
Right. That's
and
right.
Also, there's like an unwritten rule where, like, for whatever reason, Frogman is robbing the bank. He doesn't get stopped. Like the Fantastic Four don't stumble upon him.
Yeah,
like the Shroud or Daredevil stuff. You know what I mean? It always seems like power sets.
Well, my feeling about the Fantastic Four is that they're not home a whole lot. They're out adventuring.
Right.
And so they're not, and they don't really go around local stuff. But yeah, why? You would think there'd be enough things. Oh, there's somebody robbing a bank, and Spider-Man and Daredevil would come swinging in, and smack each other because they both coming from other side. They all fight the same people. You know,
although I do like when they change it up a bit, like Daredevil fighting a Red Skull would be fun. You know, Logic. I thought the long box rule was superhero day must match. Yes, I can have more than one rule. I can have more than one rule.
John's a man of many rules. I
have many rules.
I just watched the role playing show. There's a lot of rules.
There are not many people who can keep up with spiders. It's funny because I used to have problems with the spider sense. I'm like, what spider has spider sense? You know.
But you know what? That was I don't know who came up with spider sense. You know, that I don't know if it was Ditko or Lee. But when you try to get I guess a spider has 8 eyes, right? When you try to get a spider, they're not always easy to get because they seem to sense you anyway.
I kind of
like spider sense.
When me and my friends we play role playing, and people's making up a new character. Like I always say, like you know, to make a fun superhero role playing character, it's like you got to have an attack, a defense, a way to sense more than the average bear, and a means of locomotion. You know what I mean? You know. So Spider-Man has an attack. You know, he's got the webbing, he's got the strength, he's got the defense. He's super agile. He's got a means of sense, and his locomotion is the webbing.
He's really powerful. Spider-Man. Well, you really think about it, they're really powerful. I mean, when you sit there and you look at them all, I love the Marvel Universe. When I was a kid, do you remember that? The Marvel Universe. He can lift 100 tons and anything.
Oh yeah. You're talking about the actual comic, the Marvel Universe.
Excuse me.
I said you're talking about the actual comic, the Marvel Universe. I love that. You can
the encyclopedia. Yeah,
looking at their powers.
And that all started with when Bob Layton and Mark Grunwald did that thing on the back of, I think it was a Spider-Man annual. I think it's the one with and then here's the level of powers, and here's what deals. Well, Hercules can only lift 70 tons, and Thor can lift 100 tons. Like, Jesus Christ, how many tons could it be? It's kind of like the way baseball sports people get paid. What's the difference between 50 million and 60 million? I mean,
poor Ped Grimm.
What do you just lift 100 tons for?
Yeah, I love. We should do a whole. It's clobbering time. DC's Who's Who versus the Marvel Universe.
Well, Who's Who is better artistically.
I like the Who's Who because they just said Superman flew. They didn't waste pages explaining.
That was a Marvel. I like the Marvel Universe because it was the first one.
Oh,
and the Marvel did break it down, which makes sense versus
this is faux. This is Vietnamese faux.
Oh yeah, I've had faux.
I got it last week, and I've been craving it all week.
Yeah, it's good, right?
I got to restore my stomach equilibrium after the Yoo-Hoo incident.
I can't believe you ate Yoo-Hoo. What? Yogi Berra made millions of dollars. He bought Yoo-Hoo in the 50s. That's how he made his money.
Screw you, Yogi Berra.
Well, he's passed on now. So
I almost didn't make it home.
Oh, my God. Well, it could have been a cup of coffee that did it to you, too, though. I wonder how much caffeine is in that.
But also, in Yoo-Hoo's defense, it could have been a dirty can because
I'm going to come with the super. If he drinks enough energy drinks, he gets more powerful.
It was a dirty little stand inside the Jamaica station. It looked like it hadn't been cleaned forever. So
yeah, that was the best thing to have.
Who knows what crud was living on
it? They could have a monster or something. Jesus.
I've been very conscious of the fact that I don't drink enough water. When I get thirsty, I
don't drink enough water either.
So I wanted to get water. So I was walking in there, and I'm just like, I get free water at work, and I come home and I'm like, I'm not paying for water. And I didn't want a Gatorade because it's just sugar. So I did the smart thing and got a Yoo-Hoo. Jeez, man.
I think I would have went for the Gatorade.
So there you go. So let's see everybody's comments over here. Spider-Man dodges bullets. Yep, he doesn't do the bullets; he dodges them. Oh, okay, you corrected it.
I saw your Captain Arachnid. Speaking.
Yeah, that's yeah.
I think I should have. I didn't know. Dave should just do a spider character. You can always take it away if people criticize. It's not that big a deal.
Isn't it pronounced "fa"? I don't know. I just remember it was pronounced "faux" in that show Modern Family, And God knows they must be right. Exactly, Eric. Where do you even get you? I haven't seen that. To be fair, that can was probably sitting in this little bodega since the 90s. It's probably
it was kind of a New York drink. I feel like we a lot of commercials about it. New York Yankees promoted it.
Right.
I feel like it's a New York thing, Yoo-hoo. So it might be still in New York, like Sabret's hot dogs, from the Bronx.
Funny story about Sabret hot dogs. For those of you who don't know, if you get a hot dog stand, those carts, we call it dirty water hot dogs.
Not anymore.
Because they just throw the hot dogs in this water, and God knows how often they change it. It's
Not
probably
anymore.
so filthy and filled with bacteria
Those
that
are
they
the
cancel
best hot
each other
dogs.
out. And it's just disgusting and wonderful at the same time. And you get these Sabrets, they're really thin. And when my wife came to visit for the first time from Canada, we were walking through Manhattan. I was like, "Oh, you got to get a dirty water hot dog." She's like,
yeah.
And I got one and I was eating it. And then I'm like, I'm getting another one. And then she was like, give me a bite. And she was like, oh my God.
When I went to visit Billy Tucci at the New York Comic Expo last May, and I saw Vaughn hung out with Vaughn and Bill and his buddy, Bobby Chrysavis. And I was really hungry, it was about lunchtime, and I took the train in, and I'm walking the long box. I don't know, I'll get a couple of hot dogs, $17 later, because they've all been corporatized. It isn't just a $5.25 dirty hot dog anymore.
Oh, last time I worked in Manhattan, I've been working in Queens for like the past 10, 15 years. But before that, I worked in Manhattan.
No, it was a lot cheaper way back then.
Absolutely. There was a Vietnamese woman, and she's like, I'm the dollar hot dog lady. I'm the dollar hot dog. And that was lunch every day. Two hot dogs and a can of
that's
soda.
what I would have done. I love hot dogs. And Sabret's
hot dogs. That was $3 lunch every day.
Sabret's and Nathan's.
There's a really weird little shop, like within walking distance from my house, and it's an Arthur Treacher's, Nathan's, Pudgy's, like it's all one thing, and I'll go there because I love Nathan's French fries, and I'm like,
Nathan's French fries are really good.
Let me get Nathan's, and I gotta let me get a Nathan's dog, but it wasn't a Nathan's hot dog; it was like a Sabret's dog, like
that's weird.
So I was like furious at them. I'm like,
well, in the grocery store, the Sabrets are still big, but the Nathans have shrunk.
Right. So so
my younger son, all he ate was hot dogs for lunch, cold hot dogs.
Who?
My son, my younger son. Until he's like in third grade, we had to make that's all he would eat for lunch, and you couldn't go buy the cheap hot dogs like Oscar Mayer. Those are too sweet for him. You had to buy the good hot dogs, Sabrets or Nathans. It's really funny.
What about Hebrew National?
He could go for Hebrew National, yeah.
Yeah.
Because Hebrew National answers to a higher authority.
Yep. This is my symbol for we'll focus, we'll pull back. So as far as Magneto and the Metal Men, the question is the responsometer. Like there's no definitive answer because it's magic science. If the responsometer is vulnerable to magnetic fields, then the Metal Men have no chance.
Also, Magneto's as smart as Dr. Magnus, if not smarter. Right. So he could probably figure it all out anyway. Right. That's the key to it. Is he going to act like dumb Magneto and just blast away? Or is he going to figure out, I'm going to go for these responsometers?
So that to me is the deciding factor. If the responsometer is protected like leads, I could see I don't know, just something about using tin as the bypass.
How about this? They've done this before. They could make lead into bowling balls or projectiles, and iron can stay way far away, but throw them with his super strength at Magneto. He can't do anything about it.
Nathan's on one side, Baskin Robbins on the other. Same store. Just like there's a comic book store in Seaford, Long Island. It was called Stinkies and the Bladesmen. So it was half swords and half comic books.
Well, that's really dangerous.
Yeah. Because I went in there to buy comics. I came out with the katana set that's on my fridge over there.
Not only that, if the nerds get really upset, they can start getting the swords and swinging them at each other.
Start cutting. You just cut my first Marvel Spotlight #5.
So another way they could have I know that Gold has some super strength, but the real powerful one is iron. I don't know how, if iron from far enough away, or they can make something to project lead, the lead balls, or a lead projectile, like a torpedo of lead at Magneto.
That's what I'm saying. Like lead is the distraction.
He's the key.
Lead comes up like the thing. Either he's fighting him, and Magneto's like using iron as a bludgeon, whatever. And I just see like Platinum coming up with tin spear right in the eye. You know,
I would think Platinum wears a bikini and distracts Magneto, because that's kind of Platinum's.
Or Mercury, you know, slithers in.
That's like Platinum's.
Because Mercury could make.
He
can solidify himself, like come in and stab him.
But yeah, it's going to be between Mercury. Because I don't think Gold's too soft. He can't do much.
Yeah, I don't think Gold has a you know. I also see Gold being the noble one to like be all flashy and keep Magneto distracted. So like, you know,
because I don't think Gold can really defeat him, because he's a soft metal, even though he's not. He just said have to be iron, and then Mercury on the side, and between those, I think they could defeat Magneto.
So I've been reading Jonah Hex lately, so I would really like to do Jonah Hex in its Clobbering time.
Yeah, that sounds like fun.
Who would be a good opponent for Jonah Hex? I immediately think of the Punisher.
But Punisher's not a Western. Well, that Western Punisher that John Buscema did with Chuck.
But here
was awesome.
Now, guys, do you want to do the Punisher versus Jonah Hex? And if so, Punisher is going to annihilate him because Punisher has machine guns. So I would say, like, given the same exact equipment,
we could do Two Gun Kid, one of those guys. You know, what's the most famous Marvel Western guy?
Rawhide Kid.
Rawhide Kid. Well, the gay Rawhide Kid. That'd be different. So, but.
Yeah, see, this is what I see. Punisher I did too many times.
If we have enough information, we could do the Knight Rider, like who was the one by Dick Ayers and Frank Frazetta.
Yeah,
they used to call him the original Ghost Rider, and that was kind of a inspiration of Wraith of God. So that would be interesting. We could do a CG character. We could do Wraith of God, but I think there's not enough information on what these characters.
So, what do you guys think for next week? Like my natural inclination is Jonah Hex versus the Punisher, but like
I see what happens.
I think I did the Punisher like a few times already.
We did it, Eric said we did Punisher last week.
So, Jonah Hex versus the Phantom.
We could do the Jonah Hex versus the Phantom, sure. With Jonah Hex, Matt Helm, Jonah Hex during the Hopalong Cassidy. Hey, he had a long comic book run. Don't laugh. Jonah Hex versus the Lone Ranger.
There you go.
That's like two sides. That's two separate coins right there around the same time.
Jonah Hex versus
the Lone Ranger's the Texas Ranger, so he's tough.
Rocket Raccoon versus Crypto.
Crypto.
Dresden would smoke Jonah Hex. You know, if you read his books, Dresden pulls out like the ultimate victories.
I like the Lone Ranger.
Dresden could like incite nuclear fire. You know,
the Lone Ranger's not bad if they really don't have powers, but we think of him as like, this wimpy guy, but he was supposed to be a Texas Ranger. He's got to be a tough guy, right? Or Jonah Hex versus Scout.
Oh, that's
you showed Scout. I love Scout, by the way. You showed that's one of my favorite comics.
Oh, really?
I wrote a book. I wrote a paper on him for college because I had a rock and roll class. We didn't get too far. The history of rock and roll, and we were in the blues, and every title of Scout is a blues song title.
Oh, I didn't know that.
You go back and look; they're all blues songs. It's all classic blues too, like starting from like the 20s.
I knew some of them were because I recognized the songs, but I didn't realize
Truman, he was in business with Chuck Dixon, 2 Wins, for a long time, and I love Tim Truman. Yeah,
art is
Scout's really, yeah, Scout's good. Nobody knows who he is, but I like.
Yeah,
I love Scout.
Iron Man versus Mr. Terrific.
I miss Scout.
Yeah, Scout was good. So what do you got? I mean, it doesn't have to be Jonah Hex just because I'm on a Jonah Hex kick.
Yeah, but if you, Lobo's as strong as Superman.
You see, that's just it. I'm.
He's an '80s character by Tim Truman, and it's a American Indian or a Native American, I guess. Was what was the future? 1985, right? And a dystopian. It's kind of like a cross between Native American and Mad Max a little bit.
So it's basically cowboys and Indians.
Hey, that's not bad either. That's right.
Jarvis versus Alfred Pennyworth. Lobo versus the Hulk. These are all good.
We could do Jarvis and Alfred Pennyworth. That's not actually that
Jarvis
bad.
versus Brother Eye. That's a bizarre. That's a bizarre one. Everybody.
Hey, at least you got some ideas.
I mean, Jonah Hex versus Scout is good because it's kind of obscure characters, and we could, maybe introduce people to characters that they don't know.
Tim Truman is supposed to be had crowdfunded because I listened. There was an interview with him. I was trying to crowdfunded a Kickstarter for Scout. I don't know if he ever finished it. It's one of these things that he gets sick, he can't do it. He's an older guy, you know how it is with crowd. It's not just our circle that gets sick and can't get things done. But I always loved that character. He was tough.
So next week we'll do Jonah Hex for Scout. If you're not familiar with the characters, we'll think of it as a dive into some obscure comic book history. Try to have some. So how's that? We'll do that.
In fact, part of the way I work is because of Tim Truman. When I was studying after, because during college, the comic came out, and he worked on tracing paper, and then laid it, light boxed it over, and that's part of the reason why I worked that way is because I read how he worked.
This one's really interesting. Clayface for Sandman. This is
you could do that one. We could.
Yeah, Clayface for Sandman.
Yeah,
what do you guys want? We'll ask the chat. This is supposed to be an open invite. This is supposed to be for everybody. Do you guys want Jonah Hex versus the Scout, or do you want Clayface versus Sandman? Just chime in. We'll talk about. Oh man, the soup smells so good. We'll talk about other things while waiting.
Well, the soup is so hot. So
have you read anything interesting this week?
Have I? I'm trying to finish.
John Byrne versus Rob Liefeld.
Well, I think they've had that fight. Well, I was rereading.
John Byrne wins.
I was rereading Horace H. Hoover, because he sent me all 3 book issues, And you know what? This is what we should do. Hold on, I have him right here.
I'm reading DC 1 million.
He's not around as much as he should be. He works. These guys do work. Some of these guys and the artists who work really have a tough time. So these are the 3 Horace H. Hoovers. I ordered 1 Horace H. Hoover, number 3, because I had the Alterna Comics versions. And Fabrizio Aiello was so nice. He sent me all the upgraded versions. So this is for $8. You get, and I think this is issue 1. And then look at the paper. It's much whiter, and you can see all his artwork a lot clearer than they used to be, than it was in the Alterna vision. And this is
it's got a couple of extra pages too.
Yep, and it has and he didn't have to censor it like he did for Pete. And I trust Fabrizio to it, and he gave me issue 2 and issue 3. So I was trying to reread them this week. And he was so nice to do this, and I believe that 3 times 8, but you get a couple of dollars off if you buy all 3. I think his shipping is like not even $10.
Right.
$8, and you buy it directly
for $22. You could get all 3 issues.
All 3 issues, or you can go on Amazon and Google Horace H. and search for Horace H. Hoover and get a print-on-demand graphic novel. So he works really hard. I wish he still did his Sunday inking. I'd love to watch him ink.
I think he's traveling with him and his wife.
Well, he works too. Like these guys, people who work and they're doing the artwork. And even you're going to see it that you're working. It's going to be hard. It's hard to get everything done. You come home and you're wiped out.
Oh,
This was
right?
last week. I just worked on this today.
You
I
kidding me?
want to do it all week.
I come home. The last thing I want to do is write. You know what I mean?
I don't even want to read anything. I'm just sitting here like college football's on. I'm gonna just watch this like a vegetable or Rockford Files or something. I can't even pick up a book. It's mine is different. You're physical, and mine is just driving. You know. You're doing it much physical.
What else? I read 1 to 3 of Tin Soldier.
How was that? I might get those. I love that character.
First off, I love the printing. I would love to find out who he uses his printing. I would love for.
I think Nicholas will let you know.
My only criticism is, okay, the first issue is his origin, so he doesn't really get to do anything cool.
He always gets good cover artists, though.
The second issue, he does next to nothing. You know.
I see what you're saying.
The main character should always do something cool.
I agree with you.
And then the third issue, he finally does something cool.
I like the look of that character. I like the look of well, I like American characters.
Right.
You know, I created one myself that fought in the Battle of the Bulge. So I'll have to repost those pages one day. I had to scan in the ones with the lettering on it.
And I read this. This was outstanding.
Yeah, I've heard that was good.
Oh my God, Six Gun Gorilla was so good.
I've heard that was good. Yeah.
I got it. And I was like, let me just look through, because Brian was really nice.
Brian went to New York, you know.
Yeah, and I was like, let me just, and then I just started reading the first couple of pages, and I read the whole thing in one.
Yeah, I heard that was really good.
It was really, really good. I would say like Band of Crows and Six Gun Gorilla.
Yeah, I missed Band of Crows. I don't know. I just backed a couple of. It's Christmas, so I backed a couple of. I got a credit card. I backed Billy Tucci's book. I tend to back people now that I know personally.
Yeah, I know. It's hard not to when you know them.
And then, like, it's, you know, you guys do great. You do a great book. Billy does a great book. Andy does a great book. You know, that type of, or at least one's worth backing anyway. The other people I don't know, so I don't feel as connected to, you know. Reenie's book, I know her, you know, I met her in person. You met her in person. But, you know, does DC have anybody like Storm? Storm. I'm sure they do.
The Weather Wizard.
He's gay.
I know people are going to call me a name, but like right away I thought Vixen versus Storm.
Vixen, you know, it's not unlike Storm because of the totem, the African background.
African connection. I mean, the women, they're black, you know, but like.
Well, you know, well, there's that, but
you know, the ties to Africa, and I don't know, but I don't know. That's put that in the back burner. I do like the idea of Vixen.
I have to. What the one I really want to back, I haven't backed yet, is Sherlock Holmes.
Back it. I think it's ending soon. I backed.
Well, he ended. Well, he has enough. There's enough time. I'll be able to back. Well, it ended on. It didn't fund on Indiegogo. You know.
Oh, it didn't.
Well, they asked for $8,000. It didn't make it. It's still on Fund My Comic and Kickstarter, but I don't really like to back on Kickstarter.
I backed on Fund My Comic. You know,
my card goes through on
Fund My Comic.
Fund My Comic first. Sometimes
that's my go-to.
Yeah, sometimes it doesn't work for me. But he should have told everybody Frankenstein was in it first. I think he would have done a little better. I don't understand why his books don't go 6 figures.
Yeah.
But neither does Steve Rude, so there's that.
Well, Steve Rude doesn't promote.
He's trying to do a little more promotion. I follow him on YouTube, and he does a lot of drawing streams and stuff. But Steve Rude is not all there, you know. He's got his issues.
Yeah, he's been on my channel, and
I remember that.
I love Steve Rude, and he's one of the most difficult people to talk to.
I think Mike has a problem talking to him too.
It's funny because I asked him flat out. I said, "Is this difficult for you to talk to people?" He goes, "I have such difficulty." He admitted, he goes, "I have a bad personality for stuff like this." I said, "I love talking to people." He goes, "You know what? We should talk after the video." So I was like, "Oh wow, Steve Rude's going to hire me to do something." And then as soon as the video ended, click, he was gone.
Yeah, like, he's got mental issues. He's one of the best artists of all time. Oh, it's fantastic.
I reached out to him to do a cover. I was like, sorry.
I wonder how expensive he is.
$5,000.
Yeah, that's cheap. I would think he's 10.
He's worth it. I just can't afford it.
The key to the variant covers is who's going to bring in the issue. Who's going to bring in the guys?
I don't know if it's. I don't know if it's, but I asked a bunch of people, and like
RT Bear.
I asked Mark Allred. I just couldn't afford him. He's worth it. I asked Ethan Skyver.
Who?
I asked EVS.
Yeah, but he's expensive too.
Yeah, he was cheaper than Steve Rude.
Well, his friend price got told to everybody, so he can't.
And it was the same price.
Well, that's fair.
And I didn't get mad. I'm just, he was nice about it to me, and he goes, "Sorry, John, I'm expensive." And I said, "Well, it's not expensive. You're a big name. You're one of the, you know what I mean? Like, it's only expensive if it's not worth it. You know what I mean? Like,
it's like I don't know how much.
I just couldn't afford.
I just wonder how much some of these guys are. Graham's not really interested in it. Aaron would do it, and Andy would do it, but I don't know how much they cost.
Well, Steve said yes, but $5,000. Mark Allred said yes, but I couldn't afford him. I just don't feel comfortable telling people, right?
No, that's fine.
Alex Ross, I didn't even ask Alex Ross. I know I couldn't afford Alex Ross. That guy's got to be, what, 15, 20 grand?
I did,
Okay, Eric, come on. Show me your patriarch chops.
I did do a cover for Ashley Land, but I don't know what he's doing with it. Not that very expensive though.
It's not that everyone likes Sherlock. Not Mike Barron is great, but should have realized if he split his crowdfunding on 3 different platforms, it'd be harder to fund.
Well, he did it with all his. He split his crowdfunding, and he doesn't do the crowdfunding anyway. The other Chris Brawley does. I met Chris Brawley at Heroes Con. He's a really nice guy.
I just think that right now is a bad time to do crowdfunding.
It's a bad time. That book looks good though. I like Sherlock Holmes. I have no problem with Sherlock Holmes.
Yeah, I'm excited. Nemo is one of my favorite characters. I could care less about Sherlock Holmes,
but I do wonder why. You split he split Private American between 3, and he did split Scourge into 3 as well. I don't remember. I think Scourge did best on Indiegogo, and I think.
Well, Private American also had national attention. He was on the news and everything.
Yeah, but it's still only made it only. We wish we could all do a book that made $70,000, right? But I mean, it wasn't $170,000.
Yeah, I messaged Ron Friends, and if you give me a good word, I would love to talk to Ron Friends. I messaged just about anybody you could think of. You know what I mean? It's shotgun approach. Guys, let me tell you, for you single guys, it's just like dating. It's the shotgun approach. Ask out every girl. Some of them will say yes. Ask every comic book pro. Some of them say yes.
So, well, you got Walt Simonson on and Tim Shooter.
He was nice. I don't know if he was blowing smoke, but he was like, I just moved. And then finally he was just like, all right, let's do it. And I was like, okay.
My feeling is that he's nice. I don't know him. I haven't seen him. My feeling that he's nice.
So nice. He was so nice.
He moved from Nyack, New York up to Woodstock, I think.
One guy is doing great with independent comics. Why is it a bad time in general? I think it's a bad time because Christmas just happened.
It's a money thing. December and January are always bad. If you listen to enough of the streams, they're always bad to crowdfund comics. And Mike, it isn't a crowdfund. It's a pre-order anyway. It's not really a crowdfund because those books are done. So, if you miss it, he's going to be selling on his website forever as well. I don't know if it's going to be more money.
Rod Looper does great covers. I don't know who
do nice covers.
What did he do? I don't know the name.
Groken would do a nice he brings in I try to think of people would be. Dillard is somebody people like too.
Yeah. I would like to ask Reenie.
I wanted to know how much the Reenie covers helped out Andy and Billy. Well, Billy charges more for Reenie cover. Andy doesn't. Reenie, yeah. Well, it's going to take her a while to get 3 out. She's working. But look at the detail that she puts.
Now might be the time to ask for a Narwhal cover before he becomes super big.
Yeah. You should ask for a Narwhal cover. Maybe he should do a alternate cover. Eddie is doomed. That sounds like a Narwhal idea.
Norwell reached out with me, him, and Jason Sandberg are thinking about doing an old time comic book show to take it kind of like a Sunday comics thing.
That'd be cool.
Yes, Greenie did do a cover for Vaughn, right?
The first issue, I don't know. She didn't do one in the second issue. Don Edwards, the Don, did a cover for her.
Oh, Black Tiger Hidden. Yeah, I got that. Those are good covers. Yeah, you're right. You're right. Okay, I didn't know the name, but yes, I agree. He does do good covers. Have I asked Mobius? Does he do covers?
I think
my Magic 8-Ball said that he is probably not available.
I think Mobius passed away.
Yeah. I said Magic 8-Ball. I should have said Crystal Ball. I love Reenie's art. I love Reenie's art style. I love Reenie's stories. I love his character, her character.
I only have one criticism of Reenie's book. I read one. I have to.
Yeah, you said the lettering was too small.
Lettering's a little small.
But
that might be manga style lettering. So in her defense, that's her style. Like that's not my.
She's just a ball of enthusiasm. I love what she. I should invite her back on my channel. She's really nice. I enjoy talking to her. Yeah, I got Black Tiger. I read volume 1. I think I got volume. Excuse me, 1,
and
2.
The thing that scares me, and this is another reason why aren't campaigns doing as well? And this is everybody's like 30% down, no matter who you are on what side. Another thing is, and somebody brought this up on everybody, and I said, well, every comic buyer wants to be a comic creator in this space. Like everybody has a comic. It's unbelievable how many people you can have on your show to promote. And there'd be like 3 different guys on Niall's show, Billy's show, if he does a show. And there's 3 different guys on Shane's show that promote. There's a lot of people who want to do comics.
Right.
It's like everybody wants to do a comic. And when I started this, I wanted to do a comic, and I'm kind of being cured not to want to do a comic. I'd like to draw the comic, but I'm not sure I want to crowdfund one. You know what I mean?
And I'm one of the suckers that buys almost everybody's comic.
Well, you should do, and see, it's not good. Now that you're a creator, it's harder to criticize fellow creators' books. It's not something that's done, and generally. So it's hard to do, So it's hard to say, well, I bought this one by Joe Blow, and, he really wasted his money crowdfunding this book. You can't do that because you can't piss everybody. You can't do that anymore. I don't go out saying, well, I don't really like this smirk on this guy's face, and I can't do that. I mean, I wouldn't anyway.
Well, I had somebody on my channel a couple weeks ago, and we talked afterwards, and I said, dude, your comic's good, but it's not selling well because you fight with everybody in the world. And he goes, yeah, I know. I like fighting, though. I said, well, do you like being a comic book creator, or do you like being I said, make a new account and fight with people under a different name, and just.
I forget. Was I in that chat? I don't remember him.
No. This was just, we were off, so we were.
No, I agree.
And it's somebody you think I wouldn't get along with, but I get along with.
Well, we know who the most talented guy, one of the more talented guys is. And he could write his own comic. He does not need your boys act to write his comic. He certainly has enough ideas. He certainly can draw fast enough, and he could do a book because it wasn't late. Rock and Roll Ninja was not late because of Matt.
Well, I'm not talking about Matt Barr, no.
But I love Matt Barr, and he comes in here, and I get along with him really well. But it's exhausting.
What I'm talking about is somebody that you wouldn't think I'd be friendly with. I'm very friendly with Matt Barr. I love Matt Barr.
I know. I like him too.
But I don't want to mention names, but it's a guy that people like, you're friends with him? I'm friends with everybody.
That's how I feel. I don't let my feeling out too much. And I feel like I'm on eggshells with some people because you want to be friends with this one and you're friends with that one,
What Eric
but to see the difference is, Eric, is I'm trying to back people who are not going to do that. Except for Dan Fraga. I know Dan Fraga personally. He's a really nice guy. I've seen the layouts, every page of his layouts of his Black Flag. So he kind of gets a pass. But I don't back the ones that take. And if I am going to back the ones, it's going to be way at the end when they're just really finished with the book. I'm going to wait on that. I'm not going to let them piss me off. I don't back at a high price to get that angry.
the way there's a couple of people that are multiple years late that I'm just not back in again. I'm not asking for a refund because then that causes a whole bunch of nonsense. But and everybody knows what I'm talking about. I'm just done with them.
And then the other thing about it is,
but there's other guys that are late, and I don't mind because they're like, yeah, I had problems. Just be honest about it. Just be honest.
The least,
I honestly think if Eric July just said, yeah, Isom won. It was my first comic. I was excited.
Oh, yes.
I see what everybody's talking about, and going forward, I'm going to correct. That's it.
We're in agreement. I'm in agreement with you about that, but I don't care. I'm in agreement with it. That's fine. And, the other books are better, whichever. People can buy those books. The guys were on last week were great guys. If that's fine. God bless them. But I can't buy everybody's book. There's books of smaller creators I can't afford to back that work really
Eric
hard.
says he's very selective. Yeah, well, you should be. It's expensive. You should be. Back who you want and be unapologetic.
I'm not mad about all that. I don't always back all all the things that I do. Like I said, if I know them personally. But then the guys I want to back aren't always late.
I will admit that negative interactions with people chase me away from their books. I'm only human.
It's like, what was one of the great books? I love Ghost of Matakumbaki. It's on time.
Graham Nolan is the gold standard. He doesn't fight with anybody, and his comics are good and they're timely. He's the gold standard. I will never say.
Another thing is the book to me, and I know you smaller books.
Plus, he could crush me. So I'm not going to.
Yeah, well. Did you ever hear Chuck go, this is a picture of Graham before he got hit with the gamma radiation?
Eric the Guapo says, I've had mostly negative interactions with Mar.
Yeah, I've seen
I'm not going to talk bad about Mar. I get along with Matt.
Matt comes on your show, and he comes on your chat.
Marcus. Sorry. I understand people's frustrations with Matt. And Matt, I said this to his face. I said, sometimes you're your own worst enemy. And Matt is super talented. I just wish him and the other guy that I'm talking, just stop fighting. Just stop fighting with people. You're not going to win. And once you're defending yourself, you already lost.
Who wins on Twitter? Who wins in a black and white fight? And some of the things they say to each other.
2 years ago, I was just as bad as everybody else. And you know what? I said, this isn't helping. I'm not winning. So
what I'm done with it. Some of the things they say to each other, if you said that to somebody in real life, you get knocked out. Like, I don't understand why people would do that. But I use my real name, and that's kind of what keeps me grounded on the internet for all these years is using my real name. And I really have to be careful because my son works for Tesla. So I'm not saying one thing bad about Elon Musk ever.
Logic is starting the trouble. John, so if Eric July said what you wanted to, would you like him? I never disliked Eric.
He's been on your show twice, right?
He's been on my show twice. He's been nice to me. He's been in the chats, not the chats, but he's been in the comments for It's Clobbering Time with the Horseman, and he promoted. I got nothing personal against him. I just didn't think Isom was any good. So contrast that with people who like his books and don't agree with you. I don't understand what you're asking, but my problem is Isom to me. It was a $25 book and then $10 ship. It was $35. And it wasn't worth $35
book with $15 shipping. It's $50.
You know what I mean? So that was my problem. Now, if Rippaverse books went on sale for $5, like they did at one point, I'd buy them all. I get fired up. I'll get fired up. But it's just I just did. Alpha Core was better. Mike Barron sent me Gooding. I didn't read it yet, so I'll let you know.
Did you back Horseman?
But I want to get Horseman because it's Chuck Dixon. And more importantly, my buddy Mike, who I've been childhood friends with, and me and Mike talk about comics like you would believe.
Mike's at Coast Heroes Con, right?
Yeah, So he liked it, so I'll get it. But I got no problems with Eric July. I think the whole fighting with Eric July is ridiculous.
No, but
I think Eric July is winning because he's just putting out product, people liking it.
Well, he does it a different way. It's just not as obvious.
Well, I don't watch his channel.
But I don't watch his channel. I used to watch his channel, but I don't watch a lot of the political channel. It's not Eric July or it's the acolytes of either side just smashing each other, at all times, no matter what, black and white.
I like Fraga.
Black and white.
I met Dan Fraga. He is the coolest guy. I really, really like him.
No, well, I think that he's gonna fulfill. I think he's a man of his word. He will fulfill Black Flag.
I hope I backed it. I want to like it because I like him.
No,
I want to like, I had problems with EVS.
I've seen.
I'm going to. Yeah, I back Cyberfrog. I want to like it. Why would I not want to like a comic book? That's like ordering dinner and saying I hope this dinner sucks.
Yeah. But I've seen and I'm not supposed to see this, but he showed me on his phone every page has been laid out of Black Flag. Some of them are full pencils, some of them are ink, but every page has layouts to page 64. He's going to do it. He's ashamed of himself. That's why you don't see him online.
Is he like a perfectionist, or did he have health problems? Like
he had health problems. He had back surgery. His hands, John, he showed me at con, and he was nice to me right away. He was shaking like this, and was drinking so that he could calm his hands down so he could draw.
Poor guy.
And now he had just got it's up back here, the nerves in his back. He just had surgery. Now he can draw again. He could draw a little bit. And he's got a full-time job, and he's got 4 kids, which is that's really not an excuse because you got to work that in. But and his he moved and all that stuff.
Being a nice guy,
bad health problems.
Being a nice guy goes a long way.
He's a great guy.
The only backer, I can't even read anymore. The only creator I backed who hasn't fulfilled yet is Mandy with Gemshock. Since I received that really late Jack package, now, right? I have no other. Mandy was nice to me. She's on my channel. I think she was on my channel twice, and she was nothing.
Yeah, you get along real well. She's a gamer and everything.
Yeah, we talked about comics once. We talked about role playing game, and I backed all of her comics because I was like, you know what, I really enjoyed it. Gemshock is the only one I didn't get.
I think she's fulfilling it now.
Yeah, so I'm not going to say anything until I actually get the comic. But like,
I didn't back Gemshock.
She's been nice to me. I know people have problems with her. I don't pay attention. I don't follow her channel.
Oh man, yeah, no, don't bother, please.
But
she seems nice when I see her on streams.
All I got to this is the way I deal with. She was nice to me. I was nice to her. Like a lot of people have problems with Shane Davis. He was nice to me.
Oh no,
he was on my channel. Really nice. I was on his channel.
But Shane always he works real. Shane is very thoughtful. And when we met him at Heroes Con, I mean, I didn't really know Shane. He spoke to me and the other guys for almost an hour about how he's going to do number 3 and the storytelling. He wants to talk about comics as much as anybody does. He's a really nice guy.
I
didn't think he was going to be that nice a guy, but
I think he's just shy, so he overcompensates. And
that's part of his YouTube show, He's got a bigger show.
I block Matt on most platforms. I know he comes here often, doesn't bother. Yeah,
no, that's fine.
That's fine. You do what you got to do. I prided myself on never blocking and muting people. Starting with the new year, I think I blocked 7. Not blocked. I still haven't blocked anybody, but I muted like 7 people because they really offered.
You
nothing.
Muted me. I know. I'm very upset with you, John.
I can't even hear you now. I'm a Rippaverse fan. Ice Summer's rough, but I see him improve. Well, there you go.
That's fine.
Again, I got one bad review for my comic, and I was gracious about it. I got a review that I thought was weird, and I was gracious about it.
Oh, that worked out.
What would Stan Lee do? Oh, I'm sorry, True Believer.
I feel that worked out.
It's going to be even better. We listen to what you have to say, and also I'm not blowing you off when you say that, because when I get 3 reviews that say like, "Oh, your dialogue needs work," I guess my dialogue needs work. You know what I mean?
I didn't feel that. I feel like that people said your dialogue needed work. That they kind of missed like the personality of the patriarch, because my feeling is the patriarch spoke like you wrote it, and he spoke in declarative sentences. He's the patriarch after all.
Right. Well, next
young citizen.
The way I'm dealing with that next issue is not him by himself thinking all the time. It's actually going to be conversation.
Right. You were introducing the patriarch, and it was things that he do during his ever busy day. And if he talks to somebody, okay, young citizen, hold on, I will fix your car for you. That's how he speaks.
Well, he's playing up the fact that he's filling the role of Superman. Yeah.
Yep, that's how I felt. Just so you know.
But my point being is, I am listening to criticism. There's a couple of criticisms I thought were absolutely valid. There was a couple of criticisms that I was like, okay, weirdo, that was crazy. But
they never criticize the art, though, do they?
No, I don't think nobody the lettering. Nobody says any. People only say I think the lettering is so good. The coloring is outstanding.
Yeah, you have good coloring. Yeah, at the very minimum, this is the minimum that you set out and succeeded in exactly what you wanted to do was create a Bronze Age style comic that people could enjoy. And if it's nothing else, that's what you did completely. Whether they had a nitpick here or a nitpick there.
No comic is I have to say that most of the criticism that people I also agree with.
So, that's what I felt. I felt he really did it. He really created the comic he wanted to create. And if anything, your talent was to find the people, like Stanley's the great editor, that can help you do that. Renzo, Bill Williams, Oscar, these people all helped you and they wanted to help you. So that is just a talent. That has been a talent that made Stanley a star.
Nick X too. He didn't have like a lot of showy stuff, but he really, really helped me behind the scenes. He deserves a lot of credit too. Yeah, Logic, yeah. I know. I'm busting your chops. I know you're not starting trouble. I just
Logic. Like
I just don't understand if Eric. No. Again, I wasn't there. Maybe it's the Mandela effect. Maybe I'm misremembering. I don't know, but I just know that he didn't handle criticism well. And you got to be gracious. If you're the hot dog vendor and somebody says this hot dog sucks, you go, oh well, you know what? Maybe there's something wrong with that hot dog. We'll give you another. The customer is always right. You got to be gracious. You got to be great. And as far as I know, even if other people were disingenuous, and I'm not saying I would be buying his comics because it's for $35 a comic book. The comic book has got to be good.
He's putting out a lot.
What I'm saying is, I think all of these crazy attacks on Eric July would be diminished if only he was a little bit more gracious in his victory.
The first one, yes, I agree with you. Yeah.
But Dan is more than nice. He's genuine and has a moral backbone. Yeah, I didn't know that Dan was injured like that. I met Dan. I shook his hand. I met his kid. I talked to his kid. He was.
I said I can't find that Presto whiteout anymore. Oh, you can't find it? You get on the internet. Here, I got one, and he gives me this last year.
Oh,
at the Junior Con a few months ago. He just gives it to me out of his pocket.
Dan is.
That's what Dan does.
And so I didn't know that he had a back injury. So
yeah,
but then again, like I said, being a nice guy.
The other guy who had major health issues that didn't tell anybody is RP Bear. And his first book was late. I backed it. I really liked, especially Black and White too. Really terrific drawing, and he had back issues. He's trying not to have.
I didn't know we had help
lay it out for him so that he can get it done. And he believes the more stuff he does, the cheaper this thing would get. I don't think anybody has to rush money wise. I don't mind. Vaughn hold on, Vaughn. I just read your book. You put out another. God bless you, but you don't have to be Marvel. Take your time. It's a money thing, but
that's fine, Eric.
That's fine.
Like who you like, dislike who you like. I just get mad when people tell me, "Oh, you can't like this guy," which, to be fair, hasn't happened yet. So I'm pre-disliking something, even though
I thought that's something.
I'm not a joiner of groups, and I like who I like, and I dislike who I dislike. And even if I dislike you, I'll host you, and we'll talk about comics if we can keep it civil. Like Marcus. I keep informed on both the Glorious Rex and Fearsome updates through Jason Wright. Sometimes he waits for pages from.
Yeah, that's right. Jason works for Herrenberg, and he does all the big. I think that he will be the colorist for the main colorist eventually because he's a way faster, and he's just as good, if not better, than Kyle. And he's Shane's colorist as well, Jason Wright.
I like Kyle Ritter. But I think he overdoes it.
Well, that's what Ethan wants him to do. So, I think I don't disagree with you, but I think a lot of things are overcolored. So, that's just me.
I don't care for the fighting. The fans on both sides fighting each other. Absolutely.
Yeah, I think they could lighten
It's just grating, and I think it's hurting crowdfunding overall. I think the negativity is just chasing people away.
I agree with you because other things on crowdfunding are always late. Comic books are the least amount of problems on crowdfunding of being late. Tech things are often really late. You know, they make the crowdfunding platforms, except for Luke, makes all their money on the tech things. They don't make any money on comics, and those things are always like games late. It's not just the comics. You act like I get mad when it acts like every
this game
crowdfunder
just
is like
came
that.
today. I backed it 4 years ago. Just showed up today.
Right. They act like every comic creator is late on his crowdfund. That's not true.
Logic is that's not true. The real incident was Dick Master. I fully admit I'm sure I don't know all the details, and I don't want to know all the details, and I pretty much don't care about all the details. But I heard somebody criticized him, and he didn't take it well. Now maybe I'm wrong, and if I'm wrong, that's whatever. But if somebody criticizes you, just thank them. I'll keep that in consideration. You know what I mean? Especially on your first book, you know. Just you win more flies with honey than you do with vinegar, you know. John Saw, how you doing? I haven't seen you in a while. I think Ethan and Eric are pretending to fight. You know, you wouldn't be the first one to tell me that.
You're not the first one.
You were not the first one to tell me that. And you know, what do they call that? Kayfabe, a term that I didn't know existed a year ago. You're not the first one.
It didn't. You know, it existed in the wrestling world.
But I don't know. It's
well,
wrestling, even wrestling views are down. You know, as far as right, it's just grading. It's just grading.
When I do a book, John, I'm coming right after you.
Okay,
I'll let you know.
You'll be my the Venture Brothers.
Yeah,
you'll be my arch. You'll be my arch.
You have the bigger beard, so you can be Eric, and I'm fatter, so I'll be Ethan. And then
I'm Sicilian, so I guess I'm darker, so I'll be Eric.
Well, I tan really well, though.
Me too, but I can't stand getting sunburned. I have this thing about my skin, like I can't stand getting sticky. Like I wear gloves constantly at work because I'm a wuss about getting oil on my hands. I won't mention to get that. I'm not getting annoyed,
Eric. But yeah, I don't. You're right. But if you're backing books, you have to think I'm not getting this book monthly. This book, like, there's no way. Say, let's put somebody, Aaron, who always gets his books out, right? July just doesn't say names. He doesn't ignore anything. But
I wouldn't know because I don't follow either one of them because I don't want.
But anyway, the thing about we're used to monthly and bi-weekly releases. Eric is right about that. But the issue with crowdfunding is it's hard. You're not going to get that book out monthly. You have a whole series of people out. People have to create this book. It's hard to make it. Like, who's the greatest creator who's always on time and everybody loves? Let's say Aaron Lopresti, okay? He's one guy. He hires a colorist and a letterer and an editor. And then what he could do, he could do one book a year. And Wraith of God 3 is going to be a year after Kid Carter. And it's almost impossible to avoid. If they did smaller books at 24 issues, maybe they could do 3 a year. But it just the production of a comic book takes too long. It just does.
I'm trying to figure out how fast I could be.
Right, but you want to keep your quality up.
I want to work with Renzo. Like I could hire 3 or 4 different artists and put out more comics, but I want to stay with Renzo.
Well, for Heroic Tales, definitely you got to stay with Renzo.
There's a whole I heard, not having the facts. Yeah. To be honest, Logic, I don't care enough to find out the exact truth because why do two grown people who make comic books fight with each other? I don't care. You know.
Right.
Like, I just found out that Dave Cockrum and John Byrne fought with each other. I didn't know this for 35 years. I could have went another 35 years without knowing.
They all did. Well, they eventually liked each other too. It wasn't that thing, but everybody had a little bit of thing going.
I'm doing good. I'm trying to be more positive. My doctor told me I'm doing good. I lost 11 pounds, so I'm doing good. Eric the Guapo. The weakness of crowdfunding is the lack of security behind the purchase. Yes, the creators are not held to a deadline. I mean,
not purchase either.
The way I look at it is your reputation depends on your last. Like Graham Nolan, he said he was going to put out a book at so and so time. He put out a book so and so time, and it was good. So he's got good credit. That your boy Zach. But I'm going to be negative for a second. Your boy Zach's credit with me is shot because.
But
he's talking about. Your book looks like it came out on time. Your book like it came out on time. Like it's a virtue to be late. And then his book's 2 years late and it's fucking readable.
The problem with your boy Zach is he has other people. He could put out his product because he has other people doing his work for him.
Right.
And then he gets anal retentive with the thing, and he sits on the book and he's fixing it, and he's still going backwards, and he's changing this and he's changing that, and all of a sudden everything's late. Not everybody's doing that. Well, the way to do it faster is to hire other people to do the books for you.
Well,
like
honest question, maybe something in books can't be put out for. Yeah, that's fine, but give us a realistic. This book's not coming out for 2 years.
But if you say it's not coming out for 2 years, it's not coming out for 2 years. I mean, that's the way it goes. If I did a book, first of all, let's say 75 pages, and I work 50 hours a week, and I drive here and then I stay in hotels, I might put a 2-year date on that book. You know what I mean? There'd be no choice. Now,
the bottom line is be transparent. Give an honest appraisal also, of how long it's going to take you to make your book.
Also, at the prices, and this is something that Nick said. This is something that Nick said a while ago, and he said it again, is that what is the perceived value versus shipping? Like, he's in Canada, shipping's a lot. So his deal is the big books are worth more, so they're worthwhile for that shipping. And I'm not completely agree with him, but I pay less shipping than he does. I could see doing 24 page books and putting like 3 out a year. Like maybe Vaughn can do that. It depends how fast your artist is. You don't want to give up the quality.
And I also understand, like, let's say Vaughn puts out 3 25-page books or whatever, and then you wait for the 4th book and then get them all in one. So I can understand that too.
Weight now. I mean, if they want the art, the key to crowdfunding is you're not buying the book. You're creating the ability for the creator to make the book. You're the funder. You're like it's like you're giving money to Michelangelo. I've said that before. Leonardo da Vinci. You know what I'm saying? That's what crowdfunding for comics is. And
this is giving money to charity. I gave money because of the promise of a book. But this risk is why crowdfunding is difficult. Because
no, you're not wrong, Eric. You're not wrong,
Eric. My foreman was just like, you know, everybody at work was like, you making a comic book? You like making a comic book? And I had to explain crowdfunding to normie guys, and they were like, so I'm not getting this comic for what, 9 months? And they were all like they were opening up their wallet and then they were closing the wallet. I'm like, I'll see you in 9 months. You know, and my foreman's like, so what am I buying? I'm buying air. He goes, what if you die? What if you don't make this comic?
Yeah, right. Because
the argument? I can't argue with that. Crowdfunding is weird. And I got to say, the very first time I ever crowdfunded something, it was a board game called the Doom that came to Atlantic City. It didn't come out. It's $150 I backed, and it didn't come out. And and I still, like an idiot, backed something else. Fortunately, Cryptozoic Games, give them the credit, gave everybody that they put out the Doom that came to Atlantic City. It's like a Cthulhu Monopoly game. They sent me a copy. So literally, like 7 years later, I get a box in the mail because they bought out the old failed Kickstarter and sent me the game. But you know, my first crowdfunding, I threw money into the vapors. You know what I mean? And so all I got to say is back somebody because you really like it, you like them, you believe in the product. But if you don't back it, I can't get mad at you. I
didn't think you were complaining, Logic. I was just trying to explain it. I didn't think you complained at all. You understand. You know, are you going to be somebody's going to do your magnum opus like Graham Nolan has his Nolan verse and he's doing each book to fit in there? Or you're going to be Eric, and Eric is much more of a publisher than he's a publisher. He's just not going through Diamond. You're ordering directly from the publisher. He's also a creator, but he's a publisher.
Okay, let me since we're on this topic, I was just talking about this today. I had this idea of a weird crowdfunding. So I was thinking of making like a 10-page Patriarch special, because I was thinking about like in the early days when the Patriarch was a brand new superhero, he got taken advantage of like bad sponsorships, stuff like that. It hurt his publicity. And at some point he was just like, I'm done sponsoring other people's products. And then other people were like, well, why don't you run your own business? I'll run but you're the boss, you know what I mean? So he owns a vineyard and he makes wine, and all that money goes to charity and helping people because he doesn't need money. But he has a business. So I'm thinking about this, and then like, how can I incorporate this into the story? Okay, it's a vineyard, it's a big field, crop circles, and then all of a sudden this story came, almost like whole cloth, a big story about it's gonna be called Message in a Bottle. So I was like, oh wow, right. A 10-page story about Patriarch's vineyard and crop circles. What would be a perfect piece of sweat? Wine. So I started calling. One of my buddies took those wine classes. You know, he's a wine he's a snooty wine taster. I make fun of him all the time. And he's like, oh yeah, you could go to a vineyard and like buy barrels and get it, you know, your own labels. I was like, oh my God, this would be a fun crowdfunder. But it's like $2,000 for the wine, $2,000 to make. So that's $4,000. So I'm like, the only way for me to possibly do this is to crowdfund it.
Like really crowdfund it.
Like a legit crowdfunder. Like I have to raise $5,000 or it doesn't happen. You know what I mean? I'm not even gonna. So like, you know what I mean? That to me is something that crowdfunding is good for. But you know, I already talked to Luke Stone. He said he has no problems with wine.
I heard that, and I remember early on when I first came in, Graham Nolan was doing a Chinook beer.
Oh, really?
And he had trouble shipping it to other states. So find out the legalities.
Yeah, you can't use the post office.
I mean, maybe even if you DM Graham, he'll probably tell you met him that he had trouble. Like he could do the beer and he loved having it. So it was like it's something you could back on his campaign. I think I didn't get the Chinook. I came at the end of that. You know, I wasn't sure I was going to back anybody. I have to get the Chinook, as a matter of fact. But Rippaverse is a safer purchase, and it's much more regular, and it's going to be because that's the way.
So my question about my comic is like, is anybody interested? Like, should I even do this? Because I want to write this story because I do like the story. So you know, somewhere along the way, this story will show up. But this is going to be like one tier. You back it, you know, like $50, like a bottle of wine in a comic book. Is that too much?
That's how it's supposed to go.
You know what I mean? So So I'm throwing it out there, but that's.
I think it's interesting. And
Magneto, unfortunately, wins. Tony showed up late. This is why I like Eric July's business model. Books are printed, ready to go before he announces. Yeah, Yeah, I don't blame you.
I don't. Yeah, I hope they're all done. I don't know. I don't understand it, but I don't care. So
crowdfunding is a beautiful thing when used as intended. Excuse me, too much faux. Maybe you. Unfortunate thing about it, it's not structured, and there's a lot of people who like this. Absolutely. Again, I'm not mentioning names, but when I saw somebody's comic book get really successful, and the next day they're showing themselves buying Xboxes, I gotta say,
that doesn't look right.
Now, maybe this person does have the willpower, but the appearance of inferiority is inferiority, as you boys.
You have to take that money you get, and it's like you're like a lawyer with money in escrow. That's how it's supposed to be.
Behind the scenes, like when you buy my comic, the money goes to Stripe. That money stays there. I don't take it out until it's time to pay a bill. Because if I get $19 on a Tuesday and then 4 days later I get $18, I'm gonna spend it and not even realize it. So that money. And I'll tell you, when you're sitting home, I said this a million times, but when you're sitting home and you're on disability and your mortgage is due and you got $6,000 sitting in an account, it's real tempting.
Oh, I bet.
Metal Men 1, Tony. It not quite. If the responsometer, it's all about the responsometer. Maybe print wine labels that you can stick on your favorite bottles. Yeah, I don't want to just buy cheap wine and put a sticker over it either. You know, I kind of like the idea of like, this is a long box vintage, you know?
Yeah, but if you, and the thing is you could do it. And then if it doesn't work out, it doesn't work. If you don't make the $5,000,
right. And then everybody gets their money back.
Other people
No harm,
failed
no
their
foul.
ones.
And the only thing is, progress on that comic, because that story will be told.
Yeah, I have to get this Shanu. I'm
The
waiting for
Shanu
him
was
to do
good. It was actually pretty scary. It would make something I don't like to say, but it would make an excellent horror movie.
I would like to. I would.
I'm interested, John, for the book, but that's just it. If I do this crowdfunding, it's all or nothing. Like, you get the book and the wine, and then like the only promise is if I make it to like 6 issues and I do like a trade paperback, I'd probably put that story in the trade paperback for the people who didn't want.
Oh, you will. I would do a trade paperback.
Yeah,
well,
that's I got to make it to 6
Amazon.
issues. Oh, this is another thing. Renzo has been doing a lot of character sketches because I have a lot of character.
You have a lot of characters, yeah.
So I told him put all of these sketches in a folder. So we have a folder of sketches, and then I'd like to do like an art of Heroic Tales at some point. Then pay Renzo when that book gets funded. So get paid for all these sketches. It'd be funny because to throw in my character sketches of the original drawings of the Patriarch,
that would be funny.
And then like a write up, almost just like a story of these characters, where they came from. Some tidbits. Anybody interested in that? Let me know about that too. These are all ideas. Nothing solid yet. These are just ideas. I bought a few crowdfunding books, and I see a consistent thing. Artists make bad writers. To me, and great art with bad writing is a poster. You just described Image Comics. I bought the Shanu from Trificon. Yeah, I like the Shanu. I see a few artists who could write, but that's rare. Which is why I got extremely upset with two guys, because they made fun of artists. I mean, they made fun of writers, and then their books were awful.
Yeah, their writing wasn't that good. Right.
You know what I mean? It's like me making fun of somebody's art when I can't draw. Another thing about the reverse, they sell new books for less money. Yeah, the prices are coming down because I think
the price is coming down. I saw that. Good for him.
Yeah.
Hey, Eric, if you live in
Marcus, you're right about Jason Wright. While not cheap, he is definitely good and fast colors.
He's a good.
These colored Shane's Metal Men, including Sexy Tina. There's a couple of things that are consistent in this world that that Heroenberg likes his sexy comic book chicks. Graham's use of Panalea, it's so good. Yeah, the Shanu, it really gave you a feeling of claustrophobia. It really was good. John, your shipping costs may be tough, my friend. You'll have to invest in proper packaging for a wine. I know. The logistics for selling out a pint glass. Again, this is all me thinking. Logic. If I get a tidal wave of support, then yeah. If I get people like, yeah, I don't drink, that's an idea, but I'm not interested, then it won't happen. Nothing. This is just spitballing because I want to do something different, something people will think about. Remember, I forgot about the Shanu beer, so maybe it's not as original as I thought.
Well, no, wine is original. I didn't mean to ruin your idea, by the way. I just remembered that.
John, I live in California. I'm not sure if you could ship wine here, but I assume not because my state is anti-smart. Yeah, well, I'm hoping things change in the next couple of years. I'm hoping a pro-business attitude envelops the world. I read Malin and EVS, both of great art, both are horrible writers. You don't have to reiterate how I felt about but what got me mad is your boy Zach fancies himself a writer, and he fancies himself meticulous, and he fancies himself attentive and OCD, and my book's not coming out until it's on time, and it was an unreadable mess.
Do my work? No, I'm working. I'm on the. Somebody has to hire me. I was going to work for one person, but they're going to put their idea back. They're pushing their idea back. It was a weird idea. But I'm doing. I'm going to be doing sketching on tomorrow on the studio, kicking everybody's butt.
I read. As soon as I had this idea, that's the first thing I thought of was would I be able to ship wine, So I looked up the laws.
I hope the fires aren't affecting you, Eric.
Yeah, absolutely right. And they said that the post office there's a lot of hassles, but UPS you could do it but you also have to declare it, you know, and things like that. But I also saw that some congressman is writing up legislation to change the laws about shipping alcohol through the post office. So it might get easier. I don't know. Might not, you know. This is just an idea. It might not happen. I got a lot of ideas that haven't happened yet. You know, this is just one that I feel like I should, because this is like a lot of money. So this is something I feel I need to see if people even interested in before I pursue it. But I do like the story idea. You know,
I think that Aaron can write. I think that
Wrath of God's one of the better written comics. What's his name?
Doesn't write.
I'm sorry.
Don't worry about that.
I'm sorry. Who did you say?
Andy Smith doesn't write.
Right.
So you know.
Band of Crows. Who was that? Avid. What's his name?
Arvid.
Yeah. That was excellent.
Yeah. That was
and
good.
Only was. You know, and sometimes what we call writing is also the storytelling of the comic. And Band of Crows was excellent. Brian Christow.
Rini can write.
Rini could write. Brian Christow, that Six Gun Gorilla was awesome. I love Wolf and Batsy. Wolf, you know, Brian could write. Fabrizio Aiello and Horace H. Hoover could write. You know. You know, when Brian said he liked my comic, I was like, you know.
Yeah, Brian can write, definitely right.
Yeah, he's a Tonic Mole. I know his comics look weird, but saving the world, he is a master of dialogue. I love Tonic Moles. You know, every character is. I fall in love with every character in his books. It's so good. Can't wait.
He's like he's like a dirty version of Moore
of Terry Moore. Yeah,
he's like a big boob version of Terry Moore, right?
Yeah,
that's what he reminds me of.
I'm close to the fires, about 60 miles away, but thankfully there's a mountain range between me and the fire, so I'm good. The smoke is even blowing. Oh, good.
One thing I have to say about the fire is that my son is in Davis, which is near Sacramento, not in Pasadena. Last year he was in Pasadena. So
James Wood's house, he actually tweeted today, James Wood house escaped the fire. It wasn't damaged. Just smoke from nearby. So, but it's funny, all these people tweeting, "Oh, you're a Republican, your house burnt down." Well, Mark Hamill's house burnt down and not James Wood, so go F yourself, everybody.
Did it?
A lot of professionals could write. Yeah, Graham Nolan's a good writer. Graham Nolan's, you know what? Out of all of his books, my favorite is Joe Frankenstein.
I like Joe Frankenstein.
Joe Frankenstein is so good.
I think I like John Byrne, who was a pretty good writer. I don't know if he's a good writer anymore, but he was.
John Byrne was one of the best comic book writers, in my opinion. You know, people get mad when I say he was better than Chris Claremont. Chris Claremont wrote one book. John Byrne wrote 1 million books, different books. What do I think started the fires? I didn't start the fires. The world's been burning since the world's been turning. No, I hate Billy Joel, but I don't know.
I didn't think you liked Billy Joel. No.
I can't stand Billy Joel. I know I'm a Long Islander who doesn't like Billy Joel.
Well, I don't think every Long Islander likes Billy Joel. I like Billy Joel, but you know.
Marcus, have you ever read the Uber comic series? Any thoughts? I have every issue, and I haven't read them.
You may have.
What's that?
You may have. I have not.
Yeah, I have every issue. I just love the look of the comic, and I forgot about it. It's in my 18 boxes of comics that I haven't read yet.
I know about old comics.
There are about 8 fires here. People start those fires on accident all the time, sometimes on purpose. Yeah, I don't know what started it. It's useless for me.
They arrested somebody.
Hey, Matt, how you doing?
Hey, Matt, how's it going? They arrested somebody for it, but they have separate. But lots of times, just homeless people because they're using fire all the time.
Right. There's a woman down the road who lives in the bushes, and
that's great.
She's always out in the highway, just walking in front of cars and stuff like that. It's like nerve wracking. You think you're gonna hit this lady, but apparently she started a big fire, got arrested for she had like a heater in it and just like burnt down all.
Exactly. That's exactly what happens.
Rini, yeah, Rini. I love Rini. You know,
yeah,
she's so talented. She's so exuberant. She's a lot of fun.
I think so.
I'm not happy about Mark Hamill's about. Yeah, I'm not happy about anybody's house burning down. Once I became a homeowner and everything I own is in one spot, man, if my house burnt down, I think I would just explode. I would just explode. There's no other way to describe it. How did I miss this? Because you're working on a comic book and you're focused. That's how you missed it. That's fine.
Or working for the NFL, or working.
I don't take any sides in the fight. Absolutely, I don't take. The only side is those lunatics running that state. You know, but the people whose house is on fire, I don't take joy in my political opponents going through bad. You know, there's a couple of guys at work that I can't stand, and then you find out that they're sick. Yeah, I don't take joy in that. Another thing I don't do, like, there's a couple of people again that I don't get along with. I don't talk about their physical appearances.
I don't think that's fair. Yeah, I agree.
I don't make fun of the names. It's just so childish. Like I try. Like if I'm fighting with you, I'll stay focused on the issue. But no, I do not like Piano Man. I do not like Billy Joel, and I do not like Green Eggs and Ham.
I could see if it makes you feel
Matt's
any
going
better.
with the Metal Men, and Matt, that's
Tony.
Metal
If it
Men
makes you
one.
any better,
Metal
it's a
Men
good
one.
chance. It's a good chance I know all the words to Piano Man.
Yep.
And that doesn't mean I don't like the punk music that John listens to. Some of it I've heard.
Yes, so Matt, the Metal Men one.
It was Matt Barr. It is Matt Barr.
Hey, Matt, what's up?
The Uber comic series is really good, a unique and different story. It looked great.
Look that up.
It really did look great. I just haven't read it yet because I think I'm missing a few issues. So Matt,
who do you guys think? I was busy doing family stuff. Had a bunch of fucking snow here.
That's what you get for having a family and kids.
I know, man.
My kids are
talking about Magneto and Metal Man. So who do you guys think?
Important? So this to do a quick recap, we were talking about it all depends on if the responsometers are vulnerable to electromagnetic EMPs.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? If they are, then Magneto destroys them. But if they're not, because they're magic science or whatever, then you know, I like we were saying, like lead is the interference. Gold is getting in Magneto's face, and then Mercury sneaks tin and stabs Magneto in the eye because tin is not and Mercury are not affected by magnetic fields. I don't care.
That's why I was saying it was the Metal Men, because there's just too many like you know elements, you know, that I think could get through there.
Right.
Like, that's what we were thinking.
Like you know, so tin could form himself into a spear. Mercury could, you know, as because lead isn't affected by lightning or magnetics. You know what I mean? So I could, like iron, if they know Magneto's there, like Magnus is telling Iron, you're staying out of here because you're just a liability in this fight.
Yeah, can one coat the another one?
Yeah,
right?
they do stuff like that all the time. Basically, they form like a Voltron sometimes, you know. Yep. We talk about the fires. It's 100% the Democrat leadership fault. I don't engage in Schadenfreude. Yeah. It's people have lost everything. I feel bad, especially as a homeowner. Now that I live in a wooden box, I wouldn't wish a house fire on anybody.
No, it's horrible. I mean, yeah, there's no glee from like watching that city burn. It's a bummer.
If Herrenberg says Uber is that good, maybe it's time for me to dig it out and get the couple of issues that I'm missing and read it. It looks amazing.
I will assail the high seas then.
The JLA.
I saw somebody talking about like the people who are going to be rebuilding in the Palisades and rebuilding in Malibu. Like them getting permits is going to be so hard.
Yeah. That was Corolla.
Yeah. So it's like, okay, so while they're waiting for their permits, the people with the tents and the Winnebagos could just fucking move right in on their spots.
Yep. I heard Adam Carolla said that to Megyn Kelly, as a matter of fact.
I don't know, but
I listen to a lot of podcasts, Matt. I drive.
What's her name?
Yeah, I heard that too. I was like, and then I was trying to extrapolate. I was like, yeah, man, like how can you build if somebody has like pitched a tent on your property?
But it's not that. Like if you go build wherever you are, it's easier. You get a permit, you build your deck. It takes like 5 permits, and the guy visits 7 times. The story is that Bill Maher wanted to put solar panels on his house. Solar panels in California. This is what he wants to do. It was so hard. That's one of the reasons why he's starting to turn to the right. Because
it's glorious watching Anna Kasparian from the Young Turks turn Republican. It's just so
it's unbelievable. They make it so hard.
Well, the left is just going so far left that people who were moderate are now looking pretty conservative.
Exactly. They ran the water into the ocean to save the smelt. The smelt is a minnow that's this big. That's not even indigenous to California. And so they had no water to put these things off.
Wait, they're saving them? They're like, oh, we got a fuck ton of these little fish. We got to get rid of them.
They literally are supposed to get runoff water from the mountains and the snow. That's how California, and they're supposed to fill the reservoirs. They run it into, they bypass the reservoirs and run it into the sea to save this mini fish, this smelt. And it looks like a fish that I used to catch when I was a little kid on the Long Island Sound.
Yeah, it looks like bait.
I was going to say, it looks like the little fish my Korean neighbor would like dry out on his porch.
Yeah, it's a minnow.
It's bait. Yeah, well.
Tony Grigo from Albuquerque. First off, get a Frontier burrito and just enjoy it for me. Second off, I never thought of this. Ra's al Ghul's a ripoff of Fu Manchu.
I never thought of that.
I never thought of that.
That's interesting. And Heroinberg, I said that.
You're also seeing
not as good of a name though. Fu Manchu.
Yeah, well, I don't think they can make Fu Manchu, Matt.
Ra's al Ghul seems pretty racial appropriation.
The Yellow Claw.
Oh, that's pretty good.
I said that earlier. Yeah.
The problem is the Saxe-Romar estate owns Fu Manchu. I don't know for how much longer, but they demand exorbitant rates to use that character, and it's like, dude, you'll get more money if you lower the rates to let more people use your character than like once every 30 years somebody finally coughs up that money. Which is why because if you read the League of Extraordinary Gentlemen, Fu Manchu was the bad guy in the comic, and then who was the bad guy in the movie? I forget.
I don't remember.
In League of Extraordinary Gentlemen, it was Moriarty, but it was like he was also M from MI6, right? He was. Why do I know that movie so much?
I don't know.
Bill Maher is a weather vane and a jackass. Yeah, he will.
Well, yes, he is. That was just an example.
I agree. I don't even like looking at him. I don't like.
He's a bitch.
This was really scary. My sister.
I would love to be on his show and just be like, and just rip him a new.
It used to be good. His show.
God, my sister loves him. Loves him.
That politically incorrect, or right?
Oh, that show was so politically correct. It drove me crazy.
And it is now, but back in the day, it was kind of.
When he started on ABC, it wasn't as bad as it is now. No.
The day I turned against him, I was never liked him. But the day somebody asked him, like, "Why don't you get married, Bill?" And he goes, "Because I don't want to be a liar." And I was just like, "What?"
That doesn't make any sense.
What does that mean?
That means you lie to women, and that's what you think marriage is. Like that was like when I first heard that term, like people project and betray themselves. You know what I mean? Like, you're a homosexual. That's because you're gay.
He also hates children.
Yeah, I know. I said to one of my friends, hating children is not an admirable trait. I'd keep that to yourself.
Yeah.
The reservoirs are half full. The brush is not even being cleared. The fire. Yeah, yep. Trump called it 4 years ago.
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
5 years ago.
Yeah.
Every year he could possibly call it.
That was a gnarly image of the Hollywood sign burning. Looked like something out of This Is the End movie. The movie This Is the End.
Yeah.
They're showing.
Yes, I do. Yeah.
Hollywood during the fucking rapture. Like that's what that Hollywood burning sign looked like.
Jack Kirby used to do Charlie Chan comic books.
Did the sign actually burn down? That would be funny.
It looked engulfed, bruh.
Marcus,
as the kids say, bruh.
Movies when we were kids, a fat older British man playing a Chinese. Yeah. I used to love those. Number One Son.
Yeah. It
Both
was
are
a movie
Asiatic-
Murder by Death.
Oh yeah, I love that movie.
Yeah. A moose, a cow on wall.
That's funny. That's a movie that's been memory hold. That is so politically incorrect. That movie.
Remember the cartoon they used
Dude,
to have?
it should be because it was what, Peter Seller as the Asian man.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, there was a cartoon.
Yeah, Charlie Chan and the Chan Clan.
Charlie
Yeah.
Chan. The
I have a
car
really
would
good
transform.
memory, so
They're like, hey, Pop,
and
come
they
on,
ran a
Pop.
laundromat.
that's right.
Yeah. It was on right after Hong Kong Phooey.
With Hong Kong Fooey with Scatman Crothers.
Both are Asiatic criminal masterminds who are heads of various criminals like Sifan and the League of Assassins. Both have beautiful daughters. Wow. Tony, sometimes
Talk to Neil Adams, man.
Sometimes it's like right in your face and you don't notice it. You're absolutely right.
Yeah.
I think Neil created. I think he had more to do with the creation of Ra's al Ghul than Denny O'Neil. That's just a feeling. I'm not sure about that.
Yeah, that's now I'm mad at myself for not noticing that. Oh, so, here's a question. Is there any character that you just irrationally can't stand? I mean, my hatred of Cable
Comic
is led to
character?
be.
I don't think so.
Matt, is there any character that you just can't stand? Anybody in the chat? Is there a character that just was like, oh man, I can't believe this character's in a book? And you better not say the Patriarch.
Mary Sue? I haven't read her yet, though.
Irrationally, like, yeah, I apparently I'm wrong. Everybody loves Cable.
The Sentry? I don't know. Maybe the Sentry. Yeah. Irrational. I mean,
because I just like he infuriates me. I like when people tell me that Cable's their favorite character. I think
Cable. Well, I'm not a big fan of Cable either, but I don't think about it that much. You know what I'm saying?
I don't like most of Marvel.
Deadpool. I fucking can't stand.
I'm not a huge fan.
I can't stand Deadpool either, but I hate Cable even more.
Except the drawing stream went on. They love to draw. We drew Cable 2 weeks ago. I have a Cable.
Yeah, just to irk me. I understand.
See, we did Cable 2 weeks
ago.
No!
Marcus, could you ban Logic's friend? Oh, okay, it's just a joke. I know Logic.
Yeah, this is Cable from 2 weeks ago. 3 weeks.
Oh, here's a good one. Harley Quinn post 52.
I'm not a fan of Harley Quinn. I feel like they're not my characters. That's how I feel about them. I don't.
Yeah,
really them, but
I think. Yeah, apply that to the whole 52. I think I irrationally don't like the whole 52 lineup.
Matt, you said the Sentry. You don't like the character of the Sentry?
Not really. I think it's kind of goofy. I mean, we're being irrational here.
Well, that's fine.
I don't need a reason. I just think like hey guys, we found this superhero behind a file cabinet. We're just kidding. It's just a character we made up.
Yeah, I don't know. I thought it was clever. I thought the Sentry was like Marvel's last good new character. Oh, here's a character. I don't know if it's irrational because I think I have a good reason. I can't stand the Blue Marvel because they just make up this new character and retroactively he's the greatest, strongest, most powerful. He's a scientific genius. He's like the perfect Mary Sue character.
Didn't Kevin Grievous
like him? And then you find out he did nothing for 200 years because the government told him not to do anything. It's like, you're not a hero.
Yeah.
Wasn't that Kevin Grievous created him though?
Yeah.
That's interesting. I wouldn't think
I actually do not like the new 52.
Yeah, I don't. Marvel. I'm not a fan of the 52 at all. It's like, why do you have a collar on Superman? I don't know.
Yeah, all those strange lines on the costumes just don't work.
Yeah,
I especially can't remember how to draw them.
Yeah, you're right. It was just like extra lines.
Yeah,
it's like, oh, it's Batman with like 6 extra little lines coming off of his
long box
uniform.
rule number 3. No, superhero costumes are simple and elegant.
Well, not Cable's not simple and elegant.
Oh, Matt, you weren't here. I was laying out my rules.
Oh my God.
Rule number 1: the superhero name is the focus of the superhero. Rule number 2: costume has to be simple and elegant. Rule number 3: the powers have to match the name. And then rule number 4 is any character with prep time beats any other character without prep time.
No, you don't understand that. Everything is he's the DM master. Everything is a rule. See, I
Yeah,
wouldn't call you
exactly.
the electric man.
Spider-Man with prep time beats Batman. Batman with prep time beats Spider-Man. So knock off the prep time. Dr. Manhattan has irked me since the 80s. He's basically a god, does nothing to help. Yeah. But that's the point of the character. But again, these are your irrational characters, so you're allowed to not like it.
I like the fact that he's like fucking disconnecting. Like as the story goes, he gets more and more disconnected. Right. Like just doesn't give a fuck.
Yeah, he just loses touch with humanity. Would you agree that Eric July unintentionally cribbed the Rippaverse from Milestone Media?
What?
I don't know. You know what? This is going to sound mean, and this is about as negative as I'm going to get. I don't think Eric July knows much about comic books, so I think this just happened. You know what I mean? Like,
because they're both black. Is that why? Hey, do you think a black guy cribbed this other black guy's comic book company? I mean,
I would be.
Do you think a white guy stole another guy's comic book company because they're white?
I think it would. I mean, it's not like the Rippaverse is all black. There's only one black superhero that I could think of, or maybe two. Blood Ruth, she's black. So it's not Milestone with everybody.
Yara is black. She's just albino. Yeah.
I didn't know that. Okay.
I'm just kidding.
I believed you. I didn't know.
You're funny.
Kevin Grove made a comic Darkstorm and essentially Blue Marvel, but much better. Not overpowered and not a coward hiding. Oh, all right. I like Kevin Garreau.
Right.
Here's the funny thing is my high school friend Brian is buddies with Kevin, and he's been trying to get him to come on my channel.
I was just gonna say you should get him on the channel. He's got like the deepest voice I've ever heard.
Yeah, and be like, hey, I hate your character, Blue Marvel, and then he gets off my channel.
Darkstorm. Is that like Darkhawk? You remember Darkhawk?
Darkhawk, yeah, I remember.
Yeah, I remember Darkhawk. Nothing to do with the drama. I don't like Cyberfrog. He's weird looking to be badly written, and he's ripped off of Battletoads. Those big dumb eyes and the crate.
I don't mind. Cyberhawk's hard to draw. Cyberfrog's hard to draw.
He looks difficult to do. I think Cyberfrog worked better in the 90s when he was semi-humorous rather than this, deadpan apocalyptic
future.
world.
Yeah,
to me, it's a total.
I like drew him with his mouth open, and they were like, "Yo, you drew him with a fucking soy mouth." I'm like, "Okay," and then I see one of the covers, and and I see one of the covers. And his fucking mouth is wide open. I'm like,
there's that one that Fraga drew in the 90s.
You drew it really well, Matt.
Yeah.
The Rippaverse and the Dakotaverse have almost zero. Okay, yeah. I don't think it's intentional. As mean as this sounds, and I don't mean it to be. I don't think Eric knows that much about comics. Like Marcus reminded me, he's only 33.
Yeah, he's not that old.
And Milestone came out 25 years ago, so it's like. Did you, it's like asking me, did you rip off that Cary Grant movie that came out when you were in diapers? I'm like, no, I never heard of this. You know what I mean? Hawk and Dove irked me. I could see that. I do like the original Steve Ditko version because I thought they were a little bit more nuanced and so. But now it's just like big dumb Hawk is stupid and Dove always is correct because he's the progressive one.
I think that might be some of the only Rob Liefeld artwork that I like.
Yes,
is that
I was just talking about that.
Hawk and Dove stuff.
Yeah, his early stuff. He's probably working with an editor.
An editor was like, "Yeah, man, draw some fucking normal legs. Like, can you draw some normal feet? Like, they want him to be house style, And
one time I got to, Harrowberg, you got to be careful. Like, I changed a major character coming up for issue 3, and I full circle brought him back to the beginning because I'm like, you know what? If I'm going to keep reacting to this, I'm, but
well, Matt, Marvel used to try to fix Rob. My friend worked on. He was a Ramita Raider, and they practically redrew New Mutants Annual 4. He was telling me how it was not publishable, and then Bob Harris liked him, and that was the end of that. Nobody was fixing him, and he ends up to be the way he is.
I didn't know Milestone took place in Texas. I didn't know that. For some reason, I thought it was Pittsburgh. I don't know why. Kevin Garreau is awesome. He frequents my local comic shop and hangs out. Yeah, tell him to come on my channel. Tell him John is friends with Brian. Brian the redhead. John, he's a DC Comics fan. Watch his old vids. He's very well versed. Okay. I don't watch his vids. I got little time. I come home from work, I eat dinner, maybe make a video, and then go to bed. Dakota City is specifically a Midwestern town based in Michigan. It's modeled after Detroit. Okay. Eric knows a lot about DC Comics, not much Marvel, only by word of mouth. Yeah, he's only 33. Yeah, this also is not so he comes across as older, not like an old man.
I thought he was older than 33.
Yeah,
he's not. He's a young guy.
Like when Marcus told me he's only 33, and
he's like 32 years old when he was on your show. I was like,
oh, yeah, he comes across as older.
Well, I thought he was older. Like crack don't, black don't crack. So I was figuring he was an older fella. Mid 40s.
I'm old.
Yeah, you are. What are you, like early 50s? Jeez.
Early 50s. I'm 59, man.
Woo! Get out the ibuprofen.
You're telling me? I live on ibuprofen. I have to buy some more.
I'm freaking out because I'm down to my last ibuprofen that I got when I was in the hospital. They gave me like medical strength. Now I got to go with peasant strength. I'm officially in that age. I come up work, take a shower, take an ibuprofen because
John works harder than I do.
My bones are killing me. We're going on 3 hours now. So what do you
started? Yeah.
For next week for It's Clobbering Time?
I'm going to ask Matt.
I think Clayface vs. Sandman's a good one.
Clayface vs. Sandman.
Have any of you guys read Grimm?
Sandman.
Yeah, Marvel Sandman who fights Spider-Man.
Oh, duh. What the fuck?
I have not read
that's
Grimm.
A good one. I haven't read Grimm.
John, let's be honest. How many people not Gen X know? Yeah, you're right. Yeah, absolutely right. Can't argue.
I've made a whole cottage industry here in this circle, knowing a little more about comics than most. If I can make money on it.
It's funny when, like, at work, talking to normies and stuff like that, they'll be like, yeah, I got that Spider-Man and Batman comic when they fight the Penguin. I'm like, that comic doesn't exist. Like, no, I got it. I'm like, that comic doesn't exist.
Yeah, bring it in. Show it to me.
Yeah, it's like it does, but they swear it exists. And I'm like, no, Marvel has Spider-Man, DC has Batman. They're different companies. There's only one crossover, and that didn't happen. No, I got it. Okay, you got it. Fine.
My favorite thing is they would have the Fantastic Four, and some guy would say, "That's a stretchy guy, stretchy man. That's Rock Man."
Yeah,
that's a. I'm like, oh, please, you're killing me.
Yeah, I got that comic book with Fantastic Four and Superman. No, you don't.
Except, they wouldn't have that one. That's a big comic. Mm-mm. There was a crossover, wasn't there, by Dan Jurgens and Alex Ross? Well, that was a cover anyway.
They put Rocket in the 4th season of Young Justice recently, so DC still using. Yeah.
Sometimes.
And Shock, what's the kid's name? Shock something?
Static Shock.
Static Shock.
Well, he's the one that people would know because they made a cartoon out of Static Shock.
Logic, I'll sign your petition for Sydney Sweeney as Power Girl, but you got to sign my petition to make me the editor-in-chief of Marvel Comics.
So I have a great. All right, so now all right.
Give me DC. If you take Marvel, I'll take DC.
Okay, we're gonna have Sydney Sweeney as Power Girl versus Kat Dennings as somebody, and that will be what we fight about next week.
Kat Dennings as Hela.
Kat Dennings. She's back on TV now. I have to start watching that show.
When I first saw that Kat Dennings was cast in the first Thor movie, I was swearing up and down that she was going to be Hela.
No, well,
I mean, I did like Kate Blanchett, but come on, man, Kat Dennings with that Zaftig figure in a Hela costume.
Yeah, but she was short. I think that Kate Blanchett was taller.
Tom Cruise is short. They make him a hero in all these movies.
Yeah, but. Yeah, Kate Blanchett is probably a better actress. They would. They cared about their acting back then, no, John.
Kate, I tell you, man, she came out as Hela, eating up the scenes. Like, she was awesome.
Unbelievable.
She's such a good actor. She's such a good actress. She's one of my favorite actresses.
They cared
and the funny thing is, like, she's pretty, but she's not like Hollywood beautiful. But I think she's so sexy. What do you think, Matt? I know you're married,
she's a hottie.
Other women are sexy.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not dead. I'm not trying to hook up with her. She's clearly an attractive person. You know what I mean? I'm not,
Just because you're on a diet don't mean you can't read the menu.
So yeah, I'm not retarded or blind. You know what I mean? It's like, oh no, I have a wife, so I'm just gonna draw weird oblong women. No, I'm gonna draw,
Well,
I get it. Yeah, I think she's attractive. I sound like a dickhead, but I think she might be near the end of her like sex symbol phase.
Oh yeah, she's gonna hit the wall.
Like her.
Well, Kate Blanchett.
I don't know about wall because you have like the Helen Mirren, you know what I mean? Who like
Helen Mirren.
She rode the elderly hot lady for a while, until
go watch Excalibur, man. Oh my god!
I remember that when I was a kid.
Bro.
Oh my god!
Excalibur, Caligula, dude.
John L. sign your petition. If you go to I think if you go to my Twitter, it's like one of the pinned comments, but at change.org, I think I got 101 signatures. I like what somebody said. Somebody's like, yeah, make him the editor-in-chief of Marvel. He has the right haircut.
We didn't decide that
well, he's on the other side of the equator. They think differently.
Yeah, well.
Kate Dennings needs a personal valet. I volunteer.
She's in a new TV show with Tim Allen. I could just imagine them being snarky to each other for half an hour.
She better be playing his daughter, because if she's playing his wife,
she's playing his daughter.
Okay,
no, she's playing his daughter. As a matter of fact, yeah.
Yes,
I just saw
to figure out the spectrum. Like, okay, he would do her, but who wouldn't he?
Kate Dennings,
Betty White.
Well,
Betty White off the table for
Betty
her?
White passed away.
Oh fuck. Okay, definitely. Then
Kate Dennings.
She's definitely. I mean, she's on a table, but not that kind of table.
Kate Dennings is now what, the mother of a new character that had sex with Howard the Duck. Tell you, Marvel's turning it.
How about
who was that? Who's the chick who had duck?
Oh God! I accidentally clicked on a Chuck Norris comment. They definitely weren't swaps, but Icon was way similar to Superman. He was even an alien who crash landed here and was raised by humans. Yeah, but and then like you're the most powerful black guy on the planet, and you just sit through slavery. It doesn't make me like the character. You know what I mean? Same with Blue Marvel. Hulk for Solomon Grundy.
Yeah, that's. Oh my god! I think the Hulk would fucking destroy Solomon Grundy.
Yeah, me too. They definitely weren't swaps, but Icon always was similar to Superman.
Solomon Grundy.
Did I click on that twice? Oh, no, he said that.
Hulk.
Depends on which version of Betty White. How about the 25-year-old version as opposed to the 99-year-old version?
Yeah, dude. There's Betty White when she was younger. She was in some show and she was like the frisky woman in The Office.
Oh, that was Mary Tyler Moore show.
Yeah, the Mary Tyler Moore show. She was like the
Yeah, she was the one. Yeah, she was the horny one.
Yeah.
Wait, Magneto lost to the Metal Men? How? The dude controls. Rewind and watch.
Mm-hmm. You'll have to watch the first. Yeah.
Parasite versus Rogue. That's a good one. 25-year-old. Yeah. There's old glamour shots of Betty White. Like
there was a shot. There was something on Twitter with it was the Dick Van Dyke show.
Oh,
mm-hmm.
with
Dick Van Dyke and Mary Tyler Moore were playing pool. She looked really cute there,
dude. Man. Mary Tyler Moore for sure, dog.
Yep.
Especially during Dick Van Dyke.
Oh, definitely.
I'm on cloud 9 because somebody said who is the most beautiful feminine face in all of history, and they put Marilyn Monroe, and then Diane Franklin put pictures of herself.
Oh, I saw that. Yeah, that was.
And I said Diane Franklin. Oh my God! In the 80s, I was obsessed with Diane Franklin. Oh my God! I saw every one of her movies. I love Diane Franklin. So I said, Diane, you're still my Hollywood crush, and she responded to it. So
did she? I didn't see it.
Diane Franklin.
I didn't see that thread.
There's a tribute to Diane Franklin in Eddie is Doomed. She plays the there's a character called Diane.
Does your wife know about Diane Franklin?
Yeah, she caught me watching
Oh, dude, she's from she's like the French girl.
Yeah, from Better Off Dead.
From Better Off Dead.
There's a movie. I can't remember the name of it, but there's a movie where Diane Franklin plays Eve and she's naked. She's just naked in the movie. And my wife comes home from work and I'm sitting on the couch and she goes, "Good movie." You can't defend yourself when it's just a naked girl on your screen. But I'm like, it's Diane Franklin naked. I never knew this movie existed.
Yeah,
Give me
she
a
has
break.
a cute face. It's not Samantha from Bewitched, but it's cute.
Oh, Elizabeth Montgomery.
Damn it, dude! Why do we not get along when you're calling out shit that we should be getting along on? Halle Berry for sure, dude. Halle Berry, Swordfish.
Why do we not get along?
Bro.
I don't
know. We don't get along.
I liked Halle Berry for so long, and then her
it.
portrayal as Storm made me not like her. But she won me back.
I don't think it was her fault. I think she was a good pick for Storm. It was the Bryan Singer. That fucking first X-Men movie sucks balls, dude.
But she won me back with the John Wick movie. I thought she was so good in that John Wick movie.
Did she didn't win you back with Monster Ball?
I never saw it,
bro. That's a movie.
Tim Allen's daughter. The show is called Shifting Gears.
Yeah.
Okay, I didn't know. I don't watch much TV, guys.
Well, I watch
Halle Berry's hot as
fuck.
fuck.
A commercial.
Unpopular opinion: Marilyn Monroe wasn't particularly attractive. She was average at best, just very promiscuous. I think Marilyn Monroe is very pretty.
That's pretty unpopular. Yeah, that's an unpopular opinion. Logic.
I know Anne Margaret though. You know,
Anne Margaret looks like. Anne Margaret looks like the craziest person, like the craziest, like if
she's a nut with those little black tights on.
Oh my god, she has the craziest eyes I've ever seen. Like Anne Margaret walks into the room, you can't help but look at her, and then she picks you and she takes you to the back room, and you come out like, oh my god, I'm gonna remember that for the rest of my life. And Anne Margaret's like chewing on the walls and paint because she's absolutely insane. I don't know.
Yeah.
Man. Watch when she dances with Elvis.
Anne Margaret was the only actress who didn't sleep with Elvis during all of Elvis's movies.
Really?
Yep.
That's probably why she stares at him so intensely. She's like
every other one slept with him.
But I tell you, I still think
who was
I like besides Diane
Franklin. That's why they called him the king, Matt.
Betty Page. There's something about Betty Page.
Betty Page. Yeah.
Oh, yeah. But then that started off like the Betty Page fad. Remember that where everybody was rolling with Betty Page bangs and shit.
Yeah, Dave Stevens. I learned about it through Dave Stevens.
Dave Stevens found her and brought her back to get these accolades so she makes some money.
Yeah,
I would that the answer would be Helen of Troy. Helen of Troy. Yeah, but we don't know what she really looked like. Halle Berry in the Flintstones. I forgot about that. John Wick versus Bullseye. There's a good one.
That's a good one.
That's a really good one.
The mousy chick from WKRP in Cincinnati, not the blonde.
Oh yeah, Bailey. Oh my god, I love Bailey.
Yeah, everybody liked Bailey.
Oh my god, I freaking love Bailey. I hated her in the Virgin film. What are we talking about? She totally cucked that kid. Who are we talking about? I never liked Lucy Liu.
I liked her in.
Lucy Liu.
Lucy Liu's pretty hot.
Yeah, that's a tough one. Betty Page or Lucy. It's like Lucy Liu, like a little Asian chick with freckles. God damn, dude.
She was pretty hot in Elementary. My wife watched all those. I didn't actually like Elementary, so.
Claudia Cardinal versus Sophia Loren. These are two.
My mother met Sophia Loren.
Okay, you know who I think is the most beautiful woman
She's very nice
ever?
James Manfield.
She's beautiful too, but Monica Bellucci.
Yeah, she's hot.
Oh my god,
Monica Bellucci, like John Belushi's daughter.
Bellucci.
No,
I don't think it's
Bellucci.
I think it's Bellucci, but yeah.
Oh, she was in the Matrix movie, and she was in Bram Stoker's Dracula.
Yeah.
She's good stuff right there. She's married to that Capoeira French actor.
I thought she was with Tim Burton now.
I don't think so. I think Hillary Bonham Carter is married to.
No, they broke up. Raquel Welch. Oh my god.
Ooh,
Raquel Welch.
1 million BC.
She was hot when she was 80.
Yeah.
Raquel Welch is unbelievable.
Yeah, Raquel Welch. Yeah. I watched that horrible movie where she turns into a man or Rex.
Oh yeah, I heard about that.
Oh my god, it was a horrible movie, but she's dancing around on cars and stuff like that. You're like,
here's the thing about Raquel Welch is if you look at Raquel Welch the way she stands, that looks like every Sal Buscema woman,
right?
That you said the exact
I
same
think Betty
body,
Page and Raquel Welch are like the two inspirations for like all comic book women.
That works. That's fine.
This is how I think. Yeah.
Deborah Capriol. You go look her up. You'll thank me. Oh, Diane Franklin, the last. Yeah. That movie. Yeah, it was horrible. You know, I can't believe that movie was made because it was such a downer movie. But oh my God, she was so cute in that movie. And she's right here from Long Island. She's from Plainview, not too far away from me.
That's good.
Mm-hmm. What about Grace Jones? How about some Grace Jones?
A little harsh.
It's funny because I had a crush on Grace Jones for a little while.
Yeah, I went and saw Grace Jones play at the Limelight. She played at the Limelight, and I went and saw her.
Oh, did you? That's cool.
Yeah, dude.
How about Pam Grier?
I love
hell yeah, bro.
I love Pam.
Hell yeah.
Like Pam Grier.
Bro, what was that? Jackie Brown?
Jackie Brown, that's right.
Dude, I'll save you. I'll save you, baby girl.
Yeah, Linda Carter. I forgot about Linda Carter. She's up there. Well, I told you I met Linda Carter.
Dude.
They've had Wonder Woman. They have a person to play Wonder Woman who did a good job. Does not touch Linda Carter. Linda Carter was the ultimate Wonder Woman.
Linda Carter, like, you knew that you were hetero when you're.
Logic's finest.
You know, I was just like, yo, like, I don't know what's going on, but those red boots and those hips. Like I want to marry that.
Exactly.
I don't know what that means. I don't know what that means, but I want to get that. I want her to make my sandwiches.
When Adrienne Barbeau unzipped her shirt in Cannonball Run to get out of the ticket, I was like a little kid. I was just like, Mom, is this what sex is? I think this is sex. You know, I my pants hurt.
You know, and she always looked like a little bit older. Adrienne Barbeau always looked like your English teacher or something.
Yeah, but back in the 70s, women were allowed to be older. You know.
I'm not knocking it, but even like Escape from New York, like she's not.
Okay, guys.
Although one time
she's not like a teenager or like early 20s. She's like already like in her 30s, and she's like fucking.
Erin Gray in the purple metallic spandex and Buck Rogers.
Well, you could meet her at Comic-Con.
Beady boner.
Beady boner. Yeah, dude. She was also in Silver Spoons. Remember that? She was in it.
And here's another one is Julie Newmar as Catwoman. That was when I realized that I liked her.
She was the greatest Catwoman.
And
I liked her better. I liked her better than Eartha Kitt. I feel like we were just like told to think that Eartha Kitt was hot, but she looked more like a pug than
she
than
does.
a cat.
She looked like a British
Yvonne Craig. That girl.
I like. Yeah.
Yes, dude. The pictures of her on the beach in a bikini.
I met her too. She's really nice. I met her at a party in the 90s after a con.
Carolyn Jones. Really? You gonna tell me Mrs. Morticia wasn't the hottest thing either? I'd speak French to her all day long. Yeah, I like Priyanka Chopra. I can't pronounce her name, but
I don't know. What is she from?
She's an Indian actress. She's got like a Vavoom to her is the only way to describe. You know, if Herrenberg's bringing her up, she's got a huge.
Herrenberg.
Oh my God, dude! You talk about Vavoom. What? How come nobody said this person's name yet? Salma Hayek.
Oh yeah.
Well, that goes without saying.
Oh yeah, it's like, dude, you don't even need to say her name.
She's just
already there.
You know,
Linda Carter versus Gal Gadot is
dude.
Real men pick Linda Carter over Gal Gadot, and I like Gal Gadot.
I mean, Gal Gadot
I do too. She's just too wafy, dude. She just did not look yoked. I mean, not that I wanted that the one chick who got canceled from Gina Carano. I don't know if I wanted Gina Carano to be Wonder Woman, but
Gina Carano was should have been Big Barda.
Yeah, if she was in shape.
Big Barter
back. Yeah, when she's in fighting shape. Yeah, when she's in fighting shape, that's fucking Wonder Woman for me. But no, Mandalorian is like, yo.
You know who Kirby based Big Barter on? After he based Big Barter on his wife and Lainey Kazan. That big bone.
Morgan Fairchild was this like we're going through the Gambit.
Yeah, now we're just going through like Dallas, then we're gonna hit Falcon Crest, and then we're gonna fucking.
Well, what about that girl on the Fall Guy? We had her poster, and I had Marky Post too.
Marky Post. I watched Night Court for years, not realizing how hard Marky Post was.
That's the lawyer, right? The lawyer.
Yeah, the blonde lawyer. Yeah. Oh my God.
Yeah, bro.
You see like pinup pictures of her. I'm like, why didn't she look like that on Night Court? This is a tough one. Marilyn Monroe versus James Mainfield. I like them both for different reasons, but
I like Marilyn. There's nothing. I like Marilyn Monroe.
What about the mom from Who's the Boss? Not Samantha, not the older mom from Who's the Boss, but the other.
Oh,
Samantha.
I can't stand her. I don't know what it is. I can't stand her. Sofia Vergara.
That's a politics thing with her, though.
I don't know anything about her politics. It's just something about her face. I just hate her face. Topanga from Boy Meets World. Yeah, I remember that. I remember her. Topanga. Selena. You know what's funny is I was in Albuquerque when she got shot, and she was on all the TVs all the time. I always thought she was cute.
Dude, Jane Mansfield has a wife. I mean,
and then all of a sudden I started seeing the modeling pictures from her youth. Oh my god!
Yeah, you saw a picture when she was young. She was pretty hot in that Star Trek, though.
I just can't help but think of her. What show was she on? Falcon Crest, Dynasty? I forget.
She was on Dynasty.
Yeah, Salma Hayek. Yeah.
Yeah, Joan Collins. Yeah, she was the one who was like, "Oh, she's wearing garters."
You know what's funny?
I was walking, television.
He says he met Katie Sackhoff in 2012. I was at a comic convention. I was at New York Comic Con, and I was walking around through Artist Alley, and then I just was like, the crowd's getting to me, and I just went off on myself. And next thing you know, I'm standing next to Katie Sackhoff. She's just hanging out, but she said the same thing. Sometimes the crowds get. Me and her just talked. She was really, really nice.
I liked her on Longmire. You ever seen Longmire?
No.
Oh, you got to see Longmire.
She was really, really pleasant. She didn't have to.
Kind of like a mess. What is Longmire? Is like a Western, a modern Western with Indian lore, and it's really good. It was really good.
Alyssa Milano. I don't like her politics. I don't like her face. I just wish. Well, she died, so I don't want to say anything.
She died.
I remember.
Didn't she?
Melissa Milano died.
Didn't Alyssa Milano just die of cancer? Or am I thinking of the same person?
Jesus, that's a bummer.
Yeah, Marky Post. Yeah, again, I didn't realize how hot she was until I started seeing like glamour shots of her. 7 of 9. Yes, she was sexy, or still is sexy.
Marissa Tomei.
I like her. I like
right
her
now.
So does George Costanza.
Yeah. Marky posted a failed reboot of Electro Woman and Dyna Girl. Oh wow, I gotta watch that. We talked about Kate Blanchett already. I still find
I watched the original Electric Girl.
She's the one that kicked off this list.
Yeah,
Deirdre Hall, Electric Girl and Dyna Girl.
Wilma Flintstone or Betty Rubbles. I got to go with Betty.
Betty.
I got something.
I don't know.
Betty.
You got that redhead. It's pretty fiery.
I do like the redheads, but
Betty, she's got the beady ass eyes. Like Betty has like whites to her eyes. You know what I mean? Like I don't know what's going on.
I'm gonna go to a website and see what the parody, the porn parody of the Flintstones.
I never liked Sharon Doherty. My friend Brian, the one that's also friends with Kevin Burrow, he was good friends with Sharon Doherty, and he said she was a sweetheart in real life, and she got a bad rep. Sharon Doherty just died. Maybe I'm getting her mixed up with
maybe you're
really? Shannon Doherty died?
Yeah. Well, Miss Milano was alive.
She had cancer.
Sandra Bullock, I want to like, but I just don't.
Too much facial work right now. Like that last movie I saw her in, Bird Box, is like, yeah, dude.
But
it was like Bird Box. Like, how are you like 3-6 weeks into the apocalypse and you have like perfectly contoured makeup? It's like fucking airbrushed on face.
She looked good in
that movie about the football player. Steinfeld. I don't know. Is that Jerry Seinfeld's daughter? I don't know who this girl is.
What about Delta Burks?
Delta Burke was hot. She played a Playboy bunny in one of her first movies.
Oh, I remember that. Yeah,
she was awesome.
Yeah, First and 10. You remember her in the HBO show?
They do the HBO when I had HBO. Yeah. She was great in that show.
Yeah, and then she just decided to be like, "Fuck it, chicken wings all day long." I'm eating cake icing.
I did see her in The Flash, Erwinberg.
It's clobbering time turned into it's slobbering time.
Yeah.
Well, what do you want? We could be fighting. Hold on, Matt. I'll say something mean to you.
Okay.
I can't think of anything. Sorry.
Dude, it's 2025. I'm
not involved.
I'm burnt out. I'm burnt out on the drama. I got nothing.
I don't think it's good for anybody.
Well, I always kind of stayed out of it anyway. I'm not sure how.
I fell into the trap a few times. I'm not proud of it.
Well, we're not perfect.
That's true.
Yeah, dude. I was like, yo, man. I was like, I need something, guys. I was like, I need something to keep I need some sci-fi. Do you have anything sci-fi? And Richard and Chuck were like, actually, we do have some sci-fi. You want to get on this? I was like, fuck yes.
Yeah, I you showed me it, and I've been biting my lip, but it looks awesome. You want to talk about it?
Not really. It's as soon as I finish with the Rock and Roll Ninja sequel, I'm gonna jump on the sci-fi book. But it's like I'm doing all the concepts and designs for it right now, and kind of figuring it out. And
what you showed me looks really, really good.
Yeah. So whenever I'm like, I get the urge to like talk shit, I just start drawing a spaceship. Start drawing an alien that I know I'm going to need in the background.
Are you doing another 100
fighting with
pages?
people doesn't sell comics.
Nah, this sequel, this Rock and Roll sequel is going to be like 60 pages. And I think this sci-fi is going to be like 60.
You're going to
throw fucking 100 pages was fucking...
You got to throw me in a crowd seat.
A lot of pages.
Uzi does it is playing.
Bro, I already got you in like the first 10 pages of Rock and Roll Ninja.
Yes.
As a taxi driver.
Supposedly Tonic Bull is going to have me as the owner of the comic book store in one of his comics.
Yeah. Yeah, I drew you in as the taxi driver.
All right. I always wanted to be a taxi driver. It's one of the jobs I've always wanted, Marcus. Taxi driver. Jessica Rabbit or Hollywood from Cool World? I like Hollywood.
Jessica Rabbit.
Nah, Hollywood. I mean, she's been with animals.
Oh no, I'm not getting into that. Boy, stay away.
Yeah, but Roger Rabbit made her laugh, Matt. Come on.
Yeah, but he's still an animal. He's still
that's a good point.
Rabbit.
Sandra Bullock was hot in Demolition Man. There's a scene in Demolition Man where Sandra Bullock, she's in the police uniform and she gets up and walks away. I'm not ashamed to admit that I rewound that scene.
You know that the football movie?
Yeah, you're right.
The Blind Side. She looked good in that skirt in The Blind Side too.
And I got to say, the Demolition Man, I watched it as a kid laughing at it, and as an adult, I watch it kind of like terrified. It's
dude, yeah, you're like, that's so dumb. Taco Bell is the only place you're like, holy shit. Yeah, dude, it is scary. It's scary.
Jessica Parker Kennedy, who is that?
Dude, what about while we figure out what about that Bryce chick? Bryce Howard. She's Bryce Dallas Howard.
Oh yeah,
she was so cute in her debut. Oh my god.
She's a cutie pie, but yeah, she's definitely thickened out.
But oh my god, I can't believe that beautiful girl came out of Opie. You know, from
well, she didn't come out of Opie. Just a little bit of Opie came out of him, and into probably a much more attractive.
Don't assume men can have babies.
Well, fucking butthole babies.
I gotta say, who didn't fall in love with her in the first Indiana Jones movie?
Dude, you know what? You know the movie that made me fall in love with her was Starman.
Oh, I forgot about Starman.
I was like, yo.
And I wanted to like her in Animal House, but then she cheated on what's his name?
Raiders is one of my favorite movies, if not my favorite movie of all time.
That is such a good movie.
Dude, Animal House, when the Otter meets the Dean's wife.
Oh yeah.
Mrs. Warmer. You still want to show me your cucumber?
Dude, I'm still just like the garters. Those fucking garters. I don't know why. What's the deal with those?
They don't show. You can't really find Animal House much. You can watch Blues Brothers all day long. It's always on.
Okay, here you know that they show this thing, comic book opinions, and that'll get you like this. And they got the guy with all the swords. I don't like the Blues Brothers movie.
Oh, Blues Brothers like the greatest movie ever.
I love Animal House, but the Blues Brothers movie, I could take it or leave it.
Oh, I love the Blues.
Yeah, I'm iffy about the Blues Brothers. I'm kind of whatevs.
It's a seminal movie, but you don't have to like it. But I love that movie. It's a little long, but it has everything in it.
Heroinberg, can you send me a picture of this woman, Karen Parker Kennedy?
Kim Cattrall?
Jessica Parker Kennedy is also
played
the Flash's daughter from the future. I remember her. Yeah, she's really cute.
Jessica Parker.
Exactly, Logic. 2 genders, tops and bottoms. Vampire. I met Elvira at a comic book convention, and it was like it wasn't the peak time, so she wasn't in the Elvira getup, and she was super cute and very friendly. So
She's
I
like
never
a
met
redhead,
Elvira.
right?
So meeting somebody trumps not meeting somebody. So Elvira.
Yeah.
Dan Aykroyd gets on my nerves.
He's not cool. He's not cool in that stuff.
Aykroyd.
But you know what movie I love?
Blues Brothers either. That's kind of the point.
Have you seen Neighbors?
I see Neighbors. Yeah, I used to watch all those.
I love that movie with Fear.
Yeah, that's a good movie.
Elizabeth Hurley. Oh my God, she's sexy. Elizabeth Hurley. She doesn't age either.
Could you imagine being married to her and then cheating on her with just some kind of street hooker?
Well, there was something in bed, Matt, she didn't like to do. Apparently, that's something you was looking for.
Hugh Grant, I know. It just shows you.
He's a pretty good actor, though.
He's still getting work
early every night, and you're still going for a streetwalker. I just don't understand.
There wasn't a sequel, but there was a kind of a sequel TV show to Starman, where you deal with the sun, and the sun has the little silver ball, and he's like going around the country. Yeah,
I don't know.
Google it, because I think they had the guy comes back, the alien comes back, but he doesn't take Jeff Bridges' body. He remakes the body of the pilot from Airplane the movie.
I'm trying to think of okay, guys, classic. Marianne or Ginger?
Marianne.
Yeah, Marianne for sure.
Marianne.
I like shorter women anyway.
But to me, the proof is watch the episode where Marianne thinks she's Ginger, because Marianne pulls off the Ginger dresses and looks amazing, and Ginger looks frumpy as Marianne.
I mean, Ginger isn't a bad-looking woman.
No. We're
No.
talking about like steak or prime rib over here. You know what I mean?
Right. But Marianne, definitely.
Yeah, but we're also one is high maintenance, and and then the other one is still cute, and we'll probably go hiking with you or something. I don't know.
What about the Beebs mom? Leave it to Beaver.
Oh, all those moms for sure.
They're all good looking.
Yeah.
Oh, I was going to mention this woman before, and that's Barbara Boucher. I know Herrenberg probably knows
Elizabeth Montgomery.
Yeah, dude, all the moms from all those shows are just
unbelievable. And they all wore those little tight caprice pants.
Dude, the mom from Brady Bunch, the mom from Partridge Family. I mean, just
no way.
Just
it was
stacking
Alice
them
from
up,
the Brady
bro.
Bunch. Alice from she was a freak.
Alice? Ew, she looked like a fucking guy, dude. If it wasn't for Sam the Butcher, I'd been like, that's a lesbian.
Bald feet.
But I think when Alice played, she was probably 38 years old. Everybody looked older back then.
You know what freaks me out is Archie Bunker was 45 in the first season of All in the Family.
You know how
45. Old? I'm 16 years older than that guy, and
You know how old Sanford and Son was? He was 48 when he played him.
Yeah, 48 going on 162.
48 years old.
Here I come. This is the big one.
Tony Grego, yes,
78.
I love Fear. I've seen Fear play at the Ritz. They were awesome. It was Fear, the Rollins band, and Anthrax. And they were awesome. And I took my little sister to go see my little sister was disappointed. I go, what's wrong? She goes, Fear were too nice. For a band named Fear, they should have been meaner.
Fear were
yes,
too nice.
They played Fear played SNL. It was a Halloween episode with the guy from the first Halloween movie. Donald Pleasance was the host.
Mm-hmm.
Fear got kicked off the stage, and if you look, you could see Henry Rollins and Ian McKay in the crowd dancing.
Oh, Heather Thomas! I had a Heather Thomas poster.
Oh, Matt, you got to go.
Yeah, I gotta get some work done.
Okay, looking forward to seeing Rock and Roll Ninja and your unnamed sci-fi Chuck Dixon book.
That sounds.
I think it's gonna be called Wester. I don't know yet. I don't know.
You told me
we'll
that,
see.
but I can't give away
Wester. It's gonna be dope. It's like Star Wars meets Ruby Ridge.
Yeah, I think that's a great concept. That is a great concept.
Yeah.
And Matt,
yeah, buddy.
Matt sent me a couple of sketches. It kind of looks like Mobius when you do sci-fi.
Yeah, I'm going in a completely different art style, like total fucking Meta Barons Mobius.
Is that difficult to you two guys are artists? Is it difficult to do like a consistent different art style than what you're normally used to?
I think it isn't. I always think it isn't, but it is.
What, easy to switch?
Yeah.
Not I
like Mobius,
really
Mobius had his Mobius work, and then he did the Lieutenant Blueberry work, which are vastly different.
Yeah, it tends to be the medium that I'm using. Like Rock and Roll Ninja, I'm using more of like a brush kind of a tip, so there's a little more of like thickness thin. But with the sci-fi, I want to use like mechanical pencil, so that's just gonna kind of affect the way I render stuff. It's like, okay.
Well, the punk rocky stuff, you can have looser lines, stuff like that.
Yeah. This is definitely because I'm a huge fan of heavy metal and Meta Barons, so I'm just like, just want to switch gears and do something.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to it.
All right, guys. Well, I'll see you next Friday. I'll try to hop on.
All right, take it easy.
Later, chat. Y'all have a good night.
Logic brings
Zoe
up
Kravitz. Oh, the list just keeps going. God.
I gotta say, when I saw the Batman and her in the Catwoman outfit, even my wife had to look at me and go like, "What a figure on that girl!"
Oh, I know.
Riveting. And there was one scene where she was walking through that club, and I gotta say, it's like it was like watching a metronome, her swinging back and forth. It was like hypnotic. There's a reason why sex sells, ladies and gentlemen. Learn about it, modern Marvel and video games.
Brunettes are my vampire chick with big boobs, right?
After being a comic book fan for 40 years, it's got to be redheads. It's got to be redheads, Although there's nothing wrong with brunettes and there's nothing wrong with blondes. But Lauren Tews, why does that name sound familiar?
Love Boat.
Who? Which one?
Love Boat. She's the girl on a Love Boat. She's the
the cruise director.
Yeah, the cruise director. That's it.
Oh, Jane Seymour. Oh my God. Watch the Sinbad movie. Oh my God.
Oh yeah, that's good.
I know I'll catch hell for this, but I don't particularly find her disattractive, but to me, Rosanna Dario is like what every girl in Queens looks like.
Yeah, there's a very New York look to her, right?
Yeah, your boy Zach said yesterday he's doing a sci-fi book called Wester. Yep, and now Chuck Dixon's writing it, and Matt Bauer is drawing it. He concepts.
So I gotta ask you, I never backed your boy Zach book. I might back that one.
Oh, Rock and Roll Ninja is awesome.
Yeah, but so Chuck writes them. So what does Chuck does Richard come up with the idea and then Chuck writes the idea?
Yeah, and I think and Richard pays for it, so he basically directs it.
I don't know how much money I don't know how he makes money, but God bless him.
We could do different styles, realistic and cartoon. Yeah,
well, that's true.
I know Oscar does a couple of different styles. I've seen Oscar's.
I find it kind of like I do the one with like the Mythic Adventures. That's all loose because it's all outside stuff and like Aztec and everything else. I can never feel like my stuff is ever clean enough.
I know Renzo is doing a cartoony style for like, I'm doing like a daily strip like you'd see in the newspapers, and Renzo was drawing it completely different style. So, but I just find like when I look at Mobius, when you look at classic sci-fi,
that's a completely different style.
And then he does Blueberry. It's unbelievable that it's the same guy.
It is unbelievable. Well, that's why he's Mobius.
Yeah, I've been seeing this, the Marvel Rivals, and I see people like complaining, and it's like, dude, have you picked up a comic book from before 2016? The Invisible Woman was the hottest thing. I remember there was, oh my God, just something about there was John Byrne drew it, and I forget who inked it, but it was before John Byrne's run. But there was the Invisible Woman. She had her hand on her hip, and her hip was cocked.
It had to be Joe Sinnott, probably.
I think it might have been Joe Sinnott, and she just was like chesty, and oh my God, it was devastating to like 12-year-old me. I always liked.
No, they always made
the ultimate MILF
too. I mean,
Sue Storm is supposed to be the ultimate MILF. Yeah, well, Rosario Dawson looks like a Klingon, so it kind of figured.
Well, she's got those wide eyes.
I can't stand Christina Applegate, so Katie Siegel by
to me, they put Christina Applegate on show, but Katie Siegel was really the one. Even with that beehive hair, it was secretly hotter to me.
We were talking before about like actors, actresses that you irrationally hate. She's probably a good person. I got no reason. She's got cancer, poor lady. I can't stand her.
Can't stand her. Right?
I have a friend whose mother hates Joyce DeWitt. Like,
really?
If you even say Joyce DeWitt, it like ruins her day. But and my other friend's grandmother hates Maury Amsterdam. You say Maury Amsterdam to her.
I always think one of my mother's uncles was named Maury, so that always reminded me of that.
Over the years, I've seen Kirby, Byrne, and Ditko copied. Yeah, well, if you're going to copy people, copy the best, right?
I like.
Well,
Suzanne Summers didn't come up. She was unbelievable.
Who?
Suzanne Summers.
What a body, huh?
Oh,
what a body. She, there's a scene of her in a bikini in Three's Company.
I know.
Even as a kid, I was like, "This is obscene." She was just like,
they don't even do that on the shows as much anymore. The girl from The Big Bang Theory, although that wasn't my favorite show, by the way.
I couldn't stand that show, but yes, she looked good.
Why could you stand? I want to know if I agree with you.
It just wasn't funny.
We watched the first couple of years because the kids liked it, like the two boys liked it, and then they got all like sexual innuendo, and then we just stopped watching it.
My problem is none of the characters are likable.
No, that's true.
None of the characters. There's nobody.
How many times would you punch Sheldon? You just knocked that guy out. I mean,
Sheldon got a pass because at least he had a legitimate like medical condition.
Right, that's true.
But he was annoying. But I could tolerate it. Leonard was whiny. Howard Wolowitz was disgusting. Just disgusting. But then that Indian character, the more I saw him conniving and weaseling and crying, and then it turns out he was just I hated every one of those characters.
That's so funny.
And RRTNZ is absolutely right. John Byrne drew Storm better than anybody.
Well, there's a story about Byrne, and because I was on his forum for so long, so back when
I was only kidding about Alice. Although
Linda Lavin.
Oh my God! Don't say Linda Lavin.
She just died.
Yeah, she just died.
Diana Ross wanted to play Storm in a movie.
Really?
Back when Byrne was doing X-Men. And Byrne drew some plans up for her. They do all this stuff that we never hear about. Now we hear about it more. And Byrne said, well, the problem with Diana Ross is 2 of her boobs don't equal 1 of Storm's. So I thought that those stories always stuck.
I don't know. Funny. Was young Barbara Streisand gorgeous? I can't picture.
I had a friend of mine.
All I picture is nostrils.
One of my best friends in college loved Barbara Streisand. He was dedicated to her. I'm like, dude, what do you do? He's a black guy. Barbara Streisand, really? He loved her.
Zoe Saldana any day of the week. And don't get me wrong, I don't think Rosario Dawson is ugly or anything like that. It's just, we're picking, cream of the crop here, Rosario. What the best to me, the best Rosario Dawson ever looked was in that Clerks movie, where she was married to Dante. Is that his name?
Rosario also has a nice body.
She does. Byrne is awesome, but don't George. Yeah. When John Byrne or George Perez drew children, it was like.
But Byrne did admit that he had trouble with children.
I think most artists have children drawing children.
Children and teenagers are really hard to draw. Like the fact that in Vaughn's book that his artist could draw those young kids throughout all those pages, it's hard. I had to draw a sidekick, and it is difficult to make somebody look young.
Have I ever met Stan Lee or Jack Kirby? No, I never met Jack Kirby. The closest I ever got to Stan Lee was I went to Comic-Con, and I don't know what was going on, but they had like a big auditorium filled with people, and it wasn't opening. I don't know if something was a problem in Comic-Con, but everybody was starting to get rowdy. They was like, oh, and the doors open, and they just brought Stan Lee out, just waving to people. Hello.
I got his autograph. I got Stan Lee's autograph.
My older brother, who was a big, scary biker guy, who was like, "That's Stan Lee. That's Stan Lee." You know, he's not even into comic books, and he got flabbergasted.
I when I was a kid, I got Stan Lee to autograph that Silver Surfer graphic novel.
Oh, cool.
Yeah, when I was a kid, you know, you're in line, but you didn't have to pay at that point. He signed it Stan Lee. He said, "I like the books you read, kid," you know. But I never met Jack Kirby. I think I had to play a baseball game or something, Little League game, and my brother and my father went to that con, and they taped it for me. Frank Miller and Jack Kirby, and we got Wolverine #1 signed by Claremont and Frank Miller on the inside. They didn't sign on the cover. And they got like Captain Victory #1 signed. And my father came back and said, "Jack Kirby's insane." That's what he said. He said he really believes what was happening Captain Victory. He'd be like, "ET's not going to happen. If they have aliens, they're coming here to take us over."
Jack Kirby, we have to get the aliens before they get us.
Yeah, my father thought he was really nuts, and then he really believed this stuff. So.
Yeah, Raja's sister Priya was unreasonably hot. I agree.
Oh, that's true.
And I will say, Bernadette, you know, Wallowitz.
Oh yeah,
oh my God, she's
in Night Court now. If you Google her name and you get her in a bikini, oh my God.
I do agree that Big Bang Theory did, and it's for a friend of mine like, "Oh, my husband's so smart. He gets all the jokes of Big Bang Theory." I'm like,
"Oh, great!
Yeah, congratulations."
Great. I get to wear the same T-shirt as
Charlotte. I was about to say this. The Greatest Storm by Bert is
that's unbelievable.
And Storm's laying there in the bikini. I remember I was in my school library reading that comic book, just looking around, hoping the nuns weren't noticing that I was looking at it.
Right.
Child, it's no hard to draw. Maybe next class. Okay, yeah. Marcus, did you see this? Oscar did a drawing class.
Oh yeah, that'd be good.
Oscar, let's do that again. That was a lot of fun. I really enjoyed it.
But I think little kids, I think Oscar's right. I think teenagers are particularly hard.
Trisha Helfer, was she Starbuck?
I think she was Starbuck. I didn't watch
Okay, that's the one. Trisha Helfer is the one that I met at the Comic-Con.
Oh yeah,
Who I forget, who did I say I met? But Trisha Helfer, the one who played Starbuck, was the one I met.
You said Katie Sackhoff.
Yeah, who did Katie Sackhoff play?
I don't know. I didn't watch that show. I've seen her in other shows.
But what show was she in?
She was in Long. She was in Battlestar Galactica too.
Who played Starbuck?
Here, I'll look it up.
Because the one who played Starbuck is the one that I met.
I don't know why I didn't watch the show.
I didn't watch it either.
I like to. People like it. My dad likes Stargate.
Oh, it's funny. I loved Cleopatra 2025. Cleopatra 2025 and Jack of All Trades. They were squished together and they were like 2 15-minute shows squished together, and I used to watch it all the time. Yeah, they were great. I love that show. It was so bad.
He played number 6 on Battlestar Galactica.
Who played
Starbuck? Must have been Katie Sackhoff.
Okay, so I bet the one who played Starbuck.
Yes, I like her. She was in the show Longmire. If you like westerns, this is a guy's western. He has no cell phone, and he's the sheriff of this town. And it's a murder mystery thing, as well. But they don't pull any punches, and he's just a manly man. Like this is the guy full of testosterone, like a John Wayne type Australian actor. It's a really good show.
Big Bang Theory lost all credibility when in episode 2 they described the scene where Superman saves Lois and they describe it all wrong. Trisha Helfer was number 6. All right. I didn't watch the Battlestar Galactica reboot. Battlestar Galactica was one of those things that was like very personal to me.
Oh, that's right. I remember you saying that.
I like irrationally was mad that they made it, so I just refused to watch it. In case you haven't, I have problems, guys. Trisha Helfer was gorgeous Cylon. Katie Sackhoff played Starbuck. Okay. I got to look up Trisha Helfer then. Jean Grey or Rachel Grey? Jean Grey. Rachel Grey bothers me because there's no purpose for this character other than to just,
to kind of annoy you, basically.
Yeah, I hate multi out of time characters. Enough's enough. Who wins? The Metal Men won, Oscar. I don't know if that pleases you or displeases you, but we came up with the scenario with it.
I mean,
but again,
Magneto
unless the editors that be say that the responsometer is vulnerable to electromagnetic fields, which it very may be, because it's probably just an advanced computer. But there you go. I think tonight might have been like the nerdiest of all its clobbering times, because we're discussing the electromagnetic capacities of the responsometer. Big Bang Theory was nerd culture for the first 3 seasons. After that, it was pop culture slapstick. It's funny with sitcoms. I'll watch a sitcom and then all of a sudden it's like a light switch. I'm like, I don't like this anymore. Like Everybody Loves Raymond. I used to watch that with my wife, and then all of a sudden the episode.
No, I don't. I used to watch that, and we used to watch Everybody Loves Raymond. When sitcoms were on, we used to watch them. But the problem is the mom on Everybody Loves Raymond is too close to my mother-in-law. And it's not that funny in real life. You know what I mean?
What got me was when Raymond got the tickets to the Super Bowl because he's a sports writer, and he's going to take his dad, and his wife freaks out and drives him so crazy that he ends up ripping up. And I'm just like, dude, this is work. This is work, and I'm taking my dad. And then he says, okay, I'm going to take her. And then she starts planning trips to, and I was just like, I hate to say it, but you C word. It's like,
if she's that good, if he's that good a sports writer, by the way, he had been to the Super Bowl every single year.
I know, but that episode, I was just like, I'm done. I'm done.
And I think Ray Romano's a funny guy, but I just that whole thing kind of started bothering me.
And then I was watching Cheers, and all of a sudden one day I was just like, I don't like Cheers anymore. MASH, I used to watch religiously as a kid, and I'm like, I'm done.
Well, I could see MASH being annoying to me as an adult, but I did like it as a kid.
Even before Seinfeld was ended, I was just like, I'm done with.
I like Seinfeld. Seinfeld,
I think the second to last season, I was done.
Seinfeld is life. Seinfeld got me through being in an old age home. I watched Seinfeld every night, and then some weird sitcom with Charlie Sheen.
Oh, 2.5 Men.
No, it was another one that was on. It was on FX. There were all hot girls, and he played a complete disaster of a human being. It was funny. What was it called? Robert De Niro did a movie of it. I forgot the name of it though. It was a play on that movie.
Adrienne Barbeau or Dolly Parton?
Oh, I think Adrienne Barbeau. I mean, I think Dolly Parton is pretty good looking.
I think Dolly Parton is hot, and when you look at pictures of her, like from like her youth, oh my God, she's gorgeous. But Adrienne Barbeau, there's something about her. Adrienne Barbeau would do things to you that you'd be ashamed to tell your friends that you let her do that to you. I mean, she married Ernest Borgnine, for God's sake. She's got to be a dirty girl.
She was really dedicated to her kids, as well.
And Ernest, what's her name? Married Ernest Borgnine, the fat one who fell in the Poseidon Adventure.
Oh, Shelley.
She divorced him after 2 days. Said he was a pig.
Oh, that's funny.
Yeah, Rachel Summers was an awful character. You know, I just don't like when they grab characters out of time, and and now they have like as if like they got Rachel Summers, they got Jean Grey, and now they have Jean Grey from the past back again. All the old original X-Men. It's like, knock it off. All you're doing is diluting these characters.
Mm-hmm.
The best sitcom of all. That's another one. I loved it. And then I didn't love it anymore. Adrienne Barbeau over Dolly. Raymond was a punk. What Raymond needed to do was stand up for himself. That's all Raymond had to do.
Once in a while.
You know, I've seen that one episode, the one with Terry Hatcher. Yeah. Seinfeld is definitely a New York thing.
Yeah, I feel like there's 3 uniquely New York sitcoms. Honeymooners, Odd Couple, Seinfeld. The other ones are all fake.
Odd Couple is my favorite sitcom of all time.
I love Odd Couple. Yeah,
I
watch Quincy now.
Yeah.
I love
Blue Thunder or Airwolf.
New York. I know that other sitcoms took place in New York, like Friends, but it didn't feel like New York to me. Seinfeld, they went to the diner. It looks like the diner in here. They did the shots. They acted like New Yorkers, a bunch of jerks. You know,
this is a good one. Taxi was New York.
Taxi. It's not repeated as much, so I don't think about it as much. Taxi.
No, but it's definitely in New York.
I think
I don't think Taxi could work anywhere. But Friends, they could have just been in L.A. You're right about that.
Yeah, I liked Friends well enough, but I never really watched it as much as as the other shows.
The dude's name was Stringfellow Hawk. What a name. Madeline Pryor. I actually liked Madeline Pryor, and I fully believe
it's not Madeline Pryor's fault. The downfall of the X-Men is when he leaves Madeline Pryor with a baby because Jean comes back to life. He leaves his wife. It ruins a character.
Yep. Never recovered.
You can never get that back. You can't undo that. You can't undo Robin sucking whatever, but you can't undo it. It's just the way it is. And
I agree.
Madeline Pryor.
And I firmly believe that they were going to marry Cyclops off and leave him off until they got the idea of X Factor. But she was a normal human. Scott Summers was going to have the happily ever after. Maybe show up once in a blue moon. And then they said, let's do X Factor. And then they had to get him back. And then I think they saw how much damage that was done to him that they turned her into the Goblin Queen.
They had to do something. I think you're right, because I think that Byrne had said in the past that the plan was to retire Cyclops.
Shelley Long is annoying, and Kirstie Alley was the hottest thing in those Vulcan ears. So there you go. I watched the Rodney Dangerfield Back to School movie. Adrienne Barbeau plays the cheating stepmother, but she's so hot you totally understand why.
But Adrienne by the way, and also Kirstie Alley was based and voted for Trump. So there you go.
Watch Cannonball Run. Adrienne Barbeau in that. NYPD Blue wasn't even made in New York. They came to New York twice a year for extended shots.
Well, that's what a lot of the shows do. That's true.
Yeah, Rumble in the Bronx was filmed in what? Vancouver? Who Loves You, Baby? My mother loved
a lot of them were filmed in Vancouver.
Third Watch was a great New York show. I never heard of that show, Third Watch.
I know what show that is. You know what another show that showed New York off as a great place to be? Elementary.
Wait,
my wife liked that Sherlock Holmes show.
Oh, okay. I thought you meant elementary school.
No, so there was always beautiful shots of New York with the sun coming up and all that. And it's one of these things, a love letter to New York type of shows.
They never should have brought Jane Grey back. Ruined the best X-Men story of all time. Why not just have Madeline get some powers and be part of? I disagree. I have no problem with Jean Grey coming back. When your character's name is Phoenix, it's just understood she's coming back from. Like, I'm very strict. Characters do not come back from the dead. But if your name is Phoenix and you're based on a mythological creature who's famous for coming back to life, that's the only. They didn't have to do anything. That's what gets me so mad. What happens is, like, if I was to, okay, you got to bring back Jean Grey. Okay, this is what they do. They just find out, like, through the Fantastic Four, there's a naked woman walking around in the blue area of the moon, and then they go there, Jean, and she's like, she's like a child. She has no memory or anything like that. And then they bring her back. She slowly gets some memories. She turns into Jean Grey. She falls back in love with Scott Summers again, which creates a problem with Madeline Pryor. And then she starts to become Dark Phoenix again. It's the Phoenix cycle. She just, you know what I mean? She's born. She turns into Phoenix. She turns to Dark Phoenix. She explodes. She dies again. And there's nothing they could do about it. The only thing they could do is, like, mitigate it. I think that would have been a great story. The whole Phoenix effect entity removes all the agency, and now they could stick it in Cyclops and they could put it in there.
Yeah, right.
Sex Pistols or The Clash? This is a tough one. The Clash was my favorite band for years. But you know what? I find myself listening to Nevermind the Bollocks over and over and over again. That Nevermind the Bollocks is one of the greatest albums of all time. And then I'm like, oh, this is my favorite song on the album. And then, like, you put it on, like, no, this is the best. So I got to say, Sex Pistols, I freaking love. I love them both. Again, we're talking steak or prime rib over here. The Clash, at least it sounds like music. I challenge you to listen to Combat Rock, the entire album without skipping songs. How do you feel about the Lazarus Pit? The Lazarus Pit is, I like the idea of the Lazarus Pit. It should be, like, extremely difficult. It uses a lot of resources, risky. Like what's his name uses it? Ra's al Ghul, and that's why he's criminally insane, because his soul is.
That's what they did at a TV show.
But like you can't just throw anybody in the pit. Like when you throw somebody in the pit, that pit is used up, and they have to scour the earth for the conditions to find another Lazarus pit. You know, gotta make coming back from the dead can't just be, you know, going down to the drugstore and jumping in a pool or something. My biggest gripe with Hollywood is they only show Manhattan. There are 5 boroughs, but you only see the smallest of the 5 parts. Well, that's why Mary Sue is going to be. She's from Flushing.
Not about that Carter.
Yeah. Mary Sue is born and raised in Flushing. So you're going to see a little bit of Flushing. Eddie is Doomed is set in Flushing. And
Spider-Man Flushing.
And the second appearance of Mary Sue is going to be set specifically on a street or, you know, that I know very well, downtown Flushing.
And Spider-Man's for Flushing.
Sesame Street or the Electric Company? Electric Company, 100% more. Sesame Street was for little kids. But the Electric Company, you had some serious actors like Rita Moreno and Morgan Freeman, and I forget the other guy's name. And you know that these guys were like going down to Studio 54 at night, and then doing their children's show. Electric Company had a little bit of an edge to it
I believe that Sesame Street's the beginning of the woke. It's the beginning of teaching people not to have any attention span, and beginning of being woke.
What, Sesame Street?
Sesame Street, because it was specifically for kids in the Bronx. Really, it was for. It wasn't like for me and you watched it. My kids watched it. Everybody watched it because it ended up crossing out. But there was one black girl. There's one Asian girl. They had DEI back in 1968 when they made this thing.
It was called affirmative action back then.
I'm
wrong because if Jean Grey comes back, her sacrifice is meaningless. Well, she didn't know she could come back. But again, if you're going to have a character come back from the dead, and if your name is Phoenix, you're the only exception. Freaking how many people come back from the dead in comics? It's I don't care anymore. It's just devalued. Don't kill your character if don't. You got to commit to the bit. Has there ever been a known movie or TV series set in Staten Island? Good question. And I want to say yes, but now I can't.
Yeah, All in the Family.
All in the Family. Yeah, it was. Did they move to Staten Island?
I think they were in Staten Island.
No, originally they were in Brooklyn.
I think they were in Staten Island. I could look it up. I think
he opened up a bar.
Where was King of Queens was in Queens, so
right.
Not Staten Island.
Right by where I used to live.
Oh, yeah.
Most New York City, I don't go to Manhattan anymore. Forget about it. Manhattan, I don't want to take the subway, and you don't want to drive. Manhattan's killing itself. And you know what?
You can't go. There's a congestion. There's a tax now. There's an extra tax to bring your car in. They said it's going to be a disaster. People are going to be parking in front of your house.
Limited. I disagree. I got all the Public Image albums, but I challenge anybody to listen to an entire Public Image album.
Didn't they do a congestion tax?
Never mind the Bollocks is flawless. You can listen to every song on that album. First, they didn't use a bunch of New York in the MCU Spider-Man films. Yeah, I know. Ray Charles or Stevie Wonder. Oh man, that's
Ray Charles.
Mean. But I like Stevie Wonder. Stevie Wonder.
I like Stevie Wonder to a certain point, then before it got too cheesy.
But this is a tough one. That's me making me pick between those two guys. Electric Company had Spider-Man and Morgan Freeman. Absolutely. Easy Reader says this comic is easy to read. There have been several TV shows set in other boroughs, but you only see sets. And it's driving me nuts.
Well, they always do sets like that.
It's driving me nuts because I know that there was one in Staten Island. Captain Marvel sure doesn't what? Did I miss the first half of this comment? Yes, but Manhattan and Queens close to the 59th Street Bridge, but urban era. All in the Family was set in Queens. Yeah.
I thought it was.
It's funny because there's parts of Queens that look like Brooklyn and vice versa. I haven't seen a show set in Staten Island. I know there is one, and that's driving me nuts. I agree that all characters should stay dead. At least that drives me nuts because he had the greatest death in comic books. Oh, that Barry Allen. That was so satisfying. Like, it was sad because everybody liked Barry Allen, but it was just so satisfying that he ran so fast. He turned into the lightning bolt that struck him and gave him the power. It was just like a perfect closed loop. I loved it. Captain Marvel. Oh yeah, he's the only one who doesn't come back. Well, they can't bring him back now because that'll invalidate Carol Danvers. But I told you my story. How to fix Marvel involved bringing Marvel back from the dead, but he's not Marvel. But I think it makes sense within a comic book logic. Actually, Sesame Street
can't roll it all back
tokenism. Now. You even had the Token Jew, Mr. Hooper. Lots of tokenist shows in the 70s. Mod Squad, White Shadow.
Oh, love the White Shadow. Oh my God, my high school. We called the kid the Shadow because he looked like the guy in White Shadow. Poor Brian. He
Darlin's death that Captain Marvel's a masterpiece. No reason to ever bring him back.
One kid we called Salami. We loved that show. I thought it was on for years. I found it was only on 2 years.
Welcome Back Kotter was all tokens. You had the Puerto Rican Jew. You had Horshack, who was the Jew. Vinnie Barbarino, the Italian, and then you had Mrs. Cotter, who was the hottest thing. Oh man, Mrs. Cotter.
Gabe Kaplan, yeah, Jewish. We watched The White Shadow. Well, then there was a time right about 1970, CBS canceled all their rural comedies like Green Acres and all that. They canceled Green Acres. They canceled Petticoat Junction. They canceled Mayberry RFD. All those sitcoms got, and they started doing realistic sitcoms. They started with All in the Family and Newhart and Alice, all about more regular instead of country stuff.
Suzanne Pleshette was the hottest thing. Bob Newhart.
I love Newhart. That guy was a genius.
Suzanne Pleshette. Oh God, from the original Newhart show.
Bob Newhart was a genius. Mary Hart wasn't bad either.
Hey, RJ William, how you doing? On my way to fix Marvels. Just ignore all Marvel post 1995. Did John leave because I'm here? Yeah, I saw you pop in. No, I had to get another soda. I'm slowly eating my Vietnamese pho soup. And
pho soup makes it sound like it's fake soup.
I know. Linda Lovelace or Marilyn Chambers? Neither. Christy Canyon.
Oh, Christy Canyon. I'm with you, buddy.
Barbara Eden is. It's always Barbara Eden or Elizabeth Montgomery, and I'm always going to go with again. Barbara Eden is smoking hot, but Elizabeth Montgomery is smoldering.
That is a tough one, though. Barbara Eden, she got to show a little more.
I like the concept. I like the Ultimate Marvel Universe. We could see the characters. Yeah, I don't like that. I want the main Marvel Universe characters to be good. I don't want to see absolute Batman or Miles Morales Spider-Man. I want to see Spider-Man be good. I hate alternate versions of the characters, unless it's like the Squadron Sinister showing up or something like that to fight, or the Crime Syndicate. But I don't like everybody's, oh yeah, absolute Batman's really good. It's like, that's not Batman.
See, I agree with you. I looked at that artwork. It's not that good. And when your boys act does video after video how good it is, I'm like, what are you reading?
It's what not Batman. Reading? So he's poor. He's got blonde hair. He works in the circus. He's not Batman.
I can't watch them anymore. I haven't canceled him out yet. Your boys act.
I think I'm on my 5th week of no longer watching.
How do you feel?
He still pops up. It's like, you want to. I'm like, I don't care. I don't care what he has to say anymore.
He's always about the birthday party clowns. I don't care about those guys. About
that. To me, that's no different than Eric, the EVS going after Eric July. I don't want to hear it.
And also, those guys were on their side. At least those two were at least on our separate sides. They were on your side. You did what they did for years. In fact, guys like Yellow Flash took their inspiration from your boy Zach. It's his fault.
I just look. Okay, all right. Let's pretend me and Marcus are fighting. So I say something, Marcus, blah 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 blah, and I say my piece and move on. That's fine. But every day I talk about Marcus. At what point is it just self-indulgent?
I agree.
Nonsense?
I agree.
All right, so you don't like the critical drinker. You think he fixes reviews. Okay, great. You stated your case. Why do I want to hear that every freaking day?
Every time that
and then Oscar with the voice of reason, I had a crush on Daisy Duke. That's because you're a normal,
everybody had a
healthy
crush
guy.
on Daisy Duke.
Victoria Principal is Jill. Who's Jill St. John?
Oh wow, that's a tough one. I like Victoria Principal.
I can't remember. I don't know who Jill St. John. I'm sure I do. If somebody
Heart to Heart.
She was from Heart to Heart. She was that was Stephanie Powers.
No, that was Stephanie Powers. Jill St. John's the actress in movies, though. It's not. I would. Oh, that's right. See, I would have done Victoria Principal and Jill St. and Stephanie Powers. Jill St. John did more movies.
What movie? I can't think of it. But so by default, I'm going to say Victoria Principal because I don't know who Jill St. John is. Although I do know she was mentioned in the Venture Brothers. At the turn of the 70s, they switched from rural and suburbs to gritty urban stuff, kind of like
right.
Yes, yeah. You know what? You're right. I never thought of it, but you're right. A one-shot Elseworld story is fine. Like, as a fifth week event, they do.
Oh, I know why I did that, because Jill St. John was married to Robert Wagner, so I confused her with Stephanie Powers.
But yeah, I got no problems with like a one-shot Elseworld, but I don't want to read Absolute Batman. It's not Batman.
I don't know. Jill St. John was pretty hot.
John, you said you like canon and consistency. Yeah. That's when I quit Marvel, because I couldn't deal with the inconsistency in the continuity anymore. I lasted till 2015. In recent years, I saw Barbara Eden at a con. She's such a sweetheart. Because she's your grandmother at this point. They do it because they don't have any other way to get views. If that's the case, then I pity them, And guys, I was one of you boy Zach's earliest insiders. I was one of his big support. I was so happy that he articulated a lot better the way I felt about comic books. I feel like I owe him a lot. I just don't want to hear you complaining about freaking birthday party clowns.
I mean, he sits there and goes, "Why would middle-aged men be watching Wicked? That's for girls." Except they've set themselves up as reviewers of these movies. Now, if you catch them reviewing movies they haven't watched, that's a whole other issue. But assuming they watched the movie, I'm not, I don't see what the.
Why would movie reviewers watch bad movies? Well, you're reading bad comics, Zach. Why are you reading America Chavez? That's not for you either. I just found it.
No, I agree with you.
But the final straw was when going off on your comic looks like it came out on time. Your comic looks like it. So, all right, great. I waited 3 years for your freaking Jawbreakers book, and it absolutely sucked.
Yeah, I believe you.
As I was reading it, I'm like, I don't even like. As I'm reading it, I'm like, what's the name of these characters? What's going on? You killed your characters off in your first freaking appearance, and it took you 10 years to put out a sloppy correction. It's just bad. It's why he's like, I'm not just going to pull out the multiverse, and then he just pulled out the multiverse and brought it back for the multiverse.
Why did he kill his characters off? What was he thinking?
I don't know. He's always been his worst enemy.
Yeah, but he also came with all those weirdo books.
Is that her name? The girl who was the secretary of Ghostbusters?
Annie Potts. Yeah, that's right.
Yeah. Comicsgate is the WW much of the time. Yeah, and even that's getting bad ratings. L. Dirty Fatty. She was a Bond girl. Who was a Bond girl?
Jill St. John. She was hot. I looked her up. I remember her now.
Can you send me a picture? Can you send me a picture through Twitter so I can see who she looks like? Because I'm curious, because they mentioned her on Venture Brothers. Your boy Zach is still useful sometimes. A couple of days he introduced me to Fareed Curry. Sorry, like a sitcom. All of a sudden, when I decide I'm done, I'm done. One day, and even before this thing with EVS, I was just like, I can't watch 6-hour live streams every day.
No, they have long live streams. See, my issue is that they could do a live stream, and I'm driving for 4 hours, and I play it on 1.5 speed. So it's like the radio. Sometimes, if I like it, if not, I don't watch it.
This is a tough one because I like them both. I'm going to pick Britt Eklund because she's just like cuter and has like more softer features. Where Ursula Andress is va 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 voom. Don't get me wrong, but she has like a scowling look that just looks like she's angry with you at all times. I am a birthday party clown. I would love to be a birthday party clown.
And then why? And if I'll be honest with you, if I were one of those guys and I saw Zach and he called me birthday party clown, I might knock him out. How dare he call another human being, another man that? What is he talking about? I mean, I have no use for them, really. I don't listen to those.
I'd be like, okay, call me birthday party clown.
Once in a while, I did.
Your comics suck, except for the ones written by Chuck Dixon. Your comics are unreadable.
That's why I asked you about that. I'm going to DM you these now.
Helen Mirren or Jenny Helen Mirren. Helen Mirren is a woman. Jenny Aguilar is cute, but she was always a girl.
Mm-hmm.
Julie Newmar. I'm not even reading who the second choice is. Julie Newmar trumps everyone except for maybe like Linda Carter. Michelle Pfeiffer. I like Michelle Pfeiffer, but Julie Newmar. Oh my God. $30. We got Barbara Eden to basically do an endorsement for our video series. She acted with that middle. Oh, cool. That's cool. I thought that was EBS had made 3 new comics in 8.5 years. He has to fight. Yeah. I get it.
He put out a lot of comics. He didn't put the ones that people want to see, but he put comics out. I just sent you a picture of Jill St. John.
Mirren Excalibur. Hi. I got her dressed as a Morgan Le Fay. Oh my God. They have other ways to get views, but they refuse to discipline themselves and improve their business. They would rather be gossip channels, which is sad because they're talented.
Well, we were talking about the birthday party clowns, which their job is to be boss. We weren't talking about comic people at that point.
Yeah, the latest Jawbreakers, the story was disconnected and incoherent. Yeah. As I was done reading, I was like, what the F just happened?
So which one was worse, Godlike or Jawbreakers?
Jawbreakers. I think I legitimately think Jawbreakers.
I did read Godlike, and I don't entirely disagree with you, especially at the beginning of the comic. But he was trying to do something but didn't succeed. Like he's trying to do these all splash pages. And I don't even care about the black pages because I can kind of see that. But he didn't exactly succeed in it. But he talked all the stuff up so much. And maybe it'll pay off in number 2. One of the problems is the younger creators, and I consider him a younger creator of 48, 50.
You know how I feel about Godlike. That got me in trouble. But if push comes to shove, I would say Godlike was better than the latest Jawbreakers.
That's interesting. The problem with
Jawbreakers was just because it was like I spent 2 years researching quantum physics and blah blah, and you did the multiverse.
And it wasn't in it. No, I understand. Yeah, and he was trying to do this artistic thing, and I give him some credit for that. It didn't succeed. Now maybe it'll succeed in 2. I did not back 2, by the way. But I don't know yet. But he can't. He has to talk it up like crazy. He doesn't have to talk anything up. He's got enough fans.
I'm predicting his sales are going to start going down and down and down. With the exception of the Chuck Dixon stuff, because Impossible Stars was good, and then but that was Renzo drawing it, and
Renzo drew it for him. That's right.
Batman and Robin for Mark Waid.
I think Eric. I don't disagree with Eric. I think it could have been done in less pages. Yeah, but when somebody does that, it's not because they're like Burns do it as a joke. They're not necessarily doing it because they're lazy. They're trying to do it as part of a thing.
He made 3 new comics, 8.5 years. The rest are works.
Yeah, but he made Dark Harvest and all those other comics too.
What about 1983 Metal Bikini Carrie Fisher or 1968 Jane Fonda as Barbarella? Barbarella is objectively a beautiful woman, or Jane Fonda. I mean, there's anybody saying, but she irks me. So, and Carrie Fisher is nothing but a sweetheart by everybody's accounts. So, and she was in a better movie. Carrie Fisher wins. I don't know. I think I articulated that. Not counting the 7 books that claim that are coming but don't exist yet. Yeah, I don't want this.
People pick out. I have Blood Honey Wreck Planet 2, and that's it. But they put out things of what books they got, and there's tons of them. So, he has other people drawing for him too. I mean, he does all those side books. It's never just one book in these campaigns.
Yeah. Again, my biggest complaint is
I just don't think about it that much.
I don't think EBS said this, but the other 2 guys were talking about like your books or whatever, and then John Malin talking about writers are a dime a dozen. You know,
EBS never said that.
And then Jawbreakers shit. Oh, you don't complain about books being late. You know, like what are you, Gandalf? Your book is whatever it's delivered, it's right on time, and it was an incoherent mess. I
think
as loyalty to Chuck takes it. Well, I thought Rock and Roll Ninja was legitimately excellent,
but that was late too.
It was late, but it was legitimately excellent. You know, if you're going to be late, be legitimately excellent.
Right.
So I'm looking forward to Matt and Chuck's next book. I don't even care that
you should.
Next. You know, I don't want comic book. That seems like a stupid idea. Metallica or Pantera. Here's where I lose half my viewers. I don't like either band. And I'm picking Pantera only because the pussies in Metallica sued. You know. So how punk rock are you? The latest runs of Barbarella. Yeah, I heard they're pretty good. And I don't like cosplay.
Eric said that Cyberfrog, Godlike, and Jawbreakers are examples of how good editors. But that type of editor, and I understand what he said, doesn't really exist. When these guys, they send it to an editor, they're sending for spelling mistakes. They're not sending. There's not somebody like Jim Shooter up there, hey, or Jerry Conway or Louise Simonson, hey, we should turn this book this way. Who's helping them plot or anything? When they talk about, so like that editor, and it's hard to get that existing crowdfunding.
Right.
You're not wrong, Eric. I agree with you.
You're absolutely right, but they're not gonna listen to some guy tell them rewrite this whole book.
Right. So like I was talking to Andy Smith about some of this, and he said, and he basically said a lot of these people, younger creators, so he's 54, 55, right? They don't do a complete story in one book. Like you read the book and there's kind of a cliffhanger, but it's one story. You don't have to buy another one. But they're doing they're not telling full stories in these books. You buy Blood Honey, it's a cliffhanger. You buy Wrecked Planet, it's a cliffhanger. Even if you like them, you buy Godlike, it's a cliffhanger. And it is hard to have cliffhangers when the book is going to come out minimum a year, and if it's late, forget it. So whereas like your book, John, that's one single story. We want more of it, but it was both stories were complete in that book.
This is Jill St. Cloud. She looks like the librarian from my school. She doesn't look like I expected hotter.
See, I don't have any problem with Cyberfrog writing. I don't understand. I was able to read it.
I never saw any problems with the writing either. I like the humor of Cyberfrog of the 90s better.
Wrecked Planet is like Walking Dead, a lot like Walking Dead to me.
Right.
But I don't have any bias one way or the other, so I don't care.
This is going to catch.
I'm
going to be on Student of God's clip tomorrow, but it's too late for Rainbow the Brute. That concept, when he announced it, when he crowdfunded it, it should have been out within a year, because right now making fun of woke stuff is like making fun of disco at this point. And H.P. Lovecraft beats Howard, even though I only read one Conan story, so I'm not the best.
Yeah, I think that's a good criticism of what you just said about Rainbow the Brute. That is the criticism. That's the problem with it being late. I think it'll look great, like it always looks great. I don't understand.
But its impact is over. It's too late.
He did the same thing with Elephant, but he has other people drawing it and writing it, so it's going to come out. He should not have taken a second book. Although I think he wants to have a late campaign, so I don't think it matters. I think he likes.
I'm a Lovecraft freak. I only read one Howard story. I liked it. I got nothing against Howard, but I'm a Lovecraft freak.
Yeah, I like Howard too.
Yeah, he should hire somebody to write. I agree. Robert E. Howard, as much as I've reread Howard's Code. Okay. I think if the BBC, he wants what is BBC besides the British Broadcasting? Oh, okay, I got it. I'm slowing down because I've been up since 4:30 in the morning.
We're also not
Isaac Asimov or Frank Herbert. I cannot stand Dune, so Isaac Asimov. I sorry guys. I know Dune is hot right now. I tried and I tried and I tried. I just don't like Dune. I don't like the setting. Yeah, I think that's fair. He has cool ideas with messy execution. Same with John
That's
Malin.
fair.
I think
I feel
Godlike
that. I feel that. I feel
is a
that's
good
fair.
idea. How dare you make fun of criticizing disco? I know, it's like making a comic book making fun of Linsanity right now. Yay, Linsanity! Dude, that's
I don't know if it's that bad, but yes, your point is well taken.
I don't listen. I listen to the Swans. Jeez, the Swans. There's a band I haven't heard of in a long time. Jim Cox, how you doing? Good to see you.
Cox.
Cyberfrog writing to me was barely readable. I didn't think it was that bad. It's mind-numbingly simple and boring. I read better young children's stories, but each their own. I just remember the first one. I was just like, that was it. It just ended.
Yeah.
I don't accept things. Yeah, I can't argue with logic.
Mm-hmm.
I was thinking of going to get away from. I was thinking of going. Yeah, I know. I'm getting drawn into.
Well, no, this is different. This is more of a breakdown of comics and girls.
That same issue with Cash Grab. It was a
I didn't get Cash Grab.
To be honest, I was surprised that Cash Grab was as good as it was. I didn't think it was going to have a consistent story and everything.
Well, he's generally a funny guy, right? You met him.
Yeah, he's a pretty funny. I met Cecil a couple times. He's charming. He's a good guy. But it's not my type of humor. He gave me a copy because we were drinking together and I bought a round of drinks. So he was like, "Here, have a comic." But it's. I'm not saying anything bad about. It's just not my type of humor. Hey, Jim,
right, that's fair.
Oscar just shared my opinion, not drama. Am I being dramaful, guys? I'll stop. I didn't. Cyberfrog 2 is. Yeah, I agree.
I think 2 is better than 1.
Yeah, I agree. You could appreciate the world building of Doom, but the story is a bit of a slog. I don't know. I just there's a couple of things I just really wanted to get into. I saw the first David Lynch movie.
I saw that movie
in the movie theater with the glossary in my hand, and I was a little kid, and I just remember being fascinated by it. But I don't know. I also have the Dune board game is awesome. I will say that the Dune board game is awesome.
I don't think
I'm not making any personal attack. Am I making personal attacks or bad faith drama? I'm not trying to. What's going on with my computer screen? All of a sudden, it started acting weird.
That's because you've been doing this for 4 hours.
Yeah.
I'm sorry to keep you on this long.
It's okay. We got a lot of people watching. Mexican food or Italian food, Marcus?
Oh, Italian food. I like Mexican food too.
Yeah, I know that.
Italian food.
That's like picking between
It's harder to get good at Mexico. Well, down here it's hard to get both, so it's hard to get.
Probably I had with is you could tell what Ethan tried to course correct and forgot to change stuff. I guess you read it more in depth than me. I don't know.
To read it again. I have too much new stuff I haven't read.
Yeah, the greatest sci-fi book 4 is my favorite. God, Emperor of Doom.
Well, again, I'll tell you what Logic's fine.
I'm glad you like it.
My dad feels the same way. So about Dune.
But you don't like it?
I like it. I like Dune. My son and my dad really. My dad reads it every couple of years. He likes all that political drama. He's a lawyer.
I don't think you taste real Mexican food. I beg to
that's
differ.
True.
Oscar, I remember I lived in New Mexico for 7 years, and I used to go to if it's really weird because if you go to Albuquerque, which is like the center, maybe Tony could probably back me up. If you go to the center, it's new Mexican food. It's not quite Tex-Mex and it's not quite Mexican food. It's I've never had it's really unique. But if you go northern up to Chimeo area, there's a lot of Mexicans, and it is, from what I know, authentic Mexican food. Like Oscar, do you have mole poblano? Oh my God, I love that. But me and my friend like hitchhiked and lived in up and down Baja California for a couple of weeks in Mexico. We just lived in a car, just sleeping on the beach and go to street vendors and stuff like that. Eating. I remember this one woman was like, tripe, and we were starving and drunk, and we just sit down and started eating. And then I'm like, oh my God, we're eating tripe. And my friend was like, "What is tripe?" I'm like, "Sheep intestines." And he was like,
cow's intestines.
"But we already ate it, so it wasn't bad." But
I
will defer to an actual Mexican. Maybe I didn't eat real authentic Mexican food. Just like I went to a Chinese restaurant. They had I used to go to this Chinese restaurant all the time back in high school, and the owner invited me to a family party. So I went a night when it was closed, and we ate authentic Chinese food. It was the closest I've ever come to eating Klingon food. It was gross. It was disgusting, and I don't like authentic Chinese food. I want my American chicken and broccoli. Read like someone who did not organize the story before drawing. He just started drawing and made it up. Probably did.
Probably he probably did a little bit of that. Yeah, he doesn't write out, like, he explains what he does. He has it in his head and it percolates out, much like he draws. So I plan out my drawing, and you've seen people draw and they do a stick figure and they plan. He kind of like sketches around really late until he finds the drawing. And I think he does that a little bit with his stories too.
Oscar, you got me really curious. What is oxycad mole? I know mole means sauce. So what is it? And Tlayuda. I obviously I never had these. What are they? They sound good. I'd like to try it. I would love to go visit Mexico and see real Mexico. I granted Baja California is all touristy trap. I can't deny that. That is the thing that it is 80% Mexicans. There's real Mexican food everywhere. Where do you live, Eric? Where do you live? Dune is not a political drama. That's half the background setting, but the Dune series is all about the nature of humanity, the need for a savior, religious. Yeah, it sounds good. I just couldn't read it. Tourist traps, I can't argue, Oscar. You're right. The need for humans always to want to be led and self-determination. I would have disagreed with you probably even up to 10 years ago, but after living through COVID, I realized that people crave oppression, crave leadership, and want to be absolved from responsibility. I hate to say that, but
they don't really want freedom. Welcome,
Dr. You need to try. Pozole is awesome.
Welcome, Dr. Doom.
Pozole is excellent, Oscar. I'd like to think I tried real one, but I only had it in New Mexico. But pozole is excellent. Matter of fact, I sent away for. I have some pozole upstairs that I need to make before I throw it away. Who'd fid punk better, the Americans or the British? That's tough. They're different.
They're way different.
It's like saying, what do you like better, blondes or redheads? You know what I mean? Like they're different. I love both of them. It's like saying who did rock better, the Americans or the British. I mean, I love Led Zeppelin and the Beatles, the Rolling Stones. But who did better punk?
Yeah, but the Rolling Stones and Led Zeppelin, the Beatles all took their cues from the American.
Right. It's to me, it's so in.
It's really intertwined.
Yeah, I can't answer that, and I don't want to answer that because I like them both. I really do. By the way, my last post was poorly written. What did you say? What was your last post? Yeah, I didn't understand what you're saying. Oh, and here, Logic didn't understand either. Oh, you live in Los Angeles. Oh, that's right. You already said you were away from the fire.
Oh, yeah, my son went to UCLA.
Homemade mole from Oaxaca State. So what is the sauce? Because I know that mole poblano is chocolate. Oh my god, I freaking love mole poblano.
Yeah, I like it too.
And I know that mole verde is like a green pepper based sauce. And then there's another one that I always get the name of, but it's a red spicy. I love all three of them. So what is the sauce from Oaxaca State? John, the next time you're in Albuquerque, I'll take you to oh, please do. I love the Frontier Diner. To the point, like I want to take my wife to Albuquerque just so we can go on an eating tour. Oh, and did you see Liz opened up a reading? What is it called? A Read and Weed. It's a bookstore pot dispensary. She always was an entrepreneur, so that's pretty cool. The tense was all wrong. This guy walked into a psychiatrist and he goes, "Doc, I'm a wigwam. Doc, I'm a teepee. Doc, I'm a wigwam. Doc, I'm a teepee." And the doctor says, "Calm down. You're too tense." Nothing from Marcus. Nothing.
I heard you. I was laughing.
I always recommend Brewer Tacos. They finally made it to New York. There's a place around by me called I forget what it's called, something tacos, but they got the Brewer Tacos, and oh my god! At one point, I was coming home from work and eating one. I was calling it my snack before dinner. Like it was kind of like the King of Queens when he said he would have his pre-dinner Whopper. I was having my pre-dinner Bria taco.
That's not. I don't think your doctor would want you to have that.
Yeah, well, I stopped. Now that's why I lost 20 pounds. It's pronounced Oaxacan. Okay.
Wakanda.
I can barely pronounce English. Okay.
Yeah.
How about East Coast versus West Coast punk? It's all different, and some bands are better than others. Yeah. I guess I have to be true to my school and pick East Coast punk. But I mean, we had Minor Threat, Bad Brains, the Ramones. You know.
Well, the Ramones right there makes you win.
Yeah. West Coast had the Dead Kennedys, which I can't stand anymore. I used to love the Dead Kennedys, but I just want to punch Jello Biafra in his smug face. You know. John, exactly. The human need to crave subservience is the real story of the Dune series. Silver Surfer parables. Yep. Yes, chocolate and chili serrano, sweet and spicy. Yeah, that sounds awesome. That sounds.
I'm getting hungry again, and my wife.
I know. I'm getting hungry as I'm eating soup.
Yeah.
Got to run. Rogue versus Parasite. This is a good one. I think next week we're going to do a Sandman versus Clayface. I think
Sandman versus Clayface is good.
Is this my longest stream? I think it is. Oh my God, 4 hours. Yeah, I think this is my longest stream. Sign my petition. Send the petition, Logic. Send it to me. I don't know where to sign it. Send me a link to it or something. I know almost. Salute. Every time I hear salute, I think of a hee haw. Hot girls jumping out of the corn and hugging those like mongoloid looking men.
Hee haw. Yeah, hee haw. That guy's a great guitarist.
Roy Clark is an amazing.
Roy Clark is amazing.
Yeah. Damn, you guys are still going. I know.
I'm surprised.
I'm getting sleepy. So, as always, I'll keep going as long as you guys keep commenting.
I'm blaming Eric DeGuapo. DeGuapo.
You can watch me eat this delicious chicken.
Well, now I'm on I was in the chat for a couple of years, and it was a great show, but now I'm doing the drawing show, and it's a shame all that happened, but at least we're doing everybody should go to the draw stream tomorrow and see if I fall asleep online while I'm drawing. We're drawing Judge Dredd because I don't think everybody likes to draw faces. Like they don't like to draw women. Like we did the vampire and of course, James drew his character so he could draw them, but one guy left early and one guy was getting frustrated and Don drew a werewolf and I'm the only one who attempted to draw a chick getting bit by the vampire, right? Because that's what came into my head. I don't care. I hope it comes out and is successful, but I don't try to do it.
Tony Grigo, who owes me a Frontier burrito, and I will never, ever let him forget that. The best hardcore band is the Bad Brains. The Bad Brains. They got the most unique sound. I think they're the best musicians out of the hardcore bands. I got to say the Bad Brains. Sydney Sweeney and Kat Denning. Sydney Sweeney and Kat Denning.
Okay, that's it. I'm going off.
I know. They are like Matter.
See ya.
Yeah, Marcus got to take business in hand. They are like Matter and Antimatter. You know what I mean? I think if they were to embrace.
Wait. You know what they could play Snow White and Rose Red.
I don't know, you know what I mean? They're like these two big curvy booby chicks. One's got the black hair, one's got the blonde hair.
If you notice that
it's the Monitor and the Anti-Monitor.
Everybody got rid of the booby chicks, Hollywood and everything, and all of a sudden Sydney Sweeney hit, and then they brought Kat Dennings back on a sitcom the next couple of years later.
Quick,
right?
What was that chick's name that we got rid of? Bring her back. Eric the Guapo takes the.
Eric would be all right.
I lost all respect for Jello Biafra when the rest of the Dead Kennedys had to sue him for back royalties. And then like I used to listen. I bought his political album. I saw him by himself, not doing stand up, but like giving speeches. And then all of a sudden I'm just like, all this guy's doing is he's just parroting Noam Chomsky.
But it's like Rage Against Machine ended up to be Rage for the Establishment.
Oh my God, I
Tony
never
Morello, what a phony, and he can play.
They always bothered me. I used to say getting paid by the machine from day one. Rage Against the Machine playing at Citibank Arena. Yeah,
he went to Ivy League school. Tony Morello.
And he's such a fraud.
I think so.
And it's funny because I met Henry Rollins a few times and talked and stuff like that, and I'm just like,
that's cool.
I'm like, yeah, but you grew up in Georgetown. Your mother was rich. You know what I mean? Stop pretending. You worked in a Haagen-Dazs. Damn, if you wanted a pig, why didn't he take my wife? What is that from? Oh, hee-haw. Duh. Salute.
Minnie Pearl would come out with the thing. Minnie Pearl.
Marcus, you make a good point. The woke might be dying. I'm expecting to see beautiful, sexy fucks. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, all of a sudden, we didn't see the Two Broke Girls gets canceled. It's the last show with two sexy chicks on it. Both of them are good looking. And then for no reason, nobody knows why, in the middle of the 6th season. And then we don't see anything. All the sitcoms are woke. Everybody is fat. There's a fat girl on every show. And suddenly Sydney Sweeney makes a big deal. And then she particularly makes a big deal on Saturday Night Live. And 2 years later, Kat Dennings on her way back. And Kat Dennings, you can put her in whatever you want. She's Kat Dennings.
I always liked her. She's sexy.
She's a little New York too. She's got that edge. She's snarky.
She reminds me of like girls like I could have went to college with. Just
you could. She's from. I don't know where she's from. I should look that up. Let's see where she's from. I mean, they tried to slam Sydney Sweeney. This is what she looks like without makeup. Really? She looks pretty good.
I thought she looked awesome.
I thought that was great.
I thought she looked awesome. And then they showed her
saying, "What are you, crazy?"
Yeah. They showed her in a bikini. First off, she's been laying out in the sun. You take anybody, lay him on you go to the beach, girls look hot on the beach for about 20 minutes. After that, they got too much sun. They look red. Their skin gets blotchy. And then they took a picture of Sydney Sweeney when she was done sunbathing, when she was blotchy and no makeup. And you know what? She still looked great. Anybody who criticized those pictures of Sydney Sweeney, I want to see what you're banging. Okay? I want to see what you're banging.
I completely agree with you. So Kat Dennings from Pennsylvania.
And then, do you know that redheaded libertarian? She's on Twitter all the time.
I think so.
But she, that horrible girl, Pearl, who looks like one of the creatures from
Oh, yeah. I saw her when she was in my timeline last week for the first time.
Yeah,
so she's a Jewish girl from Pennsylvania, Kat Dennings.
But the redheaded libertarian, her name is Josie. I follow her because I really like her commentary on the Constitution. I thought I knew the Constitution. That girl shames me. But she did I don't even want to call it sexy because it was like from like 1956. It looked like it was like conservative women calendar, and there's a picture of her holding like a pie, and she's got like I showed it to my wife. I go, "What do you think about this?" And I don't want to pepper her opinion. She was like, "Oh, this is really cute. It's really tasteful, But she looked like Ward Cleaver's wife, June Cleaver. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And people are like, you make calendar porn. It's like, no, it was so tasteful, and it was like. And then they were like, you had so much makeup. So she took a picture without makeup. She looked great. And they were like slamming her. I'm like, you wish you looked that good without makeup.
There's that one that was in my timeline decided that everybody without makeup looks terrible. They're all using filters and it's disgusting.
Yeah, Pearl is her name.
Yeah, she did that to Anna, that Star Wars girl. I'm like, Anna's okay looking without makeup. She shows up on her streams without makeup all the time. I don't watch them all the time. What are you talking about? Nobody's hiding it. She made a calendar.
And it would be one thing if that girl Pearl was remotely attractive.
No, what is
that's
she
like
doing?
talking about writers when you can't write.
We know women wear makeup.
If you're an ugly monster woman, don't criticize what other women look like. I don't talk about people's physiques because I'm built like a Buddha.
Women been. Yeah, well, you don't see me making fun of EVS as being fat, do you?
Right. That's because one thing.
I'm probably the same size as he is.
Like somebody said it was a friend of mine, and they didn't mean anything, but they were Rini was going to come on my channel, and I was like, yeah, she's gonna come on. And they said, oh, you should name it something, the beauty of I said, I'm not doing that. I said, Rini's a talented comic book artist, and I'm not going to talk about her looks. Yes, she's attractive looking. Yes, she's cute, but that's not why I'm like. And Mandy came on my channel, and I didn't talk about her boobs. I didn't talk. You know what I mean? It was
she does that. That's right. She had a great. I remember you having a great I'm not good time with her. You guys, you didn't realize you asked her the key question. You play role playing games. She's like, yeah, yes, I do.
And she knew her stuff.
She knows her stuff. I don't know what she's like her comics. I never read any of her comics. I know people have issues with her, but I don't know her past.
You know, she wore a low cut blouse, and I wasn't going to mention boobs. You know,
I don't care.
And and if you come on my channel and you're super fat, I'm not going to talk about
some of these people. What's happening? Well, it's all drama. They
spoken word. That's
playing characters, and they're being taken too seriously.
Yeah, John, I presented a spoken word show for. Yeah, I saw it. I saw him, and I'm trying to remember where it was, but I saw Jill about. I was still in high school when he did that spoken word tour, and he talked. It was called Tales from the Trial about. And oh man, I was so into Jello Biafra, and then I'm like, wait a minute, the rest of the band is suing you for royalties, Mr. Integrity, and then I realized all you are is Noam Chomsky parrot. So I lost all respect.
That's what we need.
And I can't listen to
need any more Noam Chomskys.
One thing, that Spanish girl in the Flash movie was not Supergirl. Cara Zor-El is a hot blonde. You know, I didn't see it.
Oh yeah, well that's true. I didn't see the Flash movie. I didn't see it.
I never saw like. DC, are you trying to just not like? Are you guys embarrassed by your comics?
Oh no, they're embarrassed by it. Yeah,
it's ridiculous. Sydney Sweeney jumping rope in slow motion. Ah man, it's funny because every once in a while, like it hasn't happened in a while, but people like, oh, if you could play board games with anybody, live or dead, who would you play? And it's always the same answer. Strip poker with Sydney Sweeney, Kate Dennings, and Kate Upton. And then I go home and my wife punches me in the face.
We they talked about the CW being so bad all the time, but they had some hot girls on that. That's why I watched that Legends of Tomorrow to the end. Who is the White Canary? Her girlfriend. I mean, it's ridiculous. Every girl was super hot on that goddamn show, so I kept watching it.
Same with Angel. Jeez, talk about it was just.
I didn't watch the end of the Flash because it got so hard to watch. But even all those, I mean, the girl I know they race swapped Iris, but Iris was super hot.
Who played the best Lex Luthor?
It's always Superman from 1978. Period. End of report. That's it. I know there's other Lex Luthors, but
what, Gene Hackman?
Yeah, always.
I like the guy in the Superman animated series, whoever did the voice. That he was menacing and he was.
Oh yeah. Oh, was that Clancy Brown?
Yeah, but I sorry, Gene Hackman. As much as I love that Superman movie, he wasn't menacing. Lex Luthor has to be able to stare Superman down, and like Superman has to get like a little like, oh geez, this guy's.
I love the Superman TV show. I might like that.
I never felt Gene Hackman was. He was the scary real estate agent.
I love the Superman animated series. I might like that better than Batman.
Henry Warfield takes himself too seriously. Who's Henry Warfield? Is that Rollins' real name? It's actually called Treadwife, John. A big thing amongst the Zoomers.
Did
Did
you ever watch Smallville?
No. I watched like 2 episodes. I'm like, this sucks.
I said that, you know what? I heard that this guy, the actor, said, I'm never putting on a Superman suit. And I said, good, then I'm never watching your show. That sounds like a John thing, but that's exactly what I did. I said, I've never seen. There's people who are dedicated to it. But how does this guy never turn into Superman? He might be a good Superman.
It's funny. My father gave up on it after like a couple of seasons.
Yeah, it's something my father loves to watch those type of shows too.
I read one of Mandy's books, Super Dead. It was good. I would get the second issue if she ever would. I didn't like Super Dead. I didn't need to give a review, but I already did. I didn't like it because it was just like, oh, evil Superman kind of guy. I did like Jack the Ripper Vampire Slayer, but then I'm a sucker for anything Jack the Ripper.
I like that Peter Gilmore's pretty good.
Oh, his art is so good. So to me, that's the best one. Jim Shock,
bless her. She's like, I just told this story to my kids, and she becomes a comic book writer and producer.
Yeah,
it's kind of amazing. I mean,
good for her.
Right?
She didn't take anything away from me,
I mean, she was a YouTuber, but still.
I didn't see the Flesh movie, but the scenes are online. I wouldn't even sell. Yeah.
I wouldn't watch that movie.
That actor who plays the Flash, whatever his name is,
should have never had him.
He is
crazy.
You remember earlier we were talking about having irrational hatreds for actors? He's probably highest on my list. I forgot about him. I play Yanzi. I play Yanzi. I play Yahtzee with my granny. That's sweet. I used to play poker with my grandfather. Gene Hackman's the best. I know I was going to catch shit for that. Lex Luthor's never been. But that's just it. Lex Luthor is supposed to have the presence.
Byrne made him menacing as a businessman. Byrne and Wolfman. Mark Wolfman's idea as much as Byrne's.
Like you'll see in issue 2, Philip Manning, the industrialist who built Science City. He's my Lex Luthor. He's supposed to have enough willpower that he could stare down the patriarch. Otherwise, what good is he if he's just a normal human? Lex Luthor is supposed to be like Trump time with Elon Musk times 10. You know what I mean?
They tried hard to make them both. So there's that.
It's really shame that out of all the female characters in the Flash 9 season, they never put Candace Patton.
She was a superhero in one episode, but it wasn't super tight suit. She was a little woke, but she wore tight skirts. Candace Patton.
The Smallville show was bad. If we never had Superman and that show was the first time we ever heard of him, yeah, exactly. That show was like stealing on the promise of Superman, and it never delivered. Emily Brett Rickards, I don't know who that is, but sounds like Erica Durant, she was hot. Yeah, Laura Vanderhurt would look really good in Smallville.
Yeah.
I even like what's her name? The girl who played Lana Lang. She's so cute.
Laura Vanderhurt, she's played Supergirl in Smallville, I think.
Byrne made Luthor into Trump. Yep.
Yeah, before everybody hated Trump.
Yeah, and Maxwell Lord was also Trump. Back then. The only reason I watched The Flash was for Michael Keaton's Batman. Yeah, I was waiting for you, DC. DC's here. Now we could go.
Okay, see ya. All right.
Bye-bye. Michael Keaton is the Batman I grew up with. Notice that I'm not saying anything. The only reason to watch Smallville is to see Superman. Bad show, no suit, he didn't fly. Yeah.
Right, that's my.
I'm going to make a Superman show, but Superman's not going to be in it.
We're going to be.
I'm going to make a Star Trek show, but it's set in the mines during the cowboy times. At what point is it not a Superman show? Lana Lang, the girl who played Lana Lang. What's her name? Krista Kurik. She was like supernaturally hot. I thought she was so cute. And it's funny, I didn't realize that she was part Asian for so long until all of a sudden somebody pointed out, and I'm like, how did I not notice this?
Geez, she's still only 33.
Emily Brett Rickards was in the Flash TV show.
Smoke.
Who would I cast in a Thor reboot? Same guy. I thought he was excellent as Thor.
Yeah, Emily. Yeah, she's hot. Emily Brett Rickards. They put her in dresses and tight skirts throughout the whole.
Send me a picture of her.
Run. She's amazing. Her character got annoying, but she's amazing.
I watched the first 3 episodes of the Supergirl show, and I thought it was great. And then
CBS's version was better than CW's version.
And then it went all super woke. I what's his name? Chris Hemsworth is great as Thor. Like unless there's an unknown actor, because I didn't know who Chris Hemsworth was before Thor.
I thought the Supergirl, the first season, it was good. CBS kept it from being super woke, but as soon as it went to CW. The Supergirl, the actress took over, and she just made it. She'd be like, "Don't touch me, you're a man." Like stuff like that happened all the time. I thought she could be a little bigger in the chest myself, but
I kind of like that. Like as a reaction to Power Girl, that Supergirl is like more live. She's more of the good girl.
Some of them were fun, and then they got really bad, and she beat Superman in a fight, and I'm like, oh. And then they had their version of Trump. It was terrible. It got so bad.
Like I said, I only watched 3 episodes, and then I actually bought the first season DVD, and I'm like, oh man.
The first season's not as bad as.
Did I watch the 1990 Flash? Yes, I did.
I did watch that.
I don't remember it that well. Yeah, but that was like I was probably
Howard Chaykin wrote a lot of those.
Probably smoking pot at that time, and I don't remember anything from 1990.
Howard Chaykin wrote a lot of those, you know.
The Flush was supporting Warner Brothers DC. Hate watching dollars. Yeah, don't guys. I can't stress enough. Do not hate watch anything because they don't care. If you're watching it, to watch. Don't like The Witcher sucked. I'm sorry, even season 1 sucked. It was bad. So I stopped watching it. Don't watch Rings of Powers just to talk about how bad it is. Let it die.
Yeah.
The guy from Reacher, yeah, he was Aquaman in the TV show, the guy from Reacher, right?
Yeah. Reacher's coming out again. I love Reacher.
He would be a good Thor. Yeah, he would be a good Thor.
He could Captain America.
Kristen Kirk has a sister who looks identical, maybe a twin. She worked on the woman's shoes in downtown Vancouver. Oh, that's a shame. You got a twin sister, looks exactly like you, and one's like. Does anybody know Ashton Kutcher has a twin brother? And his brother has like cerebral palsy or something like that. It's just like whenever anybody brings up astrology, I'm like, oh yeah, well, what about Ashton Kutcher's twin brother? You know, Ashton Kutcher's having threesomes with Demi Moore, and the brother's got cerebral palsy, like selling insurance in Mesquite, Illinois. Like, there's no such thing as astrology. They were born by the same mother at the same time. Supergirl show I could watch. I tried to watch, but it was filth. I let not that I watched 3 shows and then I got whatever overtime at work.
Well, it's not so awesome to watch.
But I liked the 3 shows. I thought it was so good.
She was well cast.
The Supergirl show was canceled.
Yeah, it was canceled. That's right.
Yeah. Lana Lang was Kristen Cole. Unfortunately, Allison Mack, who played Allison Mack was a cutie pie too, you know. And then she read that cult. Yeah, she just got out of prison. I think she got a lesser sentence because women are oppressed. Did you ever watch Samurai Jack? Yeah, Samurai Jack was good. I like Samurai Jack. Was really good. I can't say that I sat and watched every episode, but what I did watch, I really liked it.
I had kids at the time. I watched Samurai Jack. Yeah,
hate watching is something. Yeah, the only show I ever hate watched and I regret it was Heroes.
I never watched Heroes.
The last season I was like standing up, yelling at the TV, "Get canceled! Just go to a commercial and never come back." But then I watched it because I'm an absolute raving lunatic. The CBS ratings were so bad, it got canceled. Yeah, moved to CBS.
Well, it's partially because it's Supergirl. Nobody cared.
Yeah, Mark Hamill was good. That was before Mark Hamill became the biggest. Like, who's the biggest disappointment, Mark Hamill or Luke Skywalker?
Robert De Niro.
I love Samurai Jack. Was good. Anybody watch the Venture Brothers?
I watched the Venture Brothers.
I got to watch the movie. That's the only thing I haven't seen yet. I watched all 7 seasons, and then there's that what is it, Baboon Heart and Monkey Claw, something like that. It's on
so crazy.
It's on Max, and I don't have.
I used to watch the Powerpuff Girls. My kids watched all those shows.
Yeah, I never watched SpongeBob or Powerpuff Girls. I don't have any kids.
Mojo Jojo. I watch a lot of SpongeBob. SpongeBob is a subversive genius.
Yeah, my friends are all surprised I never watched it, but
well, I had kids, so it was on. That stuff was on. Thank God it wasn't they just missed the Super Woke cartoons. They just got too old for them.
The lesbian Powerpuff Girls got canceled, so don't worry about that.
They were hot, though.
They were hot, but they got canceled. Grew up in the 90s. My daughter watched Powerpuff Girls.
Handsome Eric is younger than I thought. My son, they love Dexter's Laboratory.
I like Dexter. I like Johnny Bravo.
I think that's what encouraged my son to become an engineer, was watching Dexter's Laboratory, to be honest with you.
Dee.
In fact, so I have a funny story. So my oldest son talked early. My younger son was just almost as smart, did not talk as early. But he used to call my older son Dee, why? And we were thinking, I think it's from Dee from the Powerpuff Girls, because he had blonde hair at the time. It's Dee, because it was always on.
It's funny.
My sister was annoying.
My niece, the one that said I'd be cool in the Magneto helmet, she didn't talk. as a little baby, she didn't talk to the point where we would take her to the doctor to see if she had hearing problems. And the doctor's like, she can hear fine. And then all of a sudden one day, and my father she's just sitting there talking, asking questions. My father goes, Madeline, I liked you better when we thought you were deaf.
That's funny. That's really funny.
Chuck Norris or Galactus? Galactus. Hate Chuck. I don't hate Chuck Norris, but the Chuck Norris stuff is cringe at this point. Avatar: The Last Bender. I loved Avatar: The Last Bender. That was such a good
Avatar cartoon. Was really good.
I know everybody hates this the Korra, but the first season. Well, actually, I liked Korra, except for like all of a sudden she's a lesbian at the end. But if you watch the first season of Korra, the bad guys are SJWs. You know, I was watching it like, oh my God, they're making fun of SJWs. And then I really liked the season where they got stuck in the afterlife and how the but I heard they're coming back with another one. But I gotta say, Zuko, is that his name? The guy with the bird mark, Zuko, is that his name? One of the greatest story arcs in all of literature. I just love that character. It was so good. My daughter never realized the big villain in Powerpuff Girls is trans. I didn't know that either. I didn't watch.
Nobody really. We didn't really pay attention to that.
Did he kill himself? There was a show called Kablam, and it had a segment, Action Geek Now, where it was superheroes but with action figures. Man, that was my favorite thing to watch growing up. One of my favorite cartoons of all time was Dial M for Monkey. Like, I think it was. I forget, it was a Dexter Laboratory.
That was a spinoff of Dexter.
Yeah, and
I remember Dial M for Monkey. Sure.
Do you remember when he with the wrestler? Yeah, that is a great. I can crush your body. It's Randy. Randy Savage. I could crush your body, but I could never crush your soul. Finally, I met a worthy opponent. I love that.
He was just Dexter's lab monkey, and then when the call came out, the eyes would get big and he'd become a super monkey. It was really funny. No. John may have frozen. But I don't
Oh, I'm back.
There you go. Do you
ever think we'll get any more Jonah Hex? Movies? No.
I don't think so.
Comics? Yeah, it's only matter.
I don't know. Palmiotti keeps claiming that they didn't make a omnibus of Jonah Hex. But Palmiotti complains about a lot of things.
Let me ask you a question. Do you think Palmiotti actually writes any of these books that he crowdfunds?
I don't know. I've talked to him personally. He's a nice guy, but you can't.
Yeah, I like him too. He freaking
I met him at a con with Billy.
I don't think he writes. I think he just puts his name on it.
Well, maybe he comes up with the idea and doesn't write any of the dialogue, He helps with the plot. I did not back
because everything is written with him and somebody else. It's like
usually. Did you back that The Deadly Trio?
No.
That book.
You blocked me. I don't block your book. You blocked me.
Oh, I don't know when he blocked you. Maybe before, but I didn't back him. I was like, oh, that looks really good. I love that. I have a bubble. I have a Space Girl. The art looks really nice. I don't know how they're going to make money between the three of them with that limited campaign as well. If it went on, if it went on, it would have made 100,000. I think. The way.
The only Dial H for Hero I have is the reboot that was like kind of more semi-seriously.
Oh, the Vertigo one, right?
Yeah, I like that series. That was good. And legit, I never liked the Transformers. I was too old for Transformers, G.I. Joe, and He-Man.
I had the big G.I. Joes.
I found in my collection the reboot. Yeah, it is good. They get the power dials, and one guy becomes like a murderer. Have I watched Nosferatu? I didn't even know it was in the theaters until people started talking about it. No, I did not watch it. The movie was gross and a little cringe. The vampire looks like
people
the resurrected corpse of Freddie Mercury with Homer Simpson's coma. I didn't see it. I like Dracula movies. I like vampire movies. I'd like to see it. But, man, movies, they don't advertise anymore. Like I literally don't know what's playing in the movies right now. Like, granted,
I don't know either. You're right.
This
I don't
is
know.
usually the time when they dump the bad movies anyway.
Every time I thought of backing the Deadly Trio, Jimmy would have one of his political takes. I'm like, well, I'm not backing that after what you just said.
Yeah,
that's kind of how I felt about it.
How does that sell books?
He's like cutting people out. I don't know what he keeps doing that for. He does not like Mr. Trump.
He got. I was like, so let me get this straight. You moved from diverse Brooklyn to white apple red Florida. I said, I don't care what your mouth says. I'm listening to your ass, and your ass sleeps in red state every night. And he blocked me.
He hates being in the red state. He complains about the.
So move. But why did you move? Oh, because like tax breaks and blah 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 blah. Oh,
yeah,
you hear the words coming out of your mouth? What?
That's exactly what you don't want in a red state. Blue people coming in and ruining it.
Yeah. I was 12 when Transformers came out. Yeah, so you were perfect for that age. I don't get past the guy's accent. Was it possible to take seriously? Who are you talking about? Because I don't know how they advertise for movies anymore. No one is capable of every. Yeah. Politics has gotten ugly.
I think
I remember when Trump was running for the first time in 2016 after 8 years of Obama. I said to, my wife was from Canada. She's not very political, and I just said, oh, Trump won. I said, I'm more excited for the culture. I said the president's always a culture, but I don't think that
that's
Trump.
True.
If anything, it was anti-Trump for 4 years. But I think now we're going to actually have I think the culture is going to shift. I think it was a big enough of a landslide victory that politics is like the culture is going to, like you said, Sydney Sweeney now.
No, yeah, I think it's changing. It's going to be a little slow, but I think you're right. Like that all of a sudden in a Marvel video game that people are playing, everybody's looking sexy again. So,
like when your political enemy got elected, you didn't like it, but we were always civil. Now it's full on mania, personal attack.
It sure is.
And like sabotage, like they're trying to sabotage America before Trump gets into office. Because let's be realistic, Biden's not the president right now, and nameless people who
we didn't elect.
Just imagine if anonymous Twitter accounts ran the country, how bad things would be. Because that's kind of what we got right now. But I remember my mother was Republican, my father was Democrat. Obviously they had 7 kids, they got along. But I remember my mother hated Ronald Reagan. And I remember, I was a little kid, so I was poisoned against Ronald Reagan. And then he got elected. And I remember somebody said something, and my mother goes, "That's the president." And I was like, "But Mom, you hate Ronald Reagan." She goes, "John, he's the president now. We support him."
My mother said the same thing. So I'm a little older. So Nixon was going through Larchmont, New York. I grew up in Larchmont, New York. And he was coming through town. The president drives through town. Everybody was going out to see the president. And I'm like, "Mom, you hate Nixon." He goes, "That's the president. You go see the president." Right. And my mom was like a hippie,
But I'll never forget that. She gave me the finger, not the finger, but she gave me.
No,
Ronald Reagan's the president now, and we support him, And I was like, oh, okay.
Ronald Reagan, I think that might have been the first president I got to vote for, was Reagan. See, I was old enough. I was already 11 in 76 when Carter got. So I was a teenager in the Carter years. So I remember them really well. And
I remember the Carter years.
It was a relief.
I remember waiting in line.
Ronald Reagan.
Sitting in the back of the station wagon. The second Dial H series, Kristen Vicky was very influential. I submitted a dozen characters. I remember that. I remember people.
I miss
Tony Grigo. We already did the original X-Men and Doom Patrol. And if you remember correctly, we said the Doom Patrol would mop the floor with the original X-Men. Just thinking that DC wouldn't hesitate to touch it because of the Confederate States. Yeah. If you remember, they kind of made excuses for him in the movie, and in the Jimmy Palmiotti series, they kind of were embarrassed that he was a Confederate. Don't make a Jonah Hex series if you're embarrassed that he's a Confederate.
I agree with you.
It's like making a Superman story and you're embarrassed that he's got superpowers. Commit to the bit or don't do it. I agree with seeing a cultural shift. I'm glad Trump won. Me too. Did I skip I thought I skipped a comment. I guess I didn't. Yeah, K. Ojo. We already had a movie in 2010 with Josh Brolin and Megan Fox. Yeah, it was kind of bad. I kind of liked it, even though it was bad. And they gave him superpowers, which was stupid, but they gave him cool superpowers where he could like talk to the dead. I thought that was pretty cool. But if you're embarrassed by freaking the source material, don't make the movie. Reagan destroyed the middle class by killing unions and too much deregulation. My biggest problem with Reagan was the amnesty. You know?
Yeah, I think the amnesty was his biggest.
He turned California blue.
Yeah, the amnesty was his biggest mistake.
Jimmy Carter, bless his soul, but he didn't do a single thing right while in office except I think Jimmy Carter was a negative influence on the world. He basically caused all the problems in the Middle East, and after he was president, he was going around like
he was going around during the Clinton years, backstabbing Clinton for God's sake with hating Israel. He
went to Russia to try to get Russia to interfere with the Reagan election. You know, he was a piece of shit. Screw Jimmy Carter.
I agree with you, but he built houses.
Yeah, he built houses
because of the Camp David Accord.
He built houses. That was nice. But whatever. I'll probably get myself in trouble. My dad was the opposite. He hated anyone who raised taxes. Yep. That's what I keep saying. I'll vote for whatever one of these fools that tricks me into thinking I could keep more of my money.
Well, they want to make this right now. They want to make the Trump tax cuts permanent. That's a big.
I saw one of these guys is trying to pass legislation to get rid of the IRS and get rid of it.
Department of Education,
get rid of it. Elon Musk keeps saying that he wants to reduce the number of the agencies to 99. It's like that's a bad way to go about it. Get rid of the agencies that don't matter. Well, don't just come up with a number, because what you're just going to spread out their authority.
That's because so many of them don't matter.
Right. Just get rid of them. Just get rid of them. But you know what I mean? Like, so these 99, like, okay, so I'm going to make up a number. We got 20,000 of these federal agencies among all these agencies. We're still going to have those 20,000 people. It's just that there's only 99 agencies.
Well, I don't know. I think they're going to get rid of a lot of
people. Get rid of them. We don't need the ATF. We don't need the Bureau of Indian Affairs. We don't need, the Food and Drug Administration. Why do they even exist? We're eating crap. Reagan opened the doors for companies to leave America. I can't argue with that. Wouldn't Hex work as a yeah?
They were based on
Hex
having
TV series. A Hex Netflix series that is not woke would be awesome. Just follow the follow the Michael Fleischer run that I'm reading from the 70s. Those are strangely adult in the best.
That's based on having a lower tax rate for to attract companies back, like not having a 35% like Biden wants to have now, forcing companies to offshore because they need to pay less taxes to make money.
Everybody should be paying less taxes. Everybody. I doubt we'll ever get any more haunted tank. Yeah, what was it? Who's the haunted tank? Who's the guy?
Jeb Stewart.
Yeah, Jeb Stewart.
And he had the stars and bars on the tank. I love the haunted tank.
Yeah, that was like, I'm getting messages from people. Okay. I'm an outsider, so I can only speak of the film. I like Jonah Hex. Yeah, if you don't know anything about the character, I can see you liking it. He had a cool power, but there was nothing supernatural about
No, Jonah Hex was a supernatural.
And I forget, in the movies, did it wasn't an Indian that scarred him, because the Indian was a piece of shit in the comics that scarred him. Full on bad guy Indian. Get rid of the ATF. Really? YouTube? What's that comment?
They must have took out his comment.
Oh, really? I didn't. John, layoffs are coming with the government reductions. It's been repeated. You can't reduce the government without layoffs as well. What? Federal government people, parasites, pieces of shit. I don't give a shit. Go, the world needs ditch diggers. Go. Get rid of the IRS is banned. Oh, wow. Okay. I will say this: I don't want any immigration, legal, illegal. No, for 4 years. Let's close the doors and let's clean our house first for the next 4 years. Okay, we did it before.
We've done it before. Yeah,
we've done it before. We've done it before to my people. The Italians couldn't come here.
Yep, that's true.
From what 1925 to like 1940 something.
Like 1947 or something. They shut the door. They shut the door, and now what they call Hispanic people too, and they opened it back up in the 50s. It's always been.
And I'm getting a little scared. It looks like Trump's starting to walk back his comments. We're going to get rid of these get rid of everybody. Get rid of anybody who shouldn't be here. Get rid of them all. John, have you read the 2 Vertigo? Yes, I did. I'm a real big fan of Jonah Hex. The only thing I didn't read is the original Jonah Hex series. I'm up to issue 15 of it.
So do you like
all of the Vertigo stuff?
Do you like the original Jonah Hex series better than Palmiotti and whatever his friend is?
I like the second series better with that more art and stuff like that. It's more like Deadwoody.
Yeah, he got a lot of good artists to work with him.
But the 70s series is really good. I'm surprised how good it is.
Well, Jonah Hex lasted a long time. Somebody must have been buying it.
I could see why. It's quality writing. I recommend it to anybody, especially the Jonah Hex special.
You get the Jonah Hex in the future with early Mark Teixeira.
No, the death of Jonah Hex when he's an old man. I did a video.
No, they sent him to the future time travel.
Right.
It's the silliest thing, but he's still Jonah Hex.
He's Hex.
He's Hex. Yeah, that's right.
Fighting cyborgs. If the number is 99 government agents, then so be it. It's been said that layoffs will be given. Right. But why 99? Do we even need 99 agencies? The only government agent we need the courts, we need the military, and we need the post office. Get rid of everything else.
Do we really need the post office? We could privatize the post office.
Yeah, but the post office is in the Constitution.
That's true.
Have I read Nexus? Yes, I love Nexus. I'm rereading Nexus. Nexus is surprisingly different. As you read Nexus, you're like, this is Mike Barron? It's like so different than anything else
he's
ever written.
You're absolutely right. Voodoo. And for something that's so dark, it actually has a lot of comedy in it. The whole Nexus idea is pretty dark. And whatever also surprising, I was looking it up, how many issues the dude missed. He never really did a 12-year. Paul Smith did some. Garcia Lopez did one.
Some good artists on that.
Everybody was good.
I'm sure anybody who watches my channel knows I'm a big fan of the Jim Starlin Cosmic Marvel. And I would say Nexus can hang with those,
Jim Starlin had some good interviews on YouTube.
Let me ask you guys. Kelsey Shannon backed my book. So I have his phone number and his address and everything. Would it be inappropriate for me to call him up and ask him how he's doing?
Did you send him your book?
I sent him his book and I put a big note in it, with my phone number and everything. It's just that we did that. We did that 2 Beards and we talked a lot, after.
I think you could call him. You did the 2 Beards. You talked out before and after, right? To see which book it is, which books you're.
You know what I mean? It's just like I'm legitimately concerned about the guy. If he doesn't want to do my channel, that's besides the point. I just want to make sure he's okay.
Everybody wants him back. They all want to pay him for work. They want him to work and they want him back. Nobody hates Kelsey.
No,
Kelsey really is not
awesome.
He reacts to that stuff, but he's really not involved with it.
Well, Kelsey is a super, super introvert. He says it's really difficult. He doesn't like being on YouTube. He doesn't, he just wants to draw comics and write comics and color comics.
That could still happen. All those people that he decided, like in some DM group that didn't like, they all want to pay him. They'd all take him back. He's a great artist.
He's a great artist, and he did nothing wrong. He's just an introvert.
No, he did nothing wrong.
He did absolutely
nobody
nothing
said
wrong.
He did anything wrong.
Well, somebody said that he did something wrong.
He got upset. He's just Kelsey. He didn't really do anything wrong.
And then he begged, "I want to be your friend. Please be your friend." But I'm the one begging for attention. My wish is the redundancy. ATF, DEA, Customs, and that it can all be closed to be done by the FBI. A little wishful thinking. We need more than 3 government agencies. I know. I'm Ron Swanson.
Right.
What was he shouting? Slash it. What do you think of Disney continuing the Rocketeer? Are they? I didn't know that.
If it's not a black lesbian with shaved hair,
then what's the point?
I love that movie, The Rocketeer.
So do I. You know,
that's a great flick.
It really is a good movie. I would say yes. It is appropriate. Okay, I forgot what we were talking about. It's inappropriate.
That's Kelsey, the Kelsey thing. Yeah.
John, if you reach out to Kelsey, that's a private conversation. Can't hurt you. But I mean, like the way I got his phone number. You know what I mean? Is that like inappropriate? I don't want to be inappropriate. Kelsey is our Bigfoot. Yeah, I like to think that he's beneath the swamps, Louisiana, hibernating right now.
Well, since it's not a cell, the thing is, calling these days, calling somebody seems really personal. Years ago, you're like, "Oh, I'm going to give him a call," because that's how you reached out. Now you do it
because he doesn't have a cell phone, so this is a landline.
Yeah, but right, exactly. So years ago.
Plus, I know some stuff about his private life. You know,
like what I mean? before cell phones, you wouldn't think twice about calling him,
right?
But with cell phones, like, well, a text, I could text him. That doesn't bother him as much.
Yeah, I'm leaning towards calling. And you know who else? I used to call Larry Lieber and talk, but Larry Lieber gave me a copy of his unpublished novel, which I really like, but I'm such a slow reader. I haven't called him back because I didn't finish the book. And every time I talk to him, like, "Did you finish the novel yet? Did you finish?"
Oh, he asks you.
But I got to finish it. The guy's like
95 or something.
Yeah, he's 95 years old. I got to finish that book quick. I'm such a slow.
He's the last one. There's nobody left from the zero.
I would love to go to Manhattan and take him to dinner. You know, take a couple.
I mean, like, everybody's gone. Like, all of them. All the ones that have happy birthday in the 1975 2025 Marvel calendar are gone.
Marcus, I don't know if you knew, but the Voodoo exclamation traces back to the 1970s comic about foreign animals.
Oh, okay. I did not know that.
Reach out to let him know. I'm leaning towards just a call, and like I don't think he'll get mad, but I just feel it's like unethical given that how I have his phone number.
Could you imagine other people?
For all I know, he wrote the wrong phone number, and I'm all torturing myself for nothing. The Rocketeer is a timeless movie, and Jennifer Connelly is so beautiful in that movie. She's another one that is just too beautiful for this earth. Jennifer Connelly is beautiful.
But she reduced her size of her breasts,
I know. Well, I didn't say she was perfect.
That's a crime against humanity.
Am I a fan of the Ultra Humanite? I tell you this, the Ultra Humanite is one of the few villains that actually legitimately scares me. There's something scary about the concept.
But before there was Lex Luthor, Superman fought the Ultra Humanite.
The Ultra Humanite, just that whole concept of like he steals consciousnesses and moves from body to body, and and he becomes less humane, and then he's in that big. I legitimately find him scary. Like he's a villain that if I could have a chance to write a DC comic, I would use the Ultra.
They don't use him enough.
Yeah, he's scary. If he gave you his number to call, then it's good. If he gave you his number as part of a backing a book, yeah, he gave it to me as part of the backing of the book. Gorilla Grodd is awesome. Gorilla Grodd's a character that I couldn't stand. I just hated gorillas because I was told I had to like gorillas, so I didn't like gorillas. And then all of a sudden, I like gorillas. You know what? I think the moment I decided I liked them is the Justice League cartoon when they're all following Gorilla Grodd and they're like, Gorilla Grodd's turning him into gorillas, and they're like, what does this have to do with anything? And Gorilla Grodd goes, I just want to turn people into gorillas. I just thought that was great.
That's pretty funny.
One of my favorite childhood. Oh, I would love to meet Jack Kirby. I would love to. But I think I would, be scared. Like, what if he was a jerk?
Apparently, he's super nice. I think that was really hard to deal with.
Yeah, you keep hearing these stories that like kids would just go knock on his door.
They just go to his house.
Yeah,
in Long Island and in California, they just go to his house.
Who told the story? Was it you told the story of one of the creators? Just like the family was visiting California. They didn't even live in California. And they were like, just drop me off at this strange old man's house. And the family he knocked on the door, hung out all day long. The family came out like, oh, you family.
Yeah, they used to go in there. And Kirby would draw. He'd draw at night. So he was kind of free in that early afternoon lunchtime. And his wife would make him all sandwich. That's what they all say. Marvel, Len Wein.
And he would give him art. Here you go. And then as they left, Rosalind would take the art. Nope.
Yeah, that's right.
Yeah, when I met John Romita Sr., we would just sit around talking. We talked about everything. We talked about Frank Sinatra, and he's like, "Oh, you like Frank Sinatra?" He's giving me albums, and I'm like, "Thank you, but no." Like, I can't leave 88-year-old man's house with his.
That's what Stan Drake did that to me. So I went to see Stan Drake in Westport, Connecticut, in his studio. Somebody set it up. Oh, we're going to meet Stan Drake. Bill Sienkiewicz also had the studio next to him. And he goes, that damn Sienkiewicz who keeps stealing my nibs. So I talked to him, and I showed him my work, and he liked my work, and he gave me Don Perlin's phone number. And he was a really nice guy. Here, you like it? Well, you should take this book, Flash Gordon movie adaptation. No, that's signed as standard. No, Stan, Mr. Drake, I can't take that. They all do it.
Yeah, I just he gave me like he had like stacks of like omnibuses of Spider-Man. So I was like, he signed it.
Well, if he had stacks of them,
yeah, but I couldn't take his personal.
It's not his only one.
Oh, don't you think DC has a lot of ape villains from the Ultra Humanite to Gorilla? Yeah, apes were big.
Well, DC really.
You guys are probably too young to remember that Planet of the Apes was as big as Star Wars when that first came out.
That was a great movie.
The Planet of the Apes was it was all apes from King Kong to Planet of the Apes. Apes ruled the cinema. They were in the comic books, they were in the movies, they were in TV.
And Julius Schwartz thought that the apes sold, so like every few months he'd put an ape on the cover.
Right. Showing genuine concern goes a long way in cost nothing. So yeah, I think I'm gonna lean on the side of inappropriateness. Genuine concerns, no man's reach out. Okay. Now the motivation doesn't change. So Eric Guapo says I'm being a jerk. So what are your thoughts on Grant Morrison's Doom Patrol run, specifically making the Brain and the Gorilla assistant into gay lovers? I love the Grant Morrison Doom Patrol run. It was a really personal, influential comic book series to me. It came at a time in my life, everybody goes through that like isolation period. Like all my friends moved away. I was working at a pizzeria, feeling like a loser. Didn't go to I went to college and went one semester and dropped out, and now I'm working at a pizzeria, and I'm 24 years old, and I'm seeing my friends like graduate, like working at Wall Street, buying houses and getting married, and I was like, I'm just a loser, So in the letters column of those Grant Morrisons, he had like books to read, and one of them was Jack Kerouac's On the Road.
Yeah.
So I read that book, and I was like, I'm leaving. And I packed up a bag, and I moved to Albuquerque, and changed my life. I was a very, I don't want to say introverted, but I was shy around girls. I couldn't talk to women, like if up till 24 years old, like if a girl didn't hit on me, it didn't happen. You know what I mean? And then like I kind of reinvented myself on this Amtrak train for 3 days. By the time I got to Albuquerque, I had $30 in my pocket. I had to hitchhike to get to where I lived, and it was like exciting, And I just became like almost like what's his name, Bruce Campbell. I was just like, hey, chicks, hey, I'm fat, look at me, hey, and it worked. It was totally nothing changed but confidence, and I faked the confidence until I got the confidence. So fake it till you make. So yes, and at the time with the Monsieur Mala and the Brain becoming gay love, it didn't bother me because it was like the first time it ever happened. So at the time it was like shocking and different and against the grain. Now it's just like it happened so much. You're just like, oh God. But at the time, first off, I didn't really know the characters, so I wasn't really invested in it. And it was different. You know, it was shocking and different and subversive. And nobody did stuff like that, but except Grant Morrison was the first one. And then became every third character was gay and every second character was gay and then everybody's gay. Now it's just like, it's shocking when people are straight, you know.
Grant doesn't know if he's gay or not.
Yeah. One of my favorite comic book things of all time is that Grant Morrison and Alan Moore are in it like a 30-year wizard battle. You know, I just think that's the funniest thing.
British
Chaos Bald magician, you know, doing whatever.
Well, the British
off into a fire, and Alan Moore is summoning the puppet snake god. You know,
the British writers don't really understand American superheroes. Now that doesn't mean Alan Moore didn't do a great job at American superheroes, but it's not ingrained in them because the Brits are not like that, are not like the Americans.
They think, you know, because we got this fiercely independent cowboy attitude that the Brits all think, what do you need all the guns for? Shut up. That's why we need all the guns.
Well, what about the British police chief says, well, if we find any Americans saying anything we don't like on the internet, we're coming to get you. And every American's like, okay, come on.
Yeah. I would love
it. To my door. You'll see how far.
Yeah, Benny Hill's going to show up my door. You know, come on, Benny.
Whether we have guns or not.
Yeah. The only thing is, I could, you know, had Kamala Harris won, I could see her enforcing the British law against us.
Oh yes, that would have happened.
Yeah, but now with Trump, it's come on.
Come on,
you.
They all hate Trump. It's great.
Come on, you limey bastards.
It's better for the American president to have the foreign leaders to be a little afraid of him.
Yeah, they were a little afraid of Reagan.
Better for us.
They were afraid of Reagan. Yep.
They were afraid of Reagan. They were afraid of Trump the first time.
The Charlton Heston Planet of the Apes is a phenomenal movie. Whether you like Charlton Heston or not, you got to give him credit.
That's a great movie.
Moses and Planet of the Apes. We got Planet of the Apes films into 1981. Yeah, they started to get bad. I haven't seen any. I saw the Tim Burton one with the Statue of Liberty turning into a monkey. I thought it was terrible.
I didn't watch that one.
I don't like Tim Burton. Tim Burton movies that are good are the exceptions.
How do you feel about M. Shyamalan or whatever?
He started out really good. Then he got bad, and I heard he's on a redemption arc. Do what you want. I know I'd be a little irritated if I received a random call. Yeah, I know. That's why I'm torn.
You know, I was thinking, and you know what? You know what the shame is? I was thinking about calling Eric too.
What's that?
I was thinking about calling Eric too.
Eric who?
The Guapo.
Oh, okay.
I was thinking about that. Now I don't think so. You know, worried about the fires and all.
Misfits are saying they're both Glenn Danzig bands. Misfits are just so catchy. They're just so catchy. They grew up with Doctor Who. He wasn't a Maverick. He was a Time Lord.
Yeah, that's true.
And now he's a fat black woman who loses her breath.
Is he a fat black woman now?
Well, yeah, she was the best.
My brother and my father watched Doctor Who. I never got it. I've seen episodes. My father watched. I bet my brother is woke. Here, you want to hear something scary, John? My brother listens to the Keith Olbermann podcast.
I know. How can we have equality in any place when people from the same house aren't even the same?
I don't know. I listen to Rush Limbaugh. He thought I was crazy.
I grew up with classic Doctor Who. It died in 1989. I admit I only got into Doctor Who with Christopher Eccleston, and I really liked it. Halfway through the why can't I think of his name? The 14th, the 12th Doctor. After Matt Smith, Peter Capaldi. I liked him as the Doctor, but he had like just bad material. And then the woman Doctor, like. She broke the. One of the things I liked about Doctor Who is watching the little. Because first off, the Brits don't care about continuity, which drives me nuts. But every Doctor regenerated younger, and then Capaldi broke that rule, so that bothered me. So I didn't like Capaldi. And then every odd Doctor was weird, and every even doctor was a little bit more in control. And the woman doctor just broke the patterns. First off being a woman, and then second off she didn't have any personality. She was just the other goofy doctors. Every doctor made it their point to be like their own person. She didn't. And then the material that she was given was just the worst. And that doctor, where they revealed that the first doctor was not the first doctor, it was really a fat black woman. I'm the doctor. I was like, I'm done.
Jesus,
I'm done. And then that's how quick it is for me to be done with something. Sorry for your loss, Marcus. Keith Olbermann.
Keith Olbermann, but I don't expect you to know who Bomani Jones is, but
classic Doctor Who is the real Doctor Who. So here's another question. I can't believe we still got this many people watching. Who's your favorite Doctor? Who's your favorite Doctor? My favorite Doctor is the first Doctor. The old crotchety, mean old man. That's it. You all know who they changed all the rules, and you're speaking on New Who. That's yes. Tom Baker is your favorite. I could Tom Baker was, for the longest time, I thought he was the only Doctor Who. I didn't know the Doctor Who lore for the longest time. But I there's something about that first Doctor, and I can't think of his name. Everybody's saying Tom Baker, Tony Greig. Am I excited for the new Fantastic Four film? Not at all. Pedro Pascal. I'm
not interested in
Pedro Pascal is the male version of Zendaya. Just we're being forced to accept this person. Nobody wants Zendaya in a movie, and nobody wants Pedro Pascal in a movie. They should make a Zendaya Pedro Pascal movie and get it over with.
Zendaya. Yeah, what is the deal with that chick?
I never got into Doctor Who. The only red coat I respect is Austin Powers. I will say that
Superman a couple weeks ago.
Issue 3 of Heroic Tales is my Doctor Who.
Here's Superman from a couple of weeks ago.
Yep.
I think we saw that. I'm just putting it away, that's all. I got to get that on Bristol paper. I won't want to go on tomorrow. I've been on so long, I'll be asleep all day.
Yeah, I love Friday nights. It's like the one day a week I get to.
I'm gonna end up awake at 5 anyway. It doesn't matter.
I gotta go to a funeral service tomorrow.
Oh no!
One of my buddies, he's a guy I work with, just like a guy that everybody loves. You ever just meet a guy that everybody likes this guy? He's just a freaking. Yeah. He's like a gun shooting guy. His wife, he lives farther out on the island than me. So they had horses. He had a horse ranch, and his wife was like a horse trainer, and he was just this like they bought this like rundown property that had 2 houses on it. He's been fixing up one house. He's just like a cool guy. He signed my paperwork so I could get my pistol license. I saw him the day before my accident.
Wow.
So July 16th, and we just hung out drinking coffee, and he's like, oh, we lost track of time. And this is a guy who's into guns, motorcycles, you know what I mean? That's different for me as possible. But he was always like, I like the fact that you're into what you like. He was just a cool guy. And then a couple weeks ago, he goes to the doctor. He's like, I got this cough. It won't go away. Doctor checks him out, sends him to a specialist. They tell him, put your affairs in order. He had such bad lung cancer.
That's terrible.
He was dead within 3 weeks. Super aggressive cancer. This is the third person I know who went to the doctor because they didn't feel good and they had super aggressive cancer. Put your affairs in order. And all of them were vaccinated, so I don't know. None of my friends who were unvaccinated got super advanced aggressive cancer and died. So no. I don't know.
I got so sick from COVID, as you know, without me telling the story. When they came around with the shot, and I'm getting it with the elderly, with the 90-year-olds. Of course, I said yes. I've never taken one since, though.
Yeah, well, yeah. You were comatose, right?
I was super afraid not to take it, but I never got any boosters. It started coming right after how bad this could be. And then I asked my doctor, who was really still not shaking hands, goes, do you have to take a booster? He goes, well, if you want. So I didn't. because I had so many immunity because I was so sick.
Yeah.
You know,
this is a cool story. Tony's parents hitchhiked and met Jack Kirby. Roz fixed him sandwiches. I've heard that story so many times from people. It's awesome. My father left with a great Captain America. That is awesome. That's so cool. There's never going to be another Jack Kirby.
No. Oh no, never. And
he was a
war hero.
To each their own. Yeah. Well, what worked in 1952 is not going to be what works in 1983. It's not gonna, so I understand things change, but it didn't change organically. It didn't, you know what I mean? If it changed organically, the ratings wouldn't be going into the pooper. That's a big bowl of soup, or John just eats slow because he's been, I've been eating on this for 5 hours, and yes, I eat slow, and it's a big bowl of soup. Mel Gibson just dropped a new cancer cure. The meds starve the cancer cells of iron, and it goes away in 6 months. Yeah. I've been reading about this. I don't know I hope I never have to know. I hope I never get cancer, but I don't know. Do you want chemotherapy? Another buddy of mine got like that radiation pellet in his throat, and then coincidentally a year later, his freaking artery over here, same spot, just explodes and he dies. You going to tell me that cancer radiation pellet didn't weaken his arteries? Guy has two little girls, Well, this has been going on for 5.5 hours, and I can't keep my eyes open anymore.
No, actually.
I would have stopped, but the chat kept going and going and going.
Right about now, I wake up at 2:00 and I can't get back to sleep until 3:00 anyway. Every night. I always just for no reason, really. When I first got sick, when I came home, because I'd be like, get up, like, it's like nervous. And I'd read, put on the TV, put on the light. I'd sleep with the light on because I was in there and things.
I have many problems. Sleeping is not one of them. Staying awake is one of my problems.
I don't sleep. I can fall asleep, say, watching a ball game, right? But sleeping, I don't sleep more. My whole family doesn't sleep more than 5 hours. My sister's up at 5:30. My dad's up all night.
I could make a pot of coffee and go right to bed. Drink.
I gotta go make coffee for the morning.
John, there's growth and there's complete change with Marvel. Yes, absolutely. None of it was organic. They did it on purpose. They changed. Like logic, I think we could agree. If it was organic, they wouldn't have the drop-offs like they're showing. Look at the ratings for Doctor Who. It's in the toilet. Look at the comic book sales. Yes, comic book sales were on a slow incline, or decline rather. But this was just a cliff. It's I got no problems with looking for a new audience. But you could do two things. You could maintain your old audience while trying. Stan Lee tried a whole bunch of stuff, and what didn't work. I don't understand. I don't understand how businesses could do this. But what do I know? I'm just a guy.
I'm looking at my 1975-2025 calendar for Marvel. This is a good idea.
That is a good idea. And
I hope they keep doing it because I have the 1979 and 1980 calendars. Hulk and one was the Hulk. One was a general one like this. And one was a Hulk.
Yeah, I got to
still have them somewhere.
Marcus and I said Metal Men.
I think the Metal Men.
But I do say, like, if some editor wants to say that Magneto can manipulate the responsometer, then the Metal Men have no chance. But if not, I think it's a pretty easy scenario for the Metal Men to use lead as a buffer. Iron has to stay out of the fight. Obviously, he can't even be there because he's just going to be a hindrance to everybody else. But I could see gold and lead acting as shields, and then all of a sudden Mercury just picks up tin as a spear right in the eye. Magneto, you down, because I don't care what you do. Magnetism isn't going to stop tin.
Right.
Oh, thanks for all the fish. I'm similar. I'm up at 3 a.m. every day, regardless of what time I go. Yeah, guys were telling me that too, that they retire, but they still wake up at 4 o'clock in the morning. I was like, are you nuts?
Keep getting up.
2 days after I retire, I'll be sleeping till noon.
God bless you.
Interesting. I'll go back, listen to the first part. My son will ask the results in the morning. Okay. And next week, we'll be doing Clayface, the Batman villain, versus Sandman, the Spider-Man villain. I think
Sandman with his striped shirt on and his
the green and black shirt. One of the worst, best costumes of all time.
And then that awful costume that Kirby came up with later, that was kind of fun too.
Yeah, when he was in the Frights of Four,
become oil and stuff.
Yeah, and I remember like every third appearance, he was turned into glass and then turned back into sand without any explanation.
Turned to glass. Nobody could beat the Sandman. He was a tough character, really.
It's a cool power.
Well, the only reason why, we'll talk about it next week. But the only reason why he always lost because he was stupid. It wasn't because he was not powerful.
I thought the guy who played him in the movie was actually pretty good casting, if you ask me.
Yeah, he was good. They had that Osborne hair.
Yep.
Because Ditko liked to draw that hair. Nobody knew where that came from.
Yeah, I know. It was weird. It was coded that he was supposed to be black, but they were racists. All right. Good night, everybody. See ya. All right. The next thing I'm going to do is Sunday Comics. Narwhal and Jason Sandburn and I are going to do a show, but we just got to nail the timing and form. I was of the opinion that we should alternate it, like I do a comic book team up, And Jason was like, "Yeah, but my channel's too small." I said, "Well, that's why we alternate."
We saw this channel get bigger.
Yeah, spread the wealth. But good night, everybody.
All right, good night. See you later, guys. Thank you, everybody.
Good night, everybody. Thanks for staying around. I can't believe I'm complaining about long streams and I'm on for 5 hours. Good night.